But at the moment that hand's a ball. A pretty woman put a hex on me, saying now the sky's gonna fall. But she don't know she'll be the next to be crying like a porcelain doll. Cause pretty girl, it ain't sex to me, it's putting your back up against my wall. And if only my loneliness loves loving me, yeah, then why won't Miss Misery leave my leash a little slack? So close to defeat that my feet are slipping through the cracks. Whoa, whoa, how I wish she'd wish away the weight from my back. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Whoa, whoa, yeah, yeah, yeah. So damn it, woman, quit testing me in that simmering southern drawl. Let the woman get the best of me, now she's thinking she could save us all. So lying lady, laying ecstasy, taking shelter from your own squall. Cause pretty girl, it ain't sex to me, it's putting your back up against my wall. My wall, my wall. And I know and I do believe that it's bad, that I cannot leave this bed, I cannot escape this hell. So die we might as well. But no, I know you I do defy, no lie that I could tell. So now I've got to try to find my soul and sail. If only my loneliness loving me, yeah, then why won't Miss Misery leave my leash a little slack? So close to defeat that my feet are slipping through the cracks. Whoa, how I wish she'd wish away the weight from my back. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Whoa, whoa, yeah, yeah, yeah.
What's going on, dudes? It's me, I'm back. We're playing on the computer tonight. None of that pussy ass PlayStation 5 shit. Pussy ass bomba clot.
The death penalty debate returns to Ohio.
More death penalty debate bullshit.
Welcome to Columbus on the Record. Capital punishment in Ohio has been dormant for several years, mainly
My
because
bad.
Ohio
Shit,
cannot
I
get the
gotta
drugs
avoid
it
doing
needs to
that.
execute condemned inmates through lethal injection. A federal judge has also ruled the state's protocol causes severe pain and needless suffering. Ohio last executed an inmate in 2018. But now a new method has surfaced, nitrogen gas. Alabama used it last week to execute a convicted murderer. Alabama officials
heard this was
called it
dog
humane
shit.
and effective. Critics called
Like,
it
just
cruel
straight up
and
mean.
experimental. Following that execution, Attorney General Dave Yost, 2 state reps, and the head of the Ohio Prosecutors Association called on lawmakers to pass a bill to allow Ohio to use nitrogen.
I support this bill, saying that the law of Ohio should be thwarted, be able to be thwarted, because pharmaceutical companies don't want to sell the chemicals. It is an abdication of the sovereignty of the state of Ohio, which still has this law on its books.
Governor DeWine did not want to comment on that proposal, but he noted he is not sure the death penalty is a deterrent. Jesse Ballmer, in his statement, the governor said there's more important things to worry about right now than the death penalty in these bills. How big a priority is it for the legislature to add nitrogen to the protocol?
Yeah, so we had this press conference this week. You had 2 Republican lawmakers who were there. They have about 13 co-sponsors on this bill, but there's a lot of bills in the Ohio legislature. We've yet to hear whether this is a priority of the legislative leaders, either the Speaker or the Senate President, so I'm sure it'll get a debate, but this is still pretty early in the process.
Bob, this execution did not go off perfectly smoothly. The witnesses say the inmate, Kenneth Eugene Smith, writhed on the table, was struggling against the restraint, seemed to be convulsing for 2 minutes, for 20 somewhat minutes for him to die. Does that hurt the chances of adding nitrogen here in Ohio because it wasn't so-called peaceful?
Yeah, well, you're trying to kill someone, so I mean, just the mere fact means it's not going to be pleasant. I think it could be a problem, but I think what the governor's getting at here, and which I believe, is that the deterrence factor that may have existed with capital punishment 30, 40, 50 years ago just isn't there. I mean, the time lags you now have, and I'm not saying it's unfair. I mean, everybody's got to have the legal process play itself out, but the time lag that's now involved is just so long. I just don't see how that is a deterrence. And then also, like the governor, I'm pro-life, and I think there's a basic problem there in that you can't really be pro-life on the abortion side of things and then turn around and say, yeah, I want to do capital punishment. And I think that is a kind of a battle that may be going on within the governor's head right now.
Desiree, in that news conference, the Attorney General and the state reps, they sort of detailed some really horrific crimes, folks who are on death row, what they had done. How much of a factor should, the peacefulness, so-called, of an execution be, and whether or not we restore it?
Well, I think there have been, when we look over history about how people have died, there have been 11 Ohioans who were later exonerated, right? And they were sentenced and had the death penalty. So I don't think, me personally, I don't believe in it. I don't think we should take life into our hands when we decide to kill people, because you never know what DNA evidence or anything may pop up later, just depending on how a lot of these court cases go, and sometimes people turn out to be innocent in the end. What we do know is that there have been a lot of feedback as to what happened in Alabama in terms of it being experimental, and the struggle that gentleman faced holding his breath in order to avoid breathing and inhaling the nitrogen. I don't think that's something we should employ here in Ohio.
It's not that he was
Cruel and
holding his
unusual
breath.
punishment is
That's
written language in the
most,
Constitution for a reason.
like,
And Jesse, there's some talk that the companies that provide
most of what we
nitrogen
breathe in our atmosphere
may
is
try to
nitrogen.
withhold the
It's
nitrogen
basically just
from
pumping you
states
full
that
of
want
like
to use it
inert
to
gas
execute
that contains no oxygen.
Yeah, I'm less familiar with that, but I know
You're
that
just
has
like
been a problem with the
gasping,
lethal injection
like
drugs, and it's
gasping
certainly the
air
reason
that
Governor
contains no
DeWine cites
fucking
for
oxygen.
not proceeding with
That's that dog
executions, the
shit.
one execution method that we currently have, which is lethal injection. He says he just doesn't want to risk potentially losing access to those medications for other parts of state government, Medicaid, other uses, just for the death penalty.
I think Dave Yost said that they could produce nitrogen right there in that room, because apparently there's nitrogen in the air. I don't know how we go about doing that.
Yeah, it's in the air, but I mean, that doesn't mean it's all that easy to just pull it out and isolate it. I mean, I just think it's problematic in general.
It's called
I
liquid
mean,
nitrogen.
How you're trying to kill someone. So how can you do that humanely? I mean, that's
like,
always
you
going to
just
be
let
the big
fucking
factor in
liquid
all
nitrogen
this.
effervesce
there are people that say, let's
and
go back
pump
to
that
hanging
into his fucking
or shooting
gas mask.
because it happens immediately.
Proper
But
fucked.
I
The
mean,
end.
come on, it's 2024.
Why do you think Governor DeWine has not? He's obviously has a lot of hesitancy, at the very least, on the death
Yeah, and I
penalty.
think it's because of his.
Where the
he hasn't
fuck
talked
is
to me
my
about
phone
it,
at?
But if I had to guess, it's his pro-life belief.
So why not
And-
say I support abolishing the death penalty?
Because once again, he's causing a lot of chaos in the legislature, because he may be going against the majority of his fellow Republicans in both the House and the Senate. And I don't think he's right now wants to pick that battle over that issue.
Desiree, there is a bill in the legislature to abolish the death penalty. Does it have a chance? Is there any Republican support for that, which it would need?
Well, I believe there are some Republicans in Ohio who would support it. I think a majority of Ohioans would support it. The State House, however, is a very different story. They just overrode the governor's veto for the trans bill, and so we know that there is friction there, and so I could understand how the governor probably wouldn't want to pick that fight. But because we don't have fair maps and fair districts, the Republicans in the legislature have a lot of power.
Mike, I think that bill does have Republican co-sponsors, so I think it is a bipartisan bill to do away with the death penalty.
Does it have enough Republican support, though?
I will say there has been a growth in the number of Republicans who've supported abolishing the death penalty in the state of Ohio, and I think that could create a block that will be a problem for someone who's trying to implement a new method like this, but it really hasn't been enough people to eliminate the death penalty so far.
Yeah, we haven't talked about the death penalty on this show in quite a while, and I don't think Ohioans have really, have they missed it? That we don't have the death penalty? Do they feel less safe because we haven't executed an inmate since 2018? How big a priority is it for voters at this point?
Crime's a big priority,
yeah.
But I think that form of deterrence is viewed as being not very effective. Just because the time that the death penalty is imposed and the time that it actually happens is 25, 30 years sometimes.
And then you add in the exonerations that we have seen.
Correct.
They're still relatively rare, but they're not totally unheard of.
Right, and we hear all sorts of stories from all over the country about innocent men being exonerated decades later after spending so much time behind bars. And I think the reality is most Ohioans, like most Americans, once the police officers show up and that person is like entered into the justice system, they forget about it, right? They're done with it. And so court cases are complicated and legislation is complicated, and so I don't think that the average Ohioan is pondering at home over at their kitchen table thinking about the death penalty.
All right. Saturday marks the one-year anniversary of the fiery, toxic train derailment in East Palestine. The Norfolk Southern derailment spilled toxic chemicals into the ground in nearby waterways. Authorities released vinyl chloride into the air to keep train cars from exploding. Thousands of people fled their homes. They have returned, but fears of contamination and long-term health effects remain. After the derailment, federal lawmakers moved quickly to file legislation aimed at improving rail safety. It has gone nowhere. Desiree Timms, these trains go by all the time now. You see them when you're waiting in traffic. You see them as you go over rail yards. There hasn't been another big derailment since then, but do you think Ohioans feel as safe now as they did a year ago?
No, I think it's still top of mind when we talk about East Palestine, especially because weeks later or days later, I believe there was another derailment, albeit not as major as East Palestine in Springfield. And so people are paying attention to what's happening when these trains move through their neighborhoods. And so hopefully people will support and champion more regulation. But of course, these giant corporations own and operate a lot of these trains. And so they're still bringing in billions and billions of dollars in record profits. And so they have the lobbyists to go out there to make sure that they're not regulated and they can continue to do what they want.
Well, we see this time and time again. You see a major accident, major-ish incident, whether it be a school shooting, a train derailment, a plane crash, call for legislation. Legislation gets filed and then delayed.
Yeah.
And oftentimes nothing happens.
Yeah, oftentimes. And what has happened since that, then, in 1 year, is, you're right, we haven't had a major train derailment, but we actually have more train derailments now, since then, than we had previous. So the situation's only getting worse. I think we're lucky that the cargo that's being, transported on these trains isn't really dangerous, or as dangerous as it was a year ago. And we're lucky that we haven't had another major one. But what's interesting is, Republicans control the House, Democrats control the Senate. We have a bipartisan Senate bill that Senator Brown and Senator Vance co-sponsored. It doesn't really matter. I mean, nothing is moving, and it's just government. I hate to say it, but government just moves at a snail's pace. You get a lot of movement right away when something's fresh in their minds, but then as time progresses, it just the urgency just starts dropping like crazy.
Jesse, there was a huge amount of government response to this accident. Aid went in, inspectors from the federal EPA, the state EPA have gone in. They say the water is safe, the air is safe. Residents still complain about side effects, headaches, rashes, and things like that. The government response still continues, though, right?
Yeah, and I think it's going to be some time before you know any sort of long-term impact from this. Unfortunately, that's what happens. But, you know, to Bob's point, I think there was a lot of attention at the time. There was a lot of pressure on Norfolk Southern, the
I wonder if she's
company
nervous.
that had the trains, and they have made some changes because of that pressure. I think 1 year later, you're seeing a lot more attention. People are kind of like talking about the anniversary. You're going to see President Joe Biden come finally to the location. And so we'll see if this kind of renewed attention on this issue drives any more support.
Desiree, this got a lot of attention a year ago. It's getting a lot of attention now. And a lot of people speculated the reason why it gets a lot of attention is because of the attention and the Donald Trump's stirred up in folks from rural areas who felt like they were sort of disenfranchised or separated from, you know, what people are, from the successes that other people have. How much did Donald Trump and his effect on the vote affect the response to this accident?
I don't think Donald Trump played any role when we talk about the effects of the accident. If anything, a lot of his policies gutted the opportunity to regulate these train companies, right? And so when we talk about Trump, we're really talking about the detrimental policies implemented under him. And luckily, Sherrod Brown and Amelia Sykes and others have, you know, proposed a bipartisan act that will hopefully get us back on track. And I say that literally and figuratively when we're talking about these trains, because it is a big deal, especially as we talk about expanding Amtrak here in Ohio. People are going to pay more attention in terms of how these big corporations are regulated and governed, and that includes what chemicals and products are carrying behind our backyards.
What is the legacy of this story, Bob? I mean, because this got a lot of attention, more attention than other industrial accidents have gotten. That, for whatever reason, you could say that the people from East Palestine probably benefited more than, say, people from other accident sites.
Yeah, they did. I mean, for now.
For now.
But like Jesse just said, I mean, we don't know long-term effects. I think what this does is gets to people that just view government as not being very effective. You know, when you talk about, well, what has been done in the years since, what legislation's been passed, I mean, this just feeds into, especially a lot of people in Eastern Ohio, their view of government. It's taken the president over a year to finally get there, to visit the site. It just shows to people, what is government for? What is government capable of accomplishing? And this just feeds into government really can't do much.
Okay. A new poll out shows the benefit of Donald Trump's endorsement in the U.S. Senate race. The Emerson University poll shows the man who got that endorsement, Bernie Moreno, is now tied, basically, with Secretary of State Frank LaRose. Moreno and LaRose are at 22-21%. Matt Dolan is third at 15%, but still 42% of likely primary voters remain undecided in this race, and that's where money could play a role. Campaign finance reports filed this week indicate that Matt Dolan has the most money to spend in the final weeks of this campaign. Bob Craig, is the money that Matt Dolan has going to make a difference? Could he close that gap with that money, do you think?
No, I don't think he can. You know, Matt Dolan is the odd man out here. And for whatever reason, I don't think he is anti-Trump, but he's always had this kind of aura around him of anti-Trump, and I think that hurts him in primaries. He ended up third in 2022, but that was like 5 or 6 people. So when you end up third, that's not bad.
He's a close third. He almost
kind of close.
Yeah.
But when it's a 3-person race and you end up third, it's not quite as good. And I'm just afraid between Frank LaRose's name ID being so much better than Matt Dolan's, even though Matt Dolan just ran in 2022, and with the Bernie Moreno endorsement from President Trump helping him, I just think Matt Dolan's going to have a tough road to hoe here.
So is it Bernie Moreno's race to lose, Jesse? He jumped 12 points between the Emerson poll done last winter and this one here done later in the winter.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, when I was watching the NFL championships, every advertisement I saw said Bernie Moreno endorsed by Donald Trump. And I certainly think that's a message that he's trying to get out to Republicans. And it's a message that worked well for J.D. Vance when he got the endorsement last time around.
Democrats figure it's Bernie Moreno, Desiree, and is that the person they want to face in November? The Sherrod Brown wants to face in November.
Well, I can't speak to who they want to face, but I can say Bernie Moreno is clearly looking to be the lead candidate, especially with the Trump endorsement. And just like Jesse, I continue to see the commercials too. That said, Sherrod Brown is still very popular and very strong. And I've spoken to Republicans and independents and, of course, Democrats, and they all like Sherrod Brown because he has name ID and he has a track record. He's been out there working for the average Joe, and I think that's going to go a long way when we talk about, you know, who understands working class and regular people and who's a mega billionaire backed by another mega billionaire.
A lot of people, Bob, equate Bernie Moreno to J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance won, but J.D. Vance ran against Tim Ryan. It was an open seat, so Tim Ryan was not a three-term incumbent.
Sure.
Sherrod Brown has got a ton of money.
Yeah.
No primary opponent.
Yeah. Well, okay, Mike. First off, I'm the only campaign manager that ever managed a campaign that beat Sherrod Brown. So I know personally he's beatable. That was Bob Taft, Secretary of State, 1990. So, yeah, I know he's beatable. Here's the problem that Sherrod has. Sherrod has not run in the newly aligned Ohio, where he always could rely, and he always has, carried Mahoning County, Trumbull County.
Fucking backflip shit.
Traditional Democrat counties. He's not going to carry those anymore. And the other,
he ran in 2018 after Trump won.
yeah, but he had an opponent that spent no money. That's not happening this time. This is a targeted race. It wasn't then. The other problem he's got is that poll that came out that showed his head-to-heads, where he's winning by 1 or 2. It also showed President Trump beating Joe Biden by 11 points here in Ohio. And that Biden anchor is going to just hold him down. Tim Ryan outspent J.D. Vance 4-1 in 2022 and lost by 7 points. You know, Sherrod Brown's going to spend probably even more than that. But the problem he's going to have is Joe Biden. He's never run for re-election or election in Ohio where the top of the ticket is winning by 10 or 11 points.
And Jesse, in his first ad out, he doesn't specifically say he opposed Joe Biden, but the analysts are saying he's talking about how he fought Joe Biden on issues about steel and things like that. He's trying to be the independent in his messaging.
Yeah, I mean, Sherrod Brown is going to try to draw a bit of a distinction from Joe Biden, but he has supported a lot of the same policies. They have similar positions on things, so that will be hard to do.
Now, how does he do that, Desiree? How does he get a split ticket if people vote for Trump but also vote for Sherrod Brown?
Well, I definitely think that can happen. And again, I think it's because of his popularity, his name recognition, and he's been doing the work. Look, when we talk to people who say, I don't like Joe Biden, I'm a Democrat, or I used to be a Democrat, but I like Sherrod, okay, why? And it's because they can point to exact achievements that they feel that Sherrod Brown has done or has delivered for them. So what Sherrod Brown's team will have to do is to continue to talk about the wins from his perspective, what he's done in the Senate, the child tax credit, right, and extending that. Everything he's been fighting for that, you know, will be different from the presidential message, because Joe Biden's message will be more of a national campaign, right? They're going to have the same message in probably most of the swing states. Sherrod Brown's message is going to be Ohio specific. This is what I've done for you.
Okay. State lawmakers continue to take aim at regulating thought on Ohio's public college campuses as part of the process of evaluating and approving state money for construction projects. State lawmakers want college presidents to account for the money they spend on diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. DEI programs increased after the 2020 murder of George Floyd, focused attention on racial issues. Still before lawmakers is another bill that would ban DEI programs on college campuses. Supporters of the measures complain that college campuses have become too liberal and professors and administrators stifle conservative speech.
Fucking
Mr. Bowman, how
backflip.
unusual is it for a non-capital reason to be inserted into the capital budget process? Usually, whether you need the building or not, if you have the matching money, this is often a tangent.
Yeah, I'd say it's atypical for sure. There's a lot of things that can get added to the capital budget. We talked about school bus safety might find a way into it somehow this year, but This is more bringing college professors and university presidents in and asking them how are they spending their money and is it going to some of these programs that you mentioned.
Bob, are they hoping for a moment at the State House like at the Capitol where the president of Brown and Harvard were there and they can pin him down? Is that what they're hoping for here?
I think the presidents of our Ohio universities are a little smarter than those people, so I don't think that's going to happen. But Mike, it makes perfect sense to put it in the capital budget because when you look at state funding of universities in this day and age, that's where the bulk of the funding goes through now. It's not like they're getting a lot of money through the actual budget process, line items for universities. And I think this is the problem that these universities have is if you're taking state money, then you gotta have to play by whatever rules the state of Ohio gives you. And it's just something they have to either, man up to or just, not take the money.
Could colleges and universities do more to allow for the expression or the highlighting of conservative speech on campus? Because a lot of campus speech it leans left, but there are conservatives on campus, and should they do more to amplify those voices to sort of tamp down this criticism?
So I went to Xavier for undergrad, and I know that's private. But when I was in school, and Coulter came, right, to speak to us. I don't think we live in a state or an environment where people are stifled in terms of their political opinions and beliefs. What we're seeing happening, and this is happening in state legislatures across the country, they are trying to ban diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. That includes banning African American studies, women's studies, gender studies, black sororities and fraternities. For me, as a black woman, when I look at these policies and how gun-ho they are on making sure they pass, it just seems like an agenda led by Republicans and extreme conservatives in the name of culture wars for some sort of later long-term victory to stifle the progress of people of color in this country.
Bob, is that what they're trying to do? Are they trying to end these programs, DEI programs altogether?
No. What they're trying to do is make sure that they don't overrule everything else going on in the university. We now have hires that are taking place based on, DEI things, which, you know what? You got to hire the best person, no matter their sex, no matter their color, no matter their religion. You hire the best person. I don't know how that all of a sudden went away. Why is that a bad thing? I mean, why is it bad not to hire the best person possible? Why do we have to put a lot of, okay, this person's got to be female, this person's got to be a person of color? Why do we put those kind of constraints on what we're hiring and what we're teaching in universities? Why can't we?
I don't think that's happening. I mean, name a person who you feel like was hired based on their race. Oftentimes, these people are extremely qualified. And when we look at hiring across the country, be it C-suites and executives, all the way down to entry level.
In the United States that hired a vice president based on her gender and her race.
She was a U.S. senator.
Yeah, I'm not saying whether she was qualified or not, and we can argue that.
She was extremely qualified.
But why should we be putting ourselves in these self-imposed blocks when we're picking someone or deciding on what kind of things we're going to teach? We have to put a block around it by either saying a certain gender, a certain sexual preference, a certain color. Why do we put that box around?
Then we're going to get going.
Okay, we do not do that. And I think we have to really pay attention to equity and the disparate effects and impacts of not including an inclusionary policy when we're looking at hiring.
All right, let's get to our final off-the-record parting shots. And Desiree, you're up first.
Yeah, the Secretary of Health and Human Services sent a letter to Governor DeWine to update Medicaid enrollment after 86,000 Ohio children lost their Medicaid or CHIP coverage in 2023. So I'm curious to see how that moves through the legislature in the coming year ahead, especially since the trans bill has been something that involves children.
Bob. Okay. I'd like to note the passing of former Senate President Stan Aronoff. I worked for Senator Aronoff 30 years ago when he was Senate President, and he always had the best interests of Ohioans and Ohio in his heart, and especially with the arts community. He was a big arts supporter.
And Justin.
There was an Ohio Supreme Court ruling on a legislative candidate up in northern Ohio who had a prior felony conviction but is now able to run again. So we'll see the impact of that going forward.
All right, of course, it's Groundhog Day on Friday, and Buckeye Chuck did not see his shadow, so that means Spring arrives early, but with this caveat, Buckeye Chuck is not his real name. Apparently his name is Murray. So never trust a groundhog with two first names. See if that's worth. That's Columbus on the Record for this week. Continue the conversation on Facebook. Watch us anytime at our website, WOSU.org, YouTube,
Yikes,
and the
fam.
PBS video app. For our crew and panel, I'm Mike Thompson. Have a good week.
In Philadelphia, Shannon's killer was still on the loose.
From 1978 to 1999, I served as the chief executioner. I performed 62 executions in 17 years. People that recommend the death penalty, the jury, the judge, if they had to perform the execution, I think that they would enlighten a different story on giving the death penalty to anyone.
The United States is the last country in the developed West to execute criminals. About 50% of Americans are for the death penalty, and 50% against it.
Our capital punishment system is flawed.
This is not a matter of vengeance. It's a matter of justice.
The death penalty, we believe, serves as a deterrent.
Capital punishment is tainted by racial disparity.
Having my father's killers executed did not bring me a sense of closure.
Is it to restore society or is it to punish?
If you take a life, shouldn't your life be taken?
Justice is about us as a society.
In 1982 was my first execution. I was a correctional officer. One of my main jobs were to saving lives. So when it came down to execution, I had to transform myself into a person that would take a life.
Jerry Gibbons was appointed executioner in 1977 when the United States reinstated the death penalty. He grew up in the housing projects of Richmond, Virginia, and remembers one tragic night at a party.
When I was a teenager, I witnessed a young lady being shot to death right before my eyes. I wanted revenge for that young lady because she was innocent. I was totally for the death penalty. My thing is that if a person takes the life of another person, then that person's life should be taken, and that's what I believe.
Jerry received training to operate the electric chair and later to administer lethal injections. He became chief executioner in 1982.
I would say my team members take pride in their work, their preparations, getting this person ready for his next step in life. Prepare him to see his kids for the last time, a last kiss of his mother or sister, or even his wife or daughter. We all are human, and this is one human that had made a mistake, and he had to carry out the order.
Yikes, fam.
Outside of his team of 8, Jerry told no one about his work as an executioner, not even his wife.
We would keep it a secret. And I kept it a secret from my family.
Since 1977, He and other executioners across the United States have put over 1,460 people to death. It's a punishment that's supposed to be reserved for the worst of the worst.
It was a gorgeous day. It was a beautiful April morning. We met some friends in Boston.
23,000 runners and 500,000 spectators gathered for the Boston Marathon. Karen Broussard, her husband and daughter were cheering a friend over the finish line.
We were there for maybe 10 or 15 minutes, all excited with the crowd, watching everybody come through, and just suddenly it was this incredibly loud explosion. There were 7 of us there. 6 of us were injured. One of our dear friends lost both of her legs that day. I knew that my husband was pretty badly injured. My daughter had shrapnel from her hips to her feet, and I had shrapnel in both of my legs.
The 2 blasts injured over 260 people and killed 3, including Crystal Campbell, Lindsay Liu, and 8-year-old Martin
4.
Richard. Police pursued 2 brothers in a dramatic manhunt. "26-year-old Tamerlan Tsarnaev was killed in a shootout. A day later, police captured the younger brother, Zokhar, alive.
I'm the Joker, baby.
Over the next few months, Karen, Ron, and their daughter, like many of the bombing victims, had to undergo multiple surgeries.
I'm going to try to not let this change who I am. I'm not going to let this prevent me from living the life that I want to live. I'm not going to be afraid.
Later that summer, Karen traveled from her home in New Hampshire to Boston for Tsarnaev's arraignment at the federal court.
We were all seated together, and he walked out. He didn't look at any of us, but his hand was obviously injured. And my immediate response was, I hope that hurts. I hope it's painful. That was not like me. And the recognition of that about me was scary, because it isn't who I am.
Tsarnaev pled not guilty to all 30 counts, 17 punishable by death. The federal prosecutor asked victims if the U.S. should seek the death penalty.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what justice is. I thought I knew.
Terrorist acts are rare. Much more common are the murders and other violent acts that happen every day across the United States. In Philadelphia, Shannon Sheaver was finishing her first year of graduate school.
She had been up studying. It was an early Thursday morning. Her final exam was Friday morning. About 2 o'clock in the morning, she was preparing to take a bath. The assailant who attacked her, he pried open her sliding door. She screamed for help as she was being attacked. The next door neighbor heard that. He called 911. He told them that he heard his neighbor, Shan, scream for help, and he heard like a choking sound.
The police arrived within 20 minutes. They knocked on the door, but no one answered.
Enough talk. Been a while since we did this.
The next day, when Shannon didn't show up for a lunch date with her brother Sean, he drove to her apartment building.
One of Shannon's neighbors came down and answered the door, and Sean said, "I'm trying to reach my sister. I can't reach her." The guy just went pale. They said, "Oh my God, I called the police last night." They went running up the steps. They broke open her door, and she was laying naked on her bed. By the time we got to Philadelphia, though, the police were swarming around the apartment building, and they let us know immediately that she had been attacked and that she had been murdered.
Is absolute. Their will must be obeyed.
We were beginning to face the fact that part of us had died. And I mean, it hit us very quickly.
I just remember saying a whole lot of prayers that we'd be able together to get through this.
That weekend, they attended Mass.
When we got to the Lord's Prayer, saying the Lord's Prayer out loud was a real confrontation for me. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. I had to abandon something I had been saying, often probably thoughtlessly, thousands of times over my life.
And if anyone would have asked us, well, what would you want to do if you ever found who did this? I'd be so angry. I'd want him dead too, maybe. I don't know. I've never had this happen. It was just so painful.
8 days later, the Shebers buried their 23-year-old daughter.
You give your life to keep him safe. You'll bring him back at any cost.
God damn it, man.
What does society do when someone commits a horrific act of violence? For centuries, seeking justice was a community affair. And disproportionate blame fell on the poor, mentally disabled, and people of color. In the 1800s, some capital offenses were targeted specifically at slaves, establishing a racial bias that continues today. Executions reached a historic peak in the 1930s, averaging 167 per year. But then, in 1936, a gruesome execution caught the attention of the media. On August 14th, in Owensboro, Kentucky, Rainey Bethia was publicly hanged by a white sheriff. Many thought Bethia was innocent. One New York Times reporter wrote, 10,000 white persons, some jeering and others festive, saw a prayerful black man put to death today on Daviess County's Pitton Gallows. The outcry over Rainey Bethia's hanging did not put an end to capital punishment. Instead, it drove executions behind prison walls, out of public view. State officials built death houses and institutionalized the practice.
It's a death by formula. It's a scripted death. In the beginning, it was hanging. It was not only hanging, but it was public. And so you see the crowds coming and bringing a picnic lunch and celebrating. Then we moved from hanging to the electric chair. And then we began to have the horror stories.
God damn it, man. His sword is always going to be long enough where mine is not.
Lethal injection. And lethal injection, it's like we're going medicinal, so that we'll just be putting them to sleep.
But not everyone agrees.
The idea that
they should go out in an opiate haze, that it should be a pleasant death, is absolutely perverse.
The debate about the death penalty has become increasingly polarized and politicized.
We want a system that's fair. We want a system that respects the dignity of human beings.
The idea that we were executing innocent people was terrifying, and there was just no way that we hadn't and that we weren't.
Some people kill with an attitude so callous, heinous, sadistic, that they have forfeited their right to live.
I believe in a deterrent of one, and that is when we execute this person, we know he will never kill again.
Why is it?
So then, all right. So then, why is it perverse?
Really comes down to, in many cases, just where you live, who your DA is.
Why is if the reason that they're doing it is that they think they've
people not getting a fair shot.
they think they've forfeit their life, and so they can't live, and by no longer living, that means they can no longer kill again. What in those two incentives precludes the idea that one would want them not to go out in a opioid induced haze or a morphine overdose? Why is that unacceptable? Unless it's to exact a torturous punishment, which you think they deserve, and if you insist upon there being some sort of torture, then why not, if there's some sort of deterrent to it, why not A, put it on TV, and B, why not, like, bleed them out? Or cut, like, slit their throat, or blow up all their limbs one by one with tourniquets to ensure that their life is prolonged as long as possible, prolonged as much as possible, and so that they can experience the same level of pain. Like, I don't get it. This guy says that it's ridiculous to think that they should go out in some opiate haze. I want to look that up. Hold on. Now they're, yeah, fentanyl. If they're doctors, why are they not fucking... What? What kind of doctor is unqualified as a phlebotomist? If they're doctors, why are they not fucking... What? Doctors back out of participating in Nevada fentanyl execution after court asked for their qualifications. I will continue to attempt to locate qualified individuals, the Deputy Director of Corrections, William Gutierrez, told the court in written testimony. Yeah. That dude who said no opioids used in death penalty was a straight up sadist. Get fucked, bro.
Of the idea that the government has the right to kill, and also hold compassion and concern for victims.
Maybe in some books of justice, the person for this act deserves to die, but do we, as a society, deserve to kill them?
Today, capital punishment largely falls to the state in which the crime was committed, and laws and methods vary widely. Most states use lethal injection, but some still use gas chambers, the electric chair, hanging, and firing squads. Carrying out the death penalty is entrusted to specially trained guards like Jerry Givens. Of the 62 executions that Jerry's conducted, 37 were by electrocution and 25 by lethal injection. Lethal injection is considered the more humane form, but for Jerry, it made the job of killing another person a lot tougher.
I'm sorry, hello man.
When you talk about
I didn't even I don't have my little dingling thing going on.
You push,
Let me get this shit.
And once you push the button, the current flows in and the current comes out. And that's all I had to do was to push a button. But when it come down to death by lethal injection, you have 7 tubes.
Yeah, there was this dude in this video I was just watching that I've been watching. I'm gonna find it. Probably the most replayed.
Attitude so callous, heinous, sadistic, that they have forfeited their right to live.
I believe in a deterrent of one, and that is when we execute this person, we know he will never kill again.
Why is it?
And we politicize
that.
Here.
The idea that they should go out in an opiate haze, that it should be a pleasant death, is absolutely perverse.
It's perverse, he says.
The debate about the death.
I think your insistence that they don't have the most painless and positively or potentially pleasant death is perverse. I find you to be sadistic that you think that they should have an unpleasant death. Maybe they deserve to die an unpleasant death, But will you take part in causing someone's unpleasant death? Like, go author some more books where you, like, jerk off onto the page how you want to fucking torture people to death. You fucking freak.
Penalty has become increasingly polarized and politicized.
We want a system that's fair. We want a system that respects the dignity of human beings.
The idea that we were executing innocent people was terrifying, and there was just no way that we hadn't and that we weren't.
Some people kill with an attitude so callous, heinous, sadistic, that they have forfeited their right to live.
I believe in a deterrent of one, and that is when we execute this person, we know he will never kill again.
Why is it that the death penalty really comes down to, in many cases, just where you live, who your DA is?
We cannot recognize injustice when we see it. It's people not being treated fairly. It's people.
The ironic thing is, I was just reading this thing on, I was reading this thing on Reddit. Here, let me make it a little bigger. 7 years ago, this guy says, pure nitrogen gas would do it. Flood a chamber with nitrogen and no oxygen, within a minute you're unconscious, 2 to 3 you're dead. BBC documentary about executions, they concluded that inert gas asphyxiation is completely humane. They did a test on pigs, fucked up. They put food in a housing the pigs had to stick their head into filled with nitrogen. The pigs would repeatedly pass out but keep going for the food. They concluded that they experienced no pain and didn't even know anything was wrong because they kept going back. I guess if they're not killing the pigs and they're just testing whether they pass out, that's one thing. But the only execution that they've conducted so far in 2024, Kenneth somebody, 2024, Jan 25th, execution. Alabama gasses prisoner with nitrogen in first new execution method in decades. Alabama on Thursday executed convicted murderer Kenneth Smith, who held his breath in vain as officials asphyxiated him with nitrogen gas. Smith convicted of a 1988 murder for hire. Bro, I'm gonna be 36 this summer. I was born in 1988. What kind of a fucking penalty deserves to be carried out 36 years later? Like, just let the motherfucker live. He spent 36 years on death row. Like, cocksuckers. The most painless and humane method of execution known to man. The execution began at 7:53 and he was declared dead at 8:25. Smith appeared to remain conscious for several minutes after the nitrogen was activated, according to 5 journalists who were allowed to watch the execution through glass as media witnesses. Although the mask was also secured to the gurney, he then began shaking his head and writhing for about 2 minutes, and then could be seen breathing deeply for several minutes before his breathing slowed and became imperceptible. What I'm guessing is that he, like, the gas mask that was held over his face wasn't, like, fully vacuum sealed on, and he was able to create negative pressure by taking super deep breaths, and it was allowing little bits of oxygen to seep in around the edges, which, I mean, it was probably not his, like, fucking tactic, his strategy, but when you're, like, you might as well just fucking put plastic wrap over his fucking head. Like, just fucking grocery bag and duct tape him. There's no fucking difference. I'm sorry. I know you're going to bed and this is like not like let's go sleep on this image burned into our fucking mind's eye sort of topic, but that guy made me go out on a fucking real long tangent. Yeah, this guy, Alabama Corrections Commissioner John Hamm told a press conference he struggled against the restraints a little, but that's an involuntary movement. Of course it's involuntary. He wasn't volunteering to die. And so his movements resisting death are, by their very nature, involuntary. Some agonal breathing, as in like agony. So that was all expected. Yeah, but whatever's in the pills, they can be strapped to a gurney and it can be injected just the same. But that's what I was looking up here. The midazolam is a benzodiazepine, and using a benzodiazepine and hydromorphone, aka Dilaudid, aka an analog of morphine, an opioid. Anybody who's done a fucking drug harder than pot in their life knows that if you mix benzodiazepines and opioids in anything more than like the minimal amount that it takes for you to feel either one, and you have no tolerance, you're dead 8 times out of 10. So you give somebody a fucking horse dose of benzodiazepine and Dilaudid, and they're gonna die as happy as anybody has ever died, because benzodiazepines are what they give you to calm a seizure in the middle of like I need 4 milligrams of Ativan stat. That's alprazolam, Ativan, or fucking lorazepam, Ativan, lorazepam. Any drug that ends with am, pam, alprazolam, lorazepam, clonazepam, fucking whatever transine is, like all that shit, like it'll calm somebody who's having a seizure down to catatonic in moments if given intravenously. So you give something to someone who will calm them down from a seizure state to chill. What's going on here? Calm down. My fucking computer fans are going crazy. But yeah, you give something that'll calm someone down from a seizure state to fucking to catatonic, and then you give them hydrocodone, oxycodone, morphine, hydromorphone, Subutex, Suboxone, buprenorphine, any of these fucking opioid analogs, and they're gonna be dead in the most humane way possible. No, like, shutting down of the nervous system. It literally makes you stop breathing and stop having a hunger for air. Nitrogen gas literally just, well, the percentage, I think it's like the air we breathe is 70% nitrogen. Earth air composition. Yeah, nitrogen is 78%. It's 21% oxygen. Basically, they're just making it all nitrogen. They're taking your 21% oxygen away. So, nitrogen is a colorless, flavorless gas that we breathe. 80% of our air is nitrogen anyway, 20% of it's oxygen. And so you're basically just making someone breathe a fucking placebo until they die. It's literally gotta be just as bad as breathing through a straw small enough to kill you. Like that, like, shoot me in the face before you make me die like that. So, yeah. Dog shit. I'm gonna save this window, or this browser. That's gonna, it's gonna be useful in my, outlining tomorrow. No, it's just like, this lady's about to say it again too. Like, this whole fucking, the concept of maybe they deserve to die, but are you worthy to judge and pass the consequence of that judgment? And are we as a collective so pure in aggregate that we, like, there's a logical formula that can go, that can easily be summed up by ye who are without sin cast the first stone. And I am not a fucking Christ enjoyer, but that one applies. Like,
Not getting a fair shot.
You can be critical of the death penalty. You can be critical of the idea that the government has the right to kill, and also hold compassion and concern for victims.
Maybe in some books of
This one.
justice, the person for this act deserves to die, but do we, as a society, deserve to kill them?
Today, capital punishment largely falls to the state
That's
in
another
which the
thing.
crime was committed.
That's another thing, bro. I don't. Take this as gently as I can say this to you. Being for the death penalty, depending on the circumstances, means that you're for the death penalty. Meaning you don't want to abolish the death penalty. which means that you support it. I hate to say it, but I was thinking about that later, and that's a fence sitter take at the most charitable. Like, you either think that it should not be applied in any situation, or you're cool with it. Let me grab a drink. I'll be right back. Like 2 seconds. Where in the fuck? And that's cool. I mean, you can definitely be pro death penalty, but there's no such thing as case by case basis. The question is overarching. Because nobody who supports the death penalty wants it in all cases. Understandable. Yeah, alright. You can say ambivalent, but all I'm saying is all these people who support the death penalty, would you support the death penalty if you were wrongly convicted of murder? Then why do you support it now? Because obviously there's people who are wrongly convicted of murder. That's another point that I want to make. I'm putting that down. Would you support the death penalty even if you were wrongly convicted of murder? I know that's like a baby point, but at the same time, it's gonna force my opponent to have to bite a bullet. That no, if it were to affect them negatively, they would obviously change their stance. I've got a whole obsidian vault I'm setting up for my debate on Sunday. Anyway, how's things going for you, buddy?
And laws and methods vary widely. Most states use lethal injection, but some still use gas chambers, the electric chair, hanging, and firing squads. Carrying out the death penalty is entrusted to specially trained guards like Jerry Givens. Of the 62 executions that Jerry's conducted, 37 were by electrocution and 25 by lethal injection. Lethal injection is considered the more humane form, But for Jerry, it made the job of killing another person a lot tougher.
When you talk about execution and electrocution, is a button you push. And once you push the button, the current flows in and the current comes out. And that's all I had to do was to push a button.
I'm glad you're winning.
But when it comes down to death by lethal injection, you have 7 tubes of chemicals. You have 4 flushes and 3 deadly chemicals that is inserted into this man. And myself as the executioner, I'm at the end of each syringe. I'm pushing the poison down the tube into the body. So I'm more attached to this person than it is pushing a button and releasing it and let the current flow by itself.
15 days prior to an execution, the condemned would be moved to the death chamber where Jerry and his team worked.
All 9 of us were executioners, and we perfect a good execution. That's what we stood by.
The preparation was mental as well as physical.
We practice and practice and practice prior to the execution. Each of us knew our jobs, our assignment, and we never allow ourselves to get that close to anyone, you know. We train for that. We train this way. You don't get that close to them. The day of the execution, 24 hours prior to that, we have called a death watch. A guy will act differently because he knew that this is the last everything. This is the cell where the condemned stays. This is where the warden read his death warrant. His clergy person sit with him.
Look how disgusting this cat
During
is,
this
bro.
course of the day, the condemned
Fucking
is given a
drooling
shower,
everywhere.
his last meal,
You
his last
fucking
visitations.
gross ass cat.
By 6 o'clock, our preparations will start until the inmate is placed to death.
Alright, that's enough out of you, sweetheart. You need to get out of here.
At home in New Hampshire, Karen and her family were slowly recovering from their injuries.
It's not so much the loss of physical abilities, things like the loss of, especially for me, my rose-colored glasses, you know, just the reality. Relationships with people are different. Things
So
are
I
not
got
the
this
same.
piece of tape so I can't
And even with Ron and I, it's different.
move my
He's
ring finger.
working
so I
through
can't like
things, and I'm working through
clutch
things.
the bottom
and
of the controller with it.
It had been
Because
6 months since the bombing,
right
and
here-
Karen had not yet seen her good friend Celeste, who was with them at the finish line and lost both her legs.
Is like I looked it up. There's a
In the
tendon right
beginning,
here. It has to do
initially,
with moving your
I couldn't bring
finger
myself
like this.
to
And
do
I've been
so.
stressing really hard when I've been holding the controller,
Because I
especially while
felt
I'm doing the racing shit.
guilty.
Celeste and 16 others lost limbs that day. Ron was one of the lucky ones. Doctors were able to save his leg. But the trauma and pain still lingered.
We're gonna have to work for a long time to get to the new normal, whatever that's gonna be.
After months of deliberation, Attorney General Eric Holder announced the U.S. would seek the death penalty.
No ring for me. Are you being ironic or is that for
The
real?
defense will argue that Dzhokhar was pressured into it by his older brother, that he was a popular, well-liked college kid led astray.
You know, he's got to be held responsible. And I agree, and I do believe that. But I also think he's 19, just a kid, stupid.
Weird, actually.
Karen's son was the same age as Okar.
It didn't seem like such a hard decision when it was abstract. You know, I've got family and friends who are very religious and don't believe in it. And then I have others who just say it's the right thing to do. They're so sure. I don't know that it's right for me to make that decision, to take someone else's life.
In Philadelphia, Shannon's killer was still on the loose. The Shebers pressed for answers, but the police had none.
What the fuck?
It's just like you're in a coma.
Man.
I mean, you're just like walking through something, but you don't know exactly how you're going to deal with it. How am I ever going to get through this?
Just this tremendous sense of loss.
Oh my God.
And, you know, for some time I could visualize Shannon.
Hey, thanks, buddy.
Kind of walking through a
Take
door.
it easy, pal.
Just walking in the house and walking through a door, saying, "Hi, Da," and she called me Da.
She was so kind and generous and loving and helpful. She always would come to us and say, "Mom and Dad, I have to make a difference."
Shannon was many, many things. She had a tremendous appetite for learning.
Everybody loved Shannon. Everybody loved her.
She was an extremely loving daughter.
In their grief, Vicky and Syl turned to each other and reached out for support.
This takes time. It doesn't, you know, everybody goes down a different path and a different timeline to this journey toward healing.
They began attending support meetings for families of murder victims. There, they saw the devastating toll of sorrow and anger.
The father of one of the murdered daughters we know well took his first drink and he never stopped for a year. And he eventually lost his job and a marriage.
Bud Welch's daughter was one of 166 people killed in the Timothy McVeigh bombing of Oklahoma City.
One night, about a year later, he woke up in the morning and he had this dream. And his daughter, Julie, was there telling him, Dad, he murdered me. Are you going to let him murder our whole family?
God damn it.
The Shebers also saw the high price people paid for putting their lives on hold as they waited for an execution.
We started finding out what murder victims' families go through. If you decide to say, look, I want that man executed, it would take 15, 20 years, as much longer, for it actually to happen. And we just saw the effects that this had on these family members. We saw it destroying their lives.
During his years serving as Virginia's chief executioner, Jerry would hear inmates swear they were innocent.
When you hear a person going to his deathbed sticking out that he was innocent, to the last syringe going to his body, he's sticking out that he was innocent on his last words, his last breath. It gave me something to think about as the executioner, and it placed some doubt there.
There was one young man in particular, Earl Washington Jr.
He was trying to tell society back then that he was innocent, but yet no one really paid no attention.
In 1983, Earl was arrested in Culpeper, Virginia, and brought in for questioning. He thought it was for a burglary he had committed.
He said, I answer all the questions it's about different crimes.
What the fuck?
And he said that I said I did them. And Next thing I know, I was going to court for capital murder, rape and murder, which is called capital murder, which could carry the death penalty.
After intense questioning, police officers extracted a confession from Earl for the brutal rape and stabbing murder of a 19-year-old mother of 3. At his trial, experts testified that Earl had an IQ of only 69 and was extremely suggestible, casting doubt on his confession. Despite inconclusive evidence, the jury found Earl guilty and the judge sentenced him to death. He was taken to Mecklenburg, a supermax prison in Virginia.
He was scared to death. He was timid. He didn't want to come out of his cell. He's mentally retarded. He couldn't read, he couldn't write. I walked him into the cell, and if he needed anything, bang on the door, I'll come and see what you want. That was Earl the whole time he was on the road. He was scared and timid.
Hardest thing was for me when my mom and daddy came to see me at 500 Spring Street. Most people said they hate to see their mama cry, which I did.
Two weeks before Earl's date of execution, the guards came to transport him to the death house in Richmond.
They chained him up, put him in the waist chain, handcuffs, shackles, and they walked him out. Literally drug him out. And meanwhile, everybody's banging on the doors. They're cussing the guards.
Joe reached out to his caseworker, Marie Deans, to see if anything could be done.
I called Marie in a panic. I said, I don't know if this guy did it or not, but I don't think he did. I don't think this guy knows what's going on.
When Earl arrived at the death house, he was handed over to Jerry.
I received Earl from Mecklenburg. And when he came in, I carried him to the infirmary. He was given a complete physical. At that time, we only had death by electrocution, the chair. So he didn't have a choice.
You can hear the electricity running through the chair humming every day for the whole week I was there. He said they were getting it ready for me. I laughed at him. When that day came, I said, well, good Lord want me to go, I'll go, I guess. If he don't, I ain't going nowhere.
Working day and night, Joe and Marie secured a rare stay of execution. Marie was convinced that Earl had been pressured into falsely confessing.
My work with mentally retarded defendants made me know that this was what we would call a coerced confession, whether it was coerced psychologically or in some other way.
Did you kill that woman? No, sir. But you told the police that you did?
Yes, sir.
Why did you tell the police that you did it?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, sir.
Did you understand then that you were being accused of a murder?
No, sir.
You didn't understand that?
No, sir.
New DNA tests proved Earl was not the murderer. He was moved off death row, but he remained in prison. Virginia law at the time did not allow the introduction of new evidence. Jerry heard little about what happened to Earl. His focus was on preparing for the next execution.
Who the fuck ever heard of never introducing new evidence? Like, the actual fuck are you talking
One
about?
year after the Boston Marathon bombing, a memorial service brought everyone together for the first time.
When we walked down the road to the sites, Ron and I and Kristara stopped at each site and said a prayer.
Dream go, McDoodle.
A week later, Karen and Ron united with survivors at the 2014 Boston Marathon. They cheered their friend Celeste in a symbolic run across the finish line.
I am angry at what he did, and when I see my friends and they struggle and I see other survivors, I don't want my decision to be based on how angry I get in those instances.
That fall, Judge O'Toole announced the trial would be held in Boston.
We have two choices. We can either let him stay alive and have his interaction and have his joys, or put him to death and have that be the end of it. They don't get to see their little boy playing baseball anymore or reading him a story at night. And this young man is in jail and he's reading stories that he likes. He's got books available to him that he enjoys, or he meets with his sisters and gets to see pictures of their children growing up. And I just don't think it's fair that they have had their joys taken away from them, and he still is able to experience that.
Karen decided to attend the trial.
I want to be there to see justice.
In Philadelphia, nearly 4 years after Vicky and Syl's daughter Shannon was murdered, the police got a lead.
In 2001, there had been a series of assaults started taking place out in Fort Collins, Colorado. They put out a report to police agencies all across the United States. So they sent DNA from Shannon's case to Fort Collins.
The DNA was a match. The suspect was married and employed at an Air Force base.
So about 8 o'clock that night, 23rd day of April, 2002, this fellow and his wife walked into the police station. And by midnight that night, they had a full confession for the dozen different cases.
The man they arrested was 29-year-old Troy Graves, Philadelphia's elusive Center City rapist. Graves was accused of multiple counts of sexual assault and 1 count of murder in the death of Shannon Schieber. The prosecutor was District Attorney Lynn Abraham.
The prosecutor in the city of Philadelphia, who is known as a pretty deadly DA, in other words, she put more people on death row than any other prosecutor in Pennsylvania, and probably any large number around the country.
Troy Graves was found guilty, and the district attorney wanted the death penalty. But the Schiebers did not. It meant they would have to fight for the life of their daughter's killer.
We had said to each other and consulted with our very large families that what would we do if they ever caught him? Well, we would stick to our principles. You know, if someone was going to want him put to death, we were going to argue for life without the possibility of parole.
The district attorney voiced her disagreement and outrage.
Get fucked, lady.
The district attorney there became very, very upset, and she became very public with her opinion. And she said, I don't care what the Schiebers said. The death penalty was the appropriate sentence for their daughter's murder. Why would they not want it?
For Vicky and Syl, the answer was clear.
We just can't let this anger, this natural human anger and pain overwhelm us and make us so vengeful and hateful, because it would just, over time, destroy us. And we knew that.
Good for you.
Vicky and Syl received piles of hate mail, accusing them of not loving their daughter.
Get fucked.
You know, if you can't stand by your principles when it's difficult, they're not your principles.
Several years passed before Jerry learned that Earl Washington was not guilty.
It had to be like 15 or 20 executions after Earl was released from death row that I found out that he was innocent. I said, wow, that's close calling, you know. He came within days, and I would have executed an innocent person. Our criminal justice system is supposed to be the best in the world. I don't think we make those mistakes. But yet when you see a person like Earl Washington, something happened there.
In the aftermath of the Oklahoma City bombing in 1995, Congress passed legislation to escalate death sentences. The result was a dramatic increase in executions. By 1999, Jerry was putting to death more than one person per month.
The death certificate reads death by homicide. You know, it don't make sense. I don't want to be considered as a person just committed a homicide, but that's what it reads. After 62 executions, the only killer that I could see was myself, and I refused to look into the mirror.
He nearly took the life of Earl Washington and couldn't help but wonder if there were others. Research now shows that for every 9 executions, there is one inmate found innocent and exonerated. 1 out of 10 who might have been mistakenly put to death. Nearly 2 years after the bombing, the trial was about to begin. Karen left her home in New Hampshire early to arrive for the opening statements. It was the first time she had seen Tsarnaev since the arraignment. Inside the courtroom, Karen and the other survivors were seated just 20 feet away. He refused to look at them. The defense team would make the case that Dzhokhar Tsarnaev was unduly influenced by his older brother. The prosecutors would argue that he was fully responsible for his actions. Many victims shared their experiences, including the father of 8-year-old Martin, who described having to choose between comforting his dying son and saving his daughter. Over the next 4 weeks, Karen and other survivors relived the horror of the bombing. They reached out to each other for support.
Coming to court, it was amazing how quickly and how close we all got. We're like a family.
But her husband, Ron, stayed away.
Since the bombing, Ron has changed. It's a hard thing to watch the man that you love struggle so desperately and be so angry. He's just not the same as he was before.
Federal jury convicted Dzhokhar Tsarnaev on all 30 counts he was facing for the Boston Marathon bombing.
In just 11 hours, the jury found Tsarnaev guilty of all charges. Now they would decide if he should be put to death. The survivors were divided. Karen's friend Celeste was for a death sentence. The Richards, not wanting to go through years of appeals, had decided against it.
It's a long, tough process to really examine why you feel what you feel. You really have to look at yourself pretty hard to decide.
As soon as Vicky and Syl learned the identity of the man who raped and murdered their daughter, Vicky wanted to know more.
I want to know why. I want to understand what he did. Why was this going forward like this? What was going on? Where was his background? I have to talk to his mother. I wanted to understand who he was.
Vicky located Troy Graves' mother and gave her a call.
We were on the phone together for many, many hours. and tears, just tears, sobbing with each other. I said, but I want you just to understand what you are going through. I want to share with what I'm going through, and maybe we can help each other and learn from each other and just come to some kind of peace with all this. Because God, you must be going through a terrible time. You lost your son, you know. And she says, oh, Mrs. Schieber, I murdered your daughter.
Troy Graves' mother blamed herself for her son's actions.
And I said, I don't understand. What are you saying? She said, it got more and more violent in our household. And my kids would come to me and they'd say, please, Mommy, let's go. This is Daddy's bad. I was telling them, I can't. I don't have a job. I don't have, education. I can't support you. Oh my God, how can I be angry?
Vicki began meeting with inmates on death row. She discovered a system of victims on all sides.
We could just hear Shannon say, Mom and Dad, now that you know about the system, the terrible flaws, the bias, the racial, the geographic bias, the cost issues, they don't get good lawyers, just all the, I could go on and on. What are you going to do about it?
They began advocating across the country and quickly found that many people thought all victims wanted the death penalty.
They say that the reason we have to keep the death penalty here is because that's what murder victims' families want. That's going to give them peace. That's going to give them justice. And we come in and say, not quite. We've been through this. This isn't the way.
If you lose a child, part of you dies. So you have to kind of learn to live with this hole in your heart. Either we can continue to dwell on it and kind of well up the misery and sustain that misery that we incurred because of what was going on, or we can try and force things to change to the extent we can.
They countered their grief by sharing their story and providing testimony that would influence death penalty legislation.
Losing a loved one to murder is a tragedy of unimaginable proportions. This all happened.
Her testimony helped Maryland become the 18th state to repeal capital punishment.
I've told my daughter's story now in 22 different states, and I have seen the tremendous effect of this whole system on murder victims' family members.
In an ongoing tribute to the memory of their daughter, Vicki and Syl continue their efforts to end the death penalty. In Boston, nearly 3 weeks had passed since Tsarnaev was found guilty. But the federal jury had yet to make a decision about whether he should be put to death. Karen went to the courthouse nearly every day. Over the course of the trial, she had become one of the main spokespersons and media contacts for the survivors. But for now, there was nothing to do but wait. Suddenly, a text from a clerk inside alerted her that the jury was close to a decision.
They're going to be coming down with the verdict anytime now. I would prefer it be the death penalty just because I think that's the fair thing, the right thing. As awful as that is, I think it's the just thing.
What?
So that's what I'm hoping.
And we are coming on the air because the jury deciding the fate of Boston Marathon bomber Johar Tsarnaev has reached a verdict.
No fucking
way. They have
way.
sentenced him to death.
No fucking way.
News of the verdict
well, we start
traveled
over.
fast.
We start over, boys.
I know that there's still a long road ahead, but right now it feels like we can take
Whoever
a breath
heard of the fucking...
and kind
Does
of
it not work? Hold on.
actually breathe again, without even realizing
Breathe
that you're holding your
again,
breath. And
breathe
once the verdict came in, it was like, okay, now we can start from here and go forward.
Tony Braxton shit, right?
With Tsarnaev's fate sealed, Karen began the long drive home.
Sucks to be named Karen, doesn't it?
I don't think it evens the score. I don't think that it teaches anybody anything. I don't believe that it's going to be a deterrent to the next young man who has anger, but I just think that there's no other choice in my mind that is fair.
After 17 years and 62 executions, Jerry's time as executioner came to an abrupt end. In the midst of preparing for another execution, he was subpoenaed by a grand jury and accused of money laundering. Jerry claimed he was innocent, but the court found him guilty.
Ooh, maybe you should get the fucking death penalty, huh, executioner
The
man?
Sunday after his sentencing, Jerry's long-held secret about his role as executioner became public.
They put it in the paper. They say the man that carried out execution orders for the state of Virginia was found guilty. Once it was out, I mean, I'm exposed. So I got to come forward. I got to tell my wife, is this in the truth about this? Yeah. Well, I didn't know. No, because I didn't tell you. I didn't want you to have to go through what I have to go through.
While Jerry served his time, he learned that Earl Washington received a full pardon, and after 17 years, was finally released from prison.
About 4% of the guys that I've executed, they stuck out that they were innocent. So, and then after Earl's case, placed out there to find out that innocent people were there on death row.
After serving his time, Jerry worked hard to rebuild his life. He began speaking out against the death penalty, one of the few executioners to do so.
We need to do that. We need to change. And I didn't enjoy killing people, so what can we do to prevent these things from happening?
Jerry thought often about Earl Washington.
If I ever get to see him, I will say, I'm sorry. I'm glad that things didn't go the way they was planned to go. And I'm glad to see you on this side, because I can't apologize to you after I take your life. After I hit that button, that's it. I'm glad I didn't get the chance to hit that. So I apologize to you for even thinking the way I thought you was guilty.
Jerry decided to visit Earl, to talk with him face to face. Though it had been many years, Jerry and Earl swapped stories and quickly rediscovered a shared past.
I ain't him one day. I was at Mecklenburg. That was in '85. I went to Richmond Park on Swing Street then. Okay. That's where they had the electric chair that day.
Yeah. I wonder what went through your mind,
Yeah,
knowing that you was innocent.
I told my mama I hated the whole world.
Yeah.
She said, boy, I didn't raise you up like that. I raised you up in the church. I said, I realized that.
It's a good thing that I didn't kill him, because I don't think I could wear that. He didn't do anything wrong, so it's something that I would have had to face. But to see him crossing that bridge and to meet him and hug him, it's a good feeling. And if you don't know because you weren't in my shoes.
All I can say is not only did I not money launder, I didn't execute fucking 60 odd people. So I don't know if I feel bad for you, Holmes. I got 99 problems, but an execution ain't one.
Good evening. I'm Laura Sparks, president of the Cooper Union, and it is my privilege to welcome you to our historic Great Hall. The Cooper Union is a small but mighty college among the nation's very best for students pursuing degrees in architecture, political act. Have you all here?
In America, and then he had a
here. What I started to
the director of the ACLU Trone Center for Justice and Equality, Jeffrey. We're honored to have you all here.
Good evening, everyone. Y'all can do better than that. Good evening. We are in a place where people have come to address important issues since, I guess, around 1860. And today is no exception. Today, October 10th, is World Day Against the Death Penalty. So much more important and significant. I've had the pleasure of seeing this film, and the thing it brought to mind to me was the title of a book written by William Burroughs. The title of that book is Naked Lunch. And when Burroughs was asked, what does that title mean? He said, it's that moment when everyone has to look at what is really on the end of their fork. And that's what this film does about the death penalty. And I would like to start with Shanoya. Where did this come from? Because I have been a criminal defense lawyer for 34 years before I came to the ACLU. I know something about the death penalty. Did you have some experience with the death penalty that brought this out of you? I'm just trying to understand where this came from.
Well, first of all, thank you for your work and your many decades of work and the work of the ACLU, and I'm really honored.
Thank you. And I would like to start with Shanoya. Where did this come from? Because I have been a criminal defense lawyer for 34 years before I came to the ACLU. I know something about the death penalty. Did you have some experience with the death penalty that brought this out of you? I'm just trying to understand where this came from.
Well, first of all, thank you for your work and your many decades of work and the work of the ACLU, and I'm really honored.
Thank you.
I'm really honored that this film is part of the advocacy that you all have been doing, so thank you. I did not have any prior experience working in prisons. I'd never been in a prison before. What inspired me to tell this story was Troy Davis's execution in September 2011. And leading up to his execution, hundreds of thousands of people around the world were protesting against it, including a handful of retired wardens and directors of corrections. And that small group of people band together to write a letter to the governor urging for clemency, not just on the grounds of Troy's potential innocence, but they spoke to the emotional and psychological consequences they knew killing him would have on those sanctioned to do so. So the morning after he was executed, I just asked myself out loud as I was riding the bus in Philly to work, well, if so many of us are navigating all of this frustration and anger and sadness, what must it be like for the people who had to kill him? What is it like for your livelihood to be tied to the taking of human life? And I thought that it would be telling the story from the perspective of a warden would be a really complicated and interesting way to navigate the consequences of the death penalty through the gaze of a perpetrator of the system.
I think that answer is really interesting because when most people consider the death penalty and what it means, we are thinking the death penalty and what it means. We are thinking about the person who is going to be executed. We are maybe thinking about the person whom that person may have killed. We're thinking about family members, but there are so many other people that are impacted by this practice that America is still addicted to. Aldous, one of the things that I've seen by watching the entire movie is a scene where you and Alfred are talking about what's actually going to be done to you. About the person who is going to be executed. We are maybe thinking about the person whom that person may have killed. We're thinking about family members, but there are so many other people that are impacted by this practice that America is still addicted to. Aldous, one of the things that I've seen by watching the entire movie is a scene where you and Alfred are talking about what's actually going to be done to you. And there were no words that came out of your mouth for that entire scene, and that really had an impact on me. I'm going to ask you a similar question. Where did this come from? Where did the performance that you gave come from in terms of your personal experience or your interest in subject like the death penalty?
Well, first of all, it's an honor to be sharing the stage with y'all. It's an honor to be here on behalf of ACLU. How y'all doing? I'm feeling good, feeling like we're doing things, y'all. Feeling good. My general idea of what I thought, or my opinion of the death penalty was, my general idea was changed from conversations with this lovely genius right here. What I started to understand is that on the other side of judgment, very often do we forget to see someone else in ourselves. We very often forget to see the humanity in someone else, regardless of what may have or have not occurred. So very few times do we employ mercy or empathy. With my character, I wanted to try my best to have this conversation with the audience to see him as a human being. So it was my ambition to see him as a human beyond his situation that inspired or motivated my choices. Did a little research, went up to San Quentin with Bronwyn Cornelius, one of our awesome producers. Is she in the audience? Bronwyn, you here? Yeah. Round of applause. When I went up there, went to go actually interview some of the brothers that were on death row, was not allowed to speak to them personally. We were allowed to.
I want to thank all participants present here this morning. Together, we have come a long way since 2007, and we have made important achievements within the UN.
Once everything's perfectly organized, I'll start working on my thesis.
Grammarly will ensure you feel confident nailing your final thesis by supporting your writing journey from start to finish. Welcome to Ideation Station.
How do I write the perfect intro paragraph?
You start
channel.
He makes pretty
All right,
good videos, so I thought I would have a talk with him. I think he's quite cool. No! Change the time.
Personally, we were allowed to speak to some of the brothers who were doing life, had life sentences, but as far as the brothers who were on death row, we were not able to interact, and there was almost an inhumane nature. And in my mind, I was saying, are they treated this way all the way up into their last moments, to be cut off from all semblance of communication? That's insane, because it just seems torturous all the way up to the last beat.
Do you know what they were afraid of happening if you talked to these people? What did they think was going to happen?
They didn't tell us. They simply gave us the rules which we were to abide by. So I was, even when they're transferred across the yard, all the other inmates are made to turn their backs and not even speak or look at these brothers. I was like, are you kidding me? So with this particular character, I wanted to at least display the range of humanity that is still left within a person. Regardless of what you believe, there's still a human being down to the last moment, and at least work to try to acknowledge that part.
Alfred, the words that keep coming into my head, having seen the film, are, "I'm just doing my job," that you uttered at one point, and I think maybe at several points in this film. How did you prepare for this role? What did it take?
Well, I went with Chinoya to some Ohio prisons, and women's and men's prisons, and we were able to actually have some time with 2 condemned men, a lot of time with wardens who are active. In the state of Ohio, there are 8 women wardens, and I think 4 or 5 of them are sisters, and they are wardens in men's maximum, and I learned a lot on that trip. I always like to do things I don't know how to do, because otherwise you're bored. I mean, that's why you're an actress, because you have to constantly keep learning. You're in the people business, so you got to know who people are, what they do, and then after that, you got to care about the people that are consuming your stories. So really, all I had to do is take that trip and understand that there are lives in the balance, understand that the point of telling this story was to bring forward an experience that the vast majority of Americans know nothing about, including myself, is who are the people? Before this, maybe I thought if you're a woman, you want to be a warden, you must have been stomping on frogs when you were a little girl or torturing things. But people come to it from mental health, from the social work. So it was a learning process. And one of the things I realized is that we can never separate ourselves from another human being. Anything that happens, any human action in the world, no matter how heinous or no matter how glorified, we are capable of that. And that is something that you want people who hear any story to understand. And so I had to put away, which is what an actor does, you put away your opinions, your way of speaking, your way of moving, everything about you, and you let another person's voice and point of view come forward. So it wasn't hard to do that, especially once you meet everybody involved. All you have to do is stay open and believe it. The thing is, if she didn't do her job, all hell would break loose. It's going to happen anyway. So the thing that you can bring to it is whatever you think your sense of giving dignity and organization and safety is. And I'll tell you, every warden that we talked to, a couple of them were men. One was the director of corrections for the state of Ohio. One was a man who it seems, has put more people to death than any person in the world, because he worked in the big killing houses in America. And then he had a complete turn, and he has traveled the world, speaking against the penalty. But where was I going with this? They said that they had never carried a person through the process. There's all the euphemisms.
Yes.
That they didn't thank them wholeheartedly in the end, because when, again, they're putting to death people that they know, that they're co-workers. They see them every day for 10 years, at least, and then you have to kill your office mate, kind of. So that's why they have such strong PTSD. But it also shows how warped and pitiful the whole thing is. That all you want at the end is somebody to walk with you, somebody to see you, somebody to know, yeah, I was with Troy Davis that last day.
Did any of you find your views on the death penalty changing as you went through this process? I'm going to throw it to anybody. Aldous, you're smiling, so you're up.
I will say that I wouldn't say changed so much as reaffirmed or solidified, because I've always, for all intents and purposes, generally been against the death penalty. However, I've always allowed myself to understand I'm human and fallible, which to a degree I say, if I was on the opposite end, if one of my family members had been killed and somebody put that option in front of me, whether I was to vote for or against it, what would I do? I don't know. The true answer is I didn't know, because I'm not sure where the passion would come in. I would hope that I would make the better choice. Going through this experience has reaffirmed that the better choice to be beyond the idea of vengeance, to always root in support of the idea of redemption, is the only choice. And I had a rule for myself when I was, I think, 13 or 14, where I said, don't become that which you despise the most. Meaning, whatever is built against you, whatever monster is plaguing you, don't become that. Do we have the right to kill those who have taken lives? Where does the idea of justice become complicit in the participation of injustice? And I think that's the question that's really posed when it comes to the death penalty. So for me, I don't think that we have that right. I don't think we'll ever have that right. And to justify it to a point where we feel like it's okay nullifies our own humanity. I just saying how I feel, you know what I'm saying? I learned a few things, you know what I'm saying? That's just saying how I feel. You know what I mean?
I'm wondering, as a director, as you are working with this plot, working with this issue, you made a decision about portraying what appeared to be the father and mother of the victim in the case that resulted in the death penalty. And I felt even a tension in that portrayal, and I'm just wondering what was one of your goals there, because I felt like the father was maybe not so interested in the execution, but the mother really felt like she needed this to make herself whole.
Well, I included them for a couple reasons. The biggest reason was I wanted to pose the question of does an execution really provide justice for the family? You know, I was in my years of research, I was reading a lot of case studies, and I talked to a few families who had family members murdered, and I think about myself. I unfortunately have had a few family members killed, and I think about the first case study I read. There was a mother who her daughter was killed, and it took 17 years to execute the person who killed her daughter, and she was sad that she still didn't feel a sense of closure.
Yes.
And I think about myself with when family members have
A long time
died.
to work for no closure.
I realized that me holding on to
Sorry
the
about that.
anger is not liberatory. And I really wanted to explore that. And what that dynamic you mentioned with the husband and the wife, it's accurate, where the husband, I think, is more ready to move forward and realizing that him moving forward will not come with or without an execution. It has nothing to do with that system, but the wife is not yet at that place yet. And so I really wanted to explore that question. And I really wanted to juxtapose parents, right? In the first 10, 15 minutes of the film, we spend a little bit of time with the mother of a man who's about to be executed. And I really wanted to juxtapose the different realities, but also show that they're quite connected in some ways as well.
Alfred, I was saying backstage that one of the things in this movie that impacted me so much was a scene where you are describing to Aldous what's going to happen to him. And as I watched this, I saw a woman who was trying to be compassionate and respectful, but I'll never forget, at one point you said, well, we're going to do the procedure. And the attempt to humanize an event that is so inhuman. I'm just wondering about that struggle as you're portraying this character, because I saw that part of the film, and then the part of the film where you and the person playing your husband are having issues in your marriage. That proximity to the death penalty, usually the wardens are not the people that we're thinking about having a struggle with humanity and inhumanity. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Well, the language of procedure comes from Chinoya, and it comes from the language of the system. And one of the things
We're gonna get it this time, boys.
I was struck most about that I don't have in my life is
Got
protocol.
all the way
the protocol
to
is more important than anything else.
1, 2,
it trumps
3,
whether
4,
your
5,
mother's
6,
died,
7
anything.
from the end.
And so if you just keep with the protocol,
First
you
try,
know,
and now I'm just stuck on the first
I can
one
understand
'cause
it for.
sucks.
I've never been in the military, but it is a way to keep chaos from breaking loose when you're asking people to do things that
Quit
are
fucking
against
around with
the
this
way
axe
they've been
anyway. It's doing
trained
nothing but
probably
trouble.
since
Nothing but
children about
trouble for
humanity
me.
and love and a lot of spiritual input. So that language is there. And, you know, it's that thing, and I get it. When you have to go into battle, when you have to fly a plane, when you have to do those things that I'm an artist and I'm ill-equipped to do because I get too emotional about it, and is the ability to just stay on point. And so when she talks to him about what he wants to eat, to me that is the most brutal thing you had to do. And especially speaking to Aldis's, you know, him as the actor.
Boom. That
playing
was
the
easy.
character.
Staples
People have
easy,
emotions.
but
They tuck them different places. That's why they get ulcers. That's why they drink. That's why most of them, if they're married, are on their third marriage. Is because, you know, you all think we wild out as artists, but we're probably the healthiest people emotionally because it comes there. It has to do with discipline, but the discipline, if you've been doing this and you let a stitch drop, everything comes apart.
Yes.
So she and others can't afford to not believe in the righteous cause. And what happens is they all know that they have actually taken people out that they didn't know might be guilty or that they knew they were guilty. But if the governor doesn't call, then there's nothing that they can do. So you have to, so there's sort of like a band of people that have had to go into a village and clear the village you know, those things we ask people to do with our tax dollars. So anyway, I don't forget what you asked me, but
Well, what I will
it's
say.
not hard for me to do because I'm an actor,
Mhm.
and I'm disciplined, and I find that person's
Easy.
point of view,
Easy
and I
clap.
can reason out of that person's point of view.
I think one of the things when you see this film, and I would encourage everyone to see this film, is that you will see a woman struggling mightily to inject humanity into what is an essentially inhuman procedure. And that's part of the story of the death penalty in America. We
say it's
try
very
and make
human.
it something different
I
than
don't
what
think
it
it's
is. Because if
humane.
we have that naked lunch moment and look at what's
Semantics,
really
but,
on
I
the
mean,
end of the fork, we couldn't be doing
Speak
this
accurately,
anymore.
my friend.
I'd like to thank these three people for their work for this film. Thank you much. Make sure to see this film, and please make sure to tell your family, your friends, the people in your community about it, because it is the kind of thing that will make people leave the theater thinking, I don't know what to do about this. And that moment of cognitive dissonance is when people can do something different than they've ever done before. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And thank y'all for your time.
Thank you.
And we're now going to have a second panel this evening. And the panelists are actually going to walk out here and introduce themselves. And here they come. Give them a little hand, even if you don't know who they are. I'm going to start down at this end and ask our panelists to each take a moment and give you an introduction about who they are and why they're here.
Hi, I'm Cassie Stubbs. I'm director of the ACLU's Capital Punishment Project. I represent people on death row across the country, in particular in the South, and I have for many years now. And I really see today some of the same drivers and problems with the death penalty that I did when I began this work 20 years ago. And that is we still see really outrageous racial disparities and racial discrimination in these cases. And we still see all too often that it is the quality of your lawyering that makes the decision whether you get the death penalty. The people charged with the death penalty have not the best, but all too often the worst lawyers.
Hi, I'm Hannah Cox. I'm the National Manager of Conservatives Concerned About the Death Penalty. We are an organization that
You
works
laugh
across
it
the
up.
country
You
to,
laughed at the fact
educate
that her name is
conservatives and
Cox.
libertarians about
That's
the
a
problems
beautiful
with capital
thing, man.
punishment and the reasons
Good to
why
know people
the
out
system
there
doesn't align with
really,
our
really
values and should
take
be
this
done
shit
away with.
seriously.
And I come to this issue as someone who was formerly very pro-death penalty and was very unaware of many of the problems in the system for a long time, and started to encounter things around mental illness and the death penalty years ago that really shook me and made me change my mind on this, and I try to give that to others as I speak to them.
Hi, I'm Anthony Graves, and I'm a Texas Death Row Exoneree number 138.
That's badass.
I was, back in 1992, I was falsely arrested, wrongfully convicted, and sentenced to death for a crime I knew absolutely nothing about. While I was down there, I had 2 execution dates, and I witnessed over 413 men getting executed around me. Some was mentally ill, some was innocent, a lot were guilty, but they all meeting the same fate. And I decided at that time that once I came home, and I always said once I came home, that I would get out here and I would commit my life to abolishing the death penalty. And so I traveled the globe. Thank you. Thank you. I just want to say that I don't know who's for or against the death penalty. That really today doesn't matter. It's does the death penalty work? and we now know that it doesn't. So what are we going to do about it? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chris McDaniel. I'm a news producer with Last Week Tonight. Previously, I was an investigative reporter, and I reported mostly on lethal injection. I got into this topic back in 2013 when the governor of Missouri announced that from now on, it would be against the law to publish the identity of where the state was obtaining its execution drugs. And from now on, the public would not know where they were getting it. And with another reporter that I was working on it with, we spent a few months, found out that the state was violating the law in how it was obtaining its drugs from a pharmacy that wasn't even licensed in the state.
Yeah, that's some shitty
good evening.
shit too.
My name is
Fucking
Alexis
bums.
Hogue, and
Y'all
I'm a
gotta
practitioner
gotta
resident
commit
of the
crimes
Eric
to
Holder
put people to
Initiative at
death
Columbia
for committing
University,
crimes.
And I teach a class there called Abolition of the Death Penalty. And I approached teaching after spending over a decade as a post-conviction death penalty lawyer, mostly in federal court in Nashville, Tennessee. And I had a professor here in New York, Brian Stevenson, and I'm sure many of you know his name. And Brian taught me, and it's something that I've carried with me, that we are worth more than the worst thing that we've ever done. And so I approached the work from a human rights and a civil rights perspective. So much of what I did was, yes, read and write briefs, file things in court, argue in court, but what I did most is sit with my clients. And I bore witness, I cataloged trauma, and I convinced usually a federal judge that my client's life was worth saving. And it's been a privilege to take those lessons that I've learned and to teach them to a new generation of future abolitionists of the death penalty. Thank you.
So I'd like to get our conversation started, and I want to start, Anthony, with you. Backstage, we were talking about the issue of expertise.
Yeah, wrecked.
Cassie and Alexis are two of the most expert lawyers in America on the death penalty. I'd like to suggest that you may have more expertise than both of them. And can you talk about that?
And I don't want to just, I know they do great work, right? But they don't want to learn it the way I had to learn it. But it always amazes me when I'm on the panel and I hear the experts talk about my community, where I live at, and everything that's going on, and the stats and all that. And I be thought, I know this stuff, and I never had to study it. You know, I lived it. But what was the question?
Well, and so I had to get that in, but the other thing I wanted to ask you about was we've just heard something about Brian Stevenson, and he is always talking about proximity. Right. You were proximate with the significant possibility of your own death.
Yes.
You were proximate with the death of the people around you on death row. And as we talked about backstage, with the people who were connected to all of those folks. And I'd just like you to talk about that proximity and how that has impacted you and the work that you're doing now.
Well, when you talk about proximity with the death penalty, you have to think about the families. All right, this thing has a ripple effect. It doesn't just affect the guy in the cheap seats, as I call him. Right? It affects his mother, his children, his siblings. You know, it definitely has a ripple effect. And it doesn't stop there. You have correction officers that have to go down there every day, that work in that environment every day, and they're not treated no better than we are. I know y'all might think that's a surprise to hear me say that, but I'm just going to be honest with you. They have rules and regulations that they have to follow as well, and they're locked up with us 10 to 12 hours a day, and it wears on them. There's a high turnover ratio down there because people can't take it anymore. When officers first come in, you know, they are taught to treat every inmate the same way. But for death row, when they come in and, you know, they treat you like a death row inmate, but they've been working there 2-3 years and they've gotten to know you. No longer are you that inmate. You become their friend. there's a bond that's created, right? And you know, the system doesn't like that. They call that friendly officers, right? And so officers have a hard time trying to be who they really want to be with you because they don't want to be labeled as a friendly officer. So, but this thing has an impact on everybody, man. It has an impact on the community. You know, I remember the day I got out, man, it was everybody in the community out there celebrating. You know, very relieved because they always believed in me. So it has an impact. No one is sort of kind of exempt from this thing when it touches us. It is our problem. It affects all of us. Remember this, when they execute, they don't just execute, they execute in your name. The state of Texas, the state of New York, well, New York, no more, but I'm just saying, right? So they even include you when they execute. They're saying they're doing it on your behalf, right? And knowing that should be empowering because now you can say, I don't want that no more. Don't do it on my behalf anymore, right? Not on my behalf. Because we don't know if this person is innocent or guilty, and we're killing him. I don't want that stain on my hand. So, yeah, it has a big ripple effect.
I'm gonna come back to you, Alexis.
God, Jesus
21 states
Christ,
have
they
abolished
used
the
9
death penalty.
fucking gourds on
4 more
one
states have put a moratorium
phase.
on it. That is half the states in the country that are not killing people anymore. Is there a negative side to that picture, though?
There is. And in addition to the 29 states that still have the death penalty, our federal government still has the death penalty. And what we've seen now, and I know Cassie has experienced this with this as well, is that this administration is seeking the death penalty in jurisdictions that don't actually have it. So in Michigan, there are cases greenlit in Detroit that will be tried in federal court where they're seeking the death penalty. Right here in Manhattan, the Southern District of New York, they're scheduled to have a death penalty trial. And most recently, we learned that AG Barr is seeking an execution of 5 men on death row. I understand that one of them has a stay now, but the federal government hasn't executed anyone in close to 20 years. And so there is this strong desire to ramp up this machinery of death, even though nationally, for the first time, over half of Americans are announcing that they have lost their appetite to seek death. So our federal government is moving in the opposite direction. Tennessee is a state where I practiced as a federal public defender, and I continue to represent folks in Tennessee during my time at the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. And Tennessee, for the first time in many years, executed 5 people between August 2018 and August 2019. And on a day in which the state AG, who's an appointed official, objected to an agreement that was entered into by a local district attorney, a trial judge, victims' family members, and the defendant to take someone off death row. I'm speaking about Abu Ali Abdur Rahman. State AG filed an objection and said, no, put him back on death row and let's schedule an execution date for
Oh,
April
you're
16th,
kidding
2020.
me. You hit me out
And
of
on that
midair
same
with
day,
a
the state
shit
AG
glob.
announced that he was seeking execution dates for 9 men on death row. And included in that number of 9 were all the men on death row from Nashville, Tennessee. And he was sending, the state AG who's appointed was sending a message to the local district attorney in Nashville that said, no, we don't want to execute Abu Ali. And so we do have outliers. Despite this amazing trajectory that we've experienced through the news of Washington State, and Jeff and Cass were a big part of that campaign, and most recently in New Hampshire, we do have the federal government moving in the opposite direction. We have states like Tennessee that are moving in the opposite direction.
Cassie? Since I've come to the ACLU, one of my privileges has been to work with the Capital Punishment Project, with you and the other lawyers in that project. I'm wondering if you could talk to folks about the concept of saving half of your pie until after your execution.
Yeah, Jeff's alluding to one of the really heartbreaking of unfortunately too many heartbreaking stories of executions. And just to build on what Alexis said, when we look big picture, the death penalty is on the ropes in America, and we shouldn't lose sight of that. We are winning. States are abolishing the death penalty. The number is down for the first time in my lifetime. Half the states in this country don't have the death penalty. Public support, in part because, as Anthony opened with, even if you think you support the death penalty, you're probably not for the death penalty for innocent people. And we've seen that we can't get it right. We cannot protect the innocent. So there is this incredible movement, but at the same time, there's this incredible danger. And that's the story of Billy Ray Richter, who had shot himself in the head and had such significant brain damage that he saved half his pie for after his execution, believing that he would come back to eat it. That's who we execute in America. We execute people with inadequate defense. We too often execute people for arbitrary reasons. We heard about Tennessee and the federal government. We saw, of course, in that same state, Arkansas, where they set 8 executions in 10 days because their drugs were expiring. This isn't justice, it's not right, and it's another reason why we have to turn from the death penalty.
Cassie, I'm going to come back to you as well. But I want to go to Hannah for a minute. We've just heard what Cassie is saying about the death penalty in America. And when you gave your introduction, you said that there was a time when you were in favor of the death penalty, but there were things that started to happen that you started to become aware of that changed your mind. And one of the conversations you and I had was about the power of values and how focusing on values was something significant for you. Could you talk about that and the kinds of conversations you're trying to have
fucking
with other
camera,
folks?
bro.
Yeah, so as someone who grew up very conservative and still would call myself a libertarian-leaning conservative, I think that we have principles that we really hold ourselves to and that we evaluate most government programs by. We believe in limited government because we think it's fallible, because we think there's problems with it, that it's prone to corruption. We know that it's often ineffective and wasteful. The death penalty is no exception to any of that. It is just like so many other big government programs that, in my estimation, have failed terribly. And the sad thing is that at this point, we're messing with human life there. So it's so much worse than all the other failed systems. So for me, as I first began encountering the criminal justice system for the first time, I really became convicted about how many innocent people were in the system, but I also just began to realize how arbitrary and random it was. It really does come down to the quality of representation that a person gets, the location where the crime is committed. We see that all executions since reinstatement have come from less than 16% of our nation's counties.
Right.
There's nothing about this that is fair or is any way in determining that we are making sure we're apprehending the quote-unquote worst of the worst, if that's even a category you ascribe to. We're not getting a deterrent effect for the system. We see that, in fact, regions that use the death penalty the most always correlate with higher rates of violent crime. We see that it's the most expensive part of the criminal justice system on a per-offender basis. So not only is it costly, that's an opportunity cost. That's money we're not spending on solving more crimes, which we do very little of in this country, by the way. That's money that we're not spending on programs that actually could work to deter crime. So those are some of the reasons that moved me on this issue and that I think are moving a lot of conservatives. We're really seeing people start to not only come out against the death penalty on the right, but even champion it. This year alone, we had 11 states with Republican-sponsored pieces of legislation to repeal the death penalty.
Would you say that again? How many states?
11. We had 11 states. And we were successful in one of those. We actually passed it through New Hampshire and then overrode a governor's veto. So we had substantial bipartisan support to do that. Wyoming, which is a very, very red state, passed it through their House with full support of their leadership and then fell only 4 votes shy of repealing it through their Senate. So we're seeing incredible momentum around this, and I like to credit that to the age of information. People like me, white, middle-class Americans who probably never had to encounter the criminal justice system before, are getting to see behind the curtain for the first time, and they're troubled by it. It's not functioning like we were taught.
I want to go to Chris for a minute, and I want to talk about drugs. Is there a drug of choice that we have in America to kill people? And if there is, what is it and where do you get it?
There are basically two protocols that states are now using. One is a free drug protocol where they use a sedative followed by two very painful drugs, a paralytic and then a drug called potassium chloride, which is there to stop the heart and would feel like fire going through your veins if you were able to feel it. The state does not argue that the second and third drugs are incredibly painful. Their hope is that the first drug would make you not feel the effects of the second and third drug. The problem is that this is the first drug in states that use a three-drug protocol use a drug called midazolam, which is similar to Valium. It's not a drug that is approved by the FDA or its manufacturer to maintain anesthesia. If you were going in for like a colonoscopy, you would have midazolam used, but if you were going for a more serious surgery, they would not only use midazolam to keep you sedated. And then the other protocol is just a massive dose of one sedative called pentobarbital. The federal government announced that they would be using that protocol and said that they were emulating a few states. They were going to be following the lead of Missouri, Texas, and Georgia. Each of those states has had massive problems with how they carry out executions using pentobarbital. I talked about Missouri earlier, obtaining it from a pharmacy that wasn't licensed in the state. After that story ran, they then turned to another compounding pharmacy who was found to have dangerous practices and committed numerous pharmaceutical violations. Texas, I had a story a year ago that was they were obtaining their execution drugs from a pharmacy whose license was on probation. And Georgia had to call off an execution because right before it, they had noticed that there were particles floating in the syringe, and there had been problems in how it was made and how it was stored. So each of the states that the federal government is hoping to emulate have had serious problems.
Why is it that the states seem to be reluctant to be transparent about where they're getting these drugs?
So virtually no reputable drug manufacturer wants to be involved or associated with executions. They've put in place some pretty stringent agreements with distributors that they won't sell to departments of correction. So we've seen numerous instances where states either resort to illegal sources overseas. Several states have attempted to purchase drugs from suppliers in India. And then the other option of how states are able to get these drugs is by having just like small mom and pop pharmacies mix up what is their best replica of pentobarbital. And that raises a lot of problems.
I'm trying to think of a comment about that, but I don't have one.
I just want to say, can we just make it clear that he's talking about drugs to kill human beings?
Yes.
Okay? Not animals. Drugs to kill human beings.
Anthony, one of the things I wanted to come back to you on and ask you to talk about for a minute was the role of the district attorney in your personal situation. We have seen some instances where prosecuting attorneys will acknowledge, you know what, I think something bad happened here and we need to exonerate this person, we need to reverse this conviction. Even some people who have not offered serious apologies, but some kind of apology. Right. What about the people that tried to convict and kill you?
Well, let me just say, apologetic people are people who do something without really the intent to do it. These people intended to do what they did to me. They knew that I was innocent, so they withheld the evidence. And no, I've never gotten an apology from those that. I'll tell you a story. So I got the prosecutor this board that did this to me. All right, I just want y'all to know that. All right, yeah. Y'all don't play. So But what happened is the day that we was at a hearing, I hadn't seen this prosecutor in 20-some years. Okay, the last time I seen him, I was in the courthouse. He was about in his 40s, a tall man with a booming voice. 20 years later, he was an old man with his kind of humped over, the voice gone, right? And I'm out here in the hallway talking to my attorney that had represented me. And this prosecutor walks up and he started talking, acknowledging her, and I'm just standing there. And he's like, "How you doing, Lydia?" And he's talking to her, and some just told me, "Speak to him." So I said, "Mr. Sylvester," that's his name. And he looked at me. I said, "No hard feelings, man." And he shook my hand extremely hard. He said, "I'll shake your hand." And in my mind, I felt like that was his way of apologizing to me. He couldn't just say it, but he shook my hand so hard, right, that I don't know if it was a genuine apology or if he was just trying to ask me, please don't disbar him. Because I went back in there and I disbarred his ass. I'm just saying. so he didn't have to apologize to me. You know, it wasn't about me at this point. It's about the death penalty. You know, we're getting it wrong and we're killing people. You know, that's what it was about. That's why I've dedicated my life to this. I didn't care for an apology to me, a sincere apology to me would be to abolish the death penalty. And if you don't do that, you're not apologizing. Okay? So that's what apology would mean for me.
Thank you. Thank you. Cassie, Alexis talked about how in Tennessee, the Attorney General asked for execution dates for essentially everybody that was on death row from Nashville. And it was the Nashville prosecutor who tried to resolve this other case. Could you talk for a minute about how a legal decision in North Carolina that protected a Confederate soldier from being convicted of murder during the for acts he committed during the Civil War, could you explain how that legal precedent might be the beginning of the end for the death penalty in North Carolina?
Well, I'm not sure it'll be the end of the death penalty in North Carolina, but it
Beginning
might
of the
bring
end.
some racial justice to North Carolina, which would be a good start. So as some folks may know, the Supreme Court had decided this really demoralizing case called McCluskey. And McCluskey basically said that you can't use statistical evidence to show what many of us know who have any experience with the criminal justice system, certainly those of us who are experts, which is that there's, I mean this very sincerely, that there is profound racial bias in the capital punishment system. And so in North Carolina, my client, who had been exonerated from death row and was black and had been convicted by a nearly all-white jury, went and talked to the North Carolina legislatures about the fact that our death penalty, a number of exonerees were men of color who had been convicted by all-white juries. And the North Carolina legislature said, we're going to do something about it. We're going to break the link between race and the death penalty. We're going to say that even though under the federal Constitution it's not enough to win, if you can prove statistical bias, you're going to come off death row in North Carolina. You cannot be sentenced to death and you cannot be executed if you prove racial bias at the time of your trial. And so after that law was passed, a number of people, including my clients Marcus Robinson, filed claims. And they began, when the law passed, we didn't know what the evidence was going to be yet. We had a feeling about it. And certainly some of us who had seen some of the cases knew what some of the evidence was going to be. But it was astonishing. In small towns, in large towns, in eastern North Carolina, in western North Carolina, everywhere, prosecutors discriminated in jury selection. Prosecutors discriminated in charging decisions. Juries discriminated in sentencing decisions. There was rampant racial discrimination, and we alleged it, and then in my client's case, we proved it. We had a more than 2-week-long trial. We called the prosecutor who tried. We called the state's experts. We called our statistical experts, and we proved that racial bias had infected his case. case goes up on appeal, and while it's on appeal, the North Carolina legislature decided to take the law away. They said, I don't think that's what we meant, was this big finding. And so they said that there would be no law going forward, and that even the people who had filed claims, and even the people like my client who had proved claims of discrimination, could not go forward. But it turns out there's this old case, State versus Keith, about the Confederate War, and Keith had shot and killed a bunch of young boys and men as prisoners of war, and he was going to be tried for those crimes. And the North Carolina had this law that protected him, and the North Carolina Supreme Court said, after the legislature tried to take the law away, you can't do that. Once you file the claim, you're entitled to your rights. And so now the North Carolina Supreme Court has to decide whether these defendants of color who have alleged and proved racial bias are also entitled to their rights. So those are cases that are pending right now, and we're waiting to see.
They are.
And for me, what that points out is the absolute absurdity of what we're trying to do, so that a decision in North Carolina that protected a Confederate soldier for murders he committed during the Civil War is now the roadblock that may prevent the executions for these men that you're talking about. And
quick PB time.
The irony there is incredible, for lack of a better word.
I can hear, so I'm gonna keep it going.
I'd like to go back to Hannah for just a minute. You talked about a couple of states where, mostly red states or conservative states, where there was significant progress on trying to defeat the death penalty. When you are talking to other conservatives, what is the message that you're giving that resonates best? What is the thing that seems to be the thing that will pull people in with the groups that you're talking to?
Yeah, there's no one right message. So I always tell people that aren't in Republican politics, the Republican Party is quite fractured, and there's a lot of different types of Republicans within it. So you kind of have your Christian conservatives, you can have your social conservatives, your Tea Party, kind of budget hawks, your more moderate, sort of big business Republicans. So I really do think it depends on who I'm speaking to first and foremost. But I think there's a number of things that land. I think, again, the innocence issues are just irrefutable. We've had one person exonerated from death row for every 9 executions in this country. 1 for every 9. There's been many others that have been released over potential innocence issues or taken Alford pleas or similar type deals where they got out and were totally exonerated as well. So that's not even the full picture. I think that's really hard for anyone who calls themselves pro-life to argue with. So that's how we got started. We had a group of conservatives in Montana who just felt very strongly in their pro-life views and felt that that should be applied from birth all the way through natural death, and they started organizing, and then our organization took off from there. And so that message definitely lands. I think the cost sort of matter to some people. If you're a budget hawk, they matter, but more so really, again, pointing out the opportunity costs. The average homicide clearance rate in this country year in and year out is about 51%. So about 49% of people who commit homicide are going totally undetected. That's not tough on crime. That's not justice for all. That's not anything that anyone who claims to be making their decisions based on facts would continue to follow. So we definitely talk about that. We talk about the lack of deterrence, the arbitrariness, again, just how it's mostly the location, the quality of representation, and the race of the victim that really very often determine who gets the death penalty. So if you kill a white person in this country, you are excrementally more likely to get the death penalty than if you kill a black person or a Hispanic person. And that's true across the nation. In California, it's 3 times more likely. Louisiana, it's about 96% times more likely, on and on. That's problematic. We value victims differently in this country. So again, I don't think you can say you're pro-life and stand by that system.
Alexis, I'm wondering if you can talk to us just a little bit about, you mentioned a man named Mr. Ali. in Tennessee, and that both a judge, a prosecutor, and a defense lawyer.
And the victim's family.
Victim's family as well. Okay, everyone is saying let's resolve this case without death. Can you tell us anything about this particular case that has made the state of Tennessee react in this way? What is it about Mr. Ali that offends people so much?
Thank you, Jeff. Abu Ali had a trial in 1987 for a murder that occurred in Nashville. ADA Zimmerman prosecuted that case. He removed black jurors unlawfully. There was one man who was a college-educated preacher, and when the DA was challenged about why he was removing him from the jury, he said that he was inarticulate and uncommunicative. He was a preacher. But that didn't carry the day, and that preacher was removed from the jury. Later, during years, and these cases take years of appeals, during years of post-conviction litigation, they found that Zimmerman had withheld exculpatory information and evidence, physical evidence that showed that even though Abu Ali may have participated in the crime, he likely was not the perpetrator, the main perpetrator of the crime. So everyone, it's now been 30 years, came together and had an understanding that even though Abu Ali could not adjudicate these matters in court because of procedural default, these barriers that come into place the longer that you're appealing your case, everyone came into agreement and said, this is not a case that's appropriate for the death penalty. There's no justice being served here. And when you have a prosecutor, and this is not just in Tennessee, it happens all over the country, particularly in North Carolina, where you have rampant racial discrimination and jury selection at all levels, really, of the death penalty. This is not a death sentence in this instance that needed to be carried out. It's highly unusual to have a district attorney, a trial judge, the victim's family, and the defense counsel come together and agree to remove someone from death row. Abu Ali will not be a free man, he will still be incarcerated, but that was the agreement that everyone came to. And the state attorney general, who is an appointed position, said no and filed an objection. So this is happening right now in Tennessee, and if you're interested in learning more about Abu's case, he does have a website. His legal team has a website, justice.for.abu.org. And I encourage you all to get educated about his case. And I want to say it's an exception, but it's not. The injustice that happened in his case is rampant in most cases.
Flowers case in relation to it because it's so similar and it just gets under my skin. But Curtis Flowers' case is very similar. This man has been charged and capitally tried 6 times in Mississippi, and every time the district attorney keeps striking the jurors on the basis of race, so it gets kicked out in the appellate process. And all that happens is he gets to re-prosecute the case over and over and over again. And it's about to happen for a 7th time.
Yeah, it's scheduled for a seventh trial.
So this is common. This happens.
Yeah, well, if we're going to talk about that, can we talk about the Rodney Reed case? I'm sure if anybody watched Dr. Phil today, they've seen this case where this man is innocent. He was convicted of murder for raping a white woman. Turned out that it looks more and more like it was her boyfriend that did it. He was a police officer, and he got 10 years for raping someone else. He just got out. Rodney Reed is facing execution November the 20th for a crime he didn't commit, and Dr. Phil is all over the case now. So,
Chris, I want to come to you for just a minute again, because the experience with the drugs that you were describing and the way that the issues that states are having in terms of getting them, it kind of reminds me of drug cases that I used to have as a criminal defense lawyer, where it's hard to find the drugs, and sometimes they're not good quality, and it costs a little bit more. Were there states that were breaking laws to get these drugs?
So, several and in different ways. So Missouri, they were buying drugs from a pharmacy that was not licensed in the state, which is normally a Class C felony.
So they were committing a felony in order to execute someone.
Right. And in an attempt to limit the paper trail, the state has been paying its execution drug suppliers all in envelopes of cash. So
Did not make this up.
it's been more than $150,000 over a period of several years. I've talked to tax lawyers and tax experts who say that that practice almost certainly violates the law. Texas, Arizona, and Nebraska all attempted to buy execution drugs illegally from a guy in India who is basically a con artist. The drugs were seized by the federal government. Texas originally planned to buy their drugs from a different supplier in India, but then the deal fell through because that supplier was raided by the government in India and all of its employees were arrested because they were selling opioids to Americans and Europeans. So when that deal fell through, Texas then just turned to a different supplier. That was back in 2015. Back then, the FDA seized the drugs at the airport, but just earlier this year, under Trump, the Department of Justice, OLC, they released a new opinion that argued the FDA doesn't have the authority to regulate lethal injection drugs. So it is highly likely that states will be turning again to overseas suppliers.
Anthony, I wanted to come back to you for a minute. You have talked a couple of times about wrongful convictions, about innocent people who are either on death row or who have been executed. What about the people that were guilty? What about the people that did what they were accused of? Does your analysis change in any way? Should we only be concerned about those who are innocent?
No, what we should be concerned about is what was it that got them down there? What are the mitigating factors, right? Because we can't just take 5 minutes of their life and say this is who they are. What about the mitigating factors? I talk about this young man that I had met down there who came at 17. This is before they decided that it was unconstitutional. This young man...
So you mean Texas gave him a death sentence when he was 17
yes.
years old?
We had to remove over 20-some people who were 17 when they came to death row. Texas killed everybody, you know. But I met this young man, you know, and his name was, we call him Stick. And at an early age, he didn't have his parents. They were incarcerated. So Stick was taking care of his siblings. He wasn't no more than about 6 or 7. He ended up finding himself with a gun in his hand, trying to survive out there in the streets of Houston and taking care of his siblings. It was a drug deal. It was Stick and another young man. The young man got 10 years. He was a minor. He got 10 years. The judge was telling Stick's attorney to file a lesser included offense, file for a lesser charge. But the attorney didn't want to do that because he thought he could win on this death penalty case, right? Well, Stick is on death row since he was 18. He's about 35 now, all right? He has brain damage, you know. He was abandoned as a child. He's never had a life. And the minute he made a mistake for 5 minutes, we said kill him, right? Now, I'm not up here saying that everybody on death row are good people, right? And we should all bring them back to the neighborhood and everybody be happy. I met some people that I wouldn't even want in my neighborhood. I'm just gonna be honest with you, but I didn't want to kill them because I seen the issues that they were having. I met a man down there, was 48 years old, still urinating on himself in the bed. Couldn't read, couldn't write. State tried to kill him 4 times. Named Johnny Paul Penry. I think a lot of you know this case because it's a Penry issue. This man was mental. And I watched the state try to kill a mentally ill man 4 times before they finally gave him a life sentence. But he
That's
was
how far away I am from this dude.
because those who were in his shoes, those who had his same issues, was getting executed. And the state were telling you that they were competent. A young man was on the gurney. He didn't even know he was being executed. You know what he was saying while they were sitting there putting poison in his vein? Release me, soldier. This is your captain speaking. He thought he was in the military. When he finally took his last breath, his mouth was wide open for saying what I just said to you. Release me, soldier. This is your captain speaking. So, even the guilty are still human beings. And they still have some humanity. Let's be clear about this thing. It's just not unjust. It's inhumane. Period. You know, and it's just one question that always surfaces to my mind when we talk about this. How many innocent people are you willing to kill before you say you've had enough with the death penalty? I stayed down there 18 and a half years, and they tried to kill me twice. So actually, I shouldn't even be here right now, right? I was supposed to be dead.
Twice.
Okay, twice. How many innocent people are we willing to kill before we say enough is enough?
As I said at the beginning, there are many important issues that have been discussed in this room over the last number of years, and there's none more important than this one. So where does this leave us? And what I'd like to do is to borrow from the title of Anthony's book, Infinite Hope. Because what I'd like to suggest is that to become discouraged about the death penalty, to become discouraged to the point of inaction, is a morally bankrupt choice. We don't have the right to be discouraged. If you're looking in your mind, well, what is it that I can do? You can talk to organizations like the organization Anthony is running. You can talk to organizations like the ACLU. You can actually read and educate yourself. Don't go looking for somebody else to do this for us, because nobody else is coming. But quite frankly, we don't need anybody else to come. If you are looking for the heroes and the sheroes that are going to eliminate the death penalty in America, the first place you need to look is in the mirror. There are tangible, real-world victories that are happening in America on the death penalty. As Cassie said, as horrific as it is, we are actually winning on this issue. Infinite hope. Hope is not a strategy, but hope is a fuel that can help us move forward on the strategies that can end the death penalty. So I hope that all of us will go forward with infinite hope, but just don't go forward thinking that's enough, because we need more than that. Thank you very, very much for being here this evening.
I think we should walk on.
Come on. Yes.
strong and reliable partners from and efforts towards abolition. I want to thank all participants present here this morning. Together, we have come a long way since 2007, and we have made important achievements within the UN. 10 years ago, the General Assembly adopted its first resolution calling upon the establishment of a moratorium on executions with a view to abolishing the death penalty. 3 days were necessary to vote on all amendments and motions presented.
Is here to help pay for this event. Indeed, Italy organizers and Secretary General, Excellencies, colleagues. We're very, very grateful to the co-organizers, Argentina, Australia, France, Mongolia, and indeed Italy, which helped contribute the funding to this to help pay for this event. The latest General Assembly resolution of last December on the death penalty added to the regular call for a moratorium on executions by putting a new emphasis on a new element of transparency, including making publicly available information on scheduled executions and by following transparent clemency procedures. As the number of countries practicing executions is mercifully declining, nevertheless, some of those countries that still retain the death penalty seem to be even more determined to hide what they're doing, and even to the extent of hiding the locations of where the bodies of executed prisoners are buried, which seems a needlessly cruel additional punishment for the families. But based on the principle that transparency is the sort of surest safeguard of fairness, the purpose of today's meeting is to focus on 3 aspects of transparency. 1, transparency over evidence, because some countries withhold evidence from the defense and from the prisoners themselves. And today we have a chief counsel of one of the defendants at Guantanamo to speak about that. Secondly, transparency for the families, allowing them to know about the whereabouts and conditions of their loved ones. And thirdly, information on data, including on the number of executions. So first we'll hear from the Secretary General, then we will hear from the co-sponsors, then the panelists, then we'll have an open discussion, and after which there will be a Facebook Live event. Secretary General, it's a great honor for us to have you with us.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I must apologize because I'm going to do something that I consider totally unacceptable from the perspective of someone that tries to be polite, which is I'm going of all the sponsors and panelists, but unfortunately in this crazy merry-go-round that is my life at the present time, I will not be able to stay after 10:30. So my apologies. It's a very rude behavior, but I have no alternative. I thank the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights and the Member States who have co-sponsored this important event. And we are here to explore a very urgent and troubling human rights issue, the continued use of the death penalty and the secrecy that surrounds it. This is my first public statement as Secretary General on the death penalty. And I want to make a plea to all states that continue this barbaric practice. Please stop the executions. The death penalty has no place in the 21st century. I'm proud to say that my country, Portugal, abolished capital punishment 150 years ago, one of the first countries to do so. As a matter of fact, I was told in school that we were the first country, but I don't want to create eventually any incident with any other country that must claim that, this is indeed something I'm very proud of. And the reasons were those that we call on today. The death penalty does little to serve victims or deter crime, and even with meticulous respect for fair trials, there will always be a risk of miscarriage of justice. This is an unacceptably high price. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the world is now moving in the right direction, even if slowly. Ever more countries are abolishing the death penalty and establishing moratoria on its use. Some 170 states have either abolished it or stopped using it. Just last month, two African states, the Gambia and Madagascar, took major steps towards irreversible abolition of the death penalty. I welcome these developments and congratulate both governments for their principled stance. In 2016, executions worldwide were down 37% from 2015. And today, just 4 countries are responsible for 87% of all recorded executions. But at the same time, we are concerned by the trend of reversing long-standing moratoria on the death penalty in cases related to terrorism. And those countries that do continue executions also have international obligations. In many cases, they are failing to meet them. Transparency is a prerequisite to assess whether the death penalty is being carried out in compliance with international human rights standards. It also honors the right of all people to know where their family members are alive or dead and the location of their remains. But some governments, as it was said, conceal executions and enforce an elaborate system of secrecy to hide who is on death row and why. Others classify information on the death penalty as a state secret, making its release an act of treason. Some limit the information that can be shared with the defense lawyers, limiting their ability to appeal for clemency. And still others grant anonymity to companies who provide the drugs used in executions to shield them from negative publicity. This lack of transparency shows a lack of respect for the human rights of those sentenced to death and to their families. It also damages the administration of justice more generally. Full and accurate data is vital to policymakers, civil society, and the general public, and it is fundamental to the debate around the death penalty and its impact. Secrecy around executions undermines that debate and obstructs efforts to safeguard the right to life. Today, on the World Day Against the Death Penalty, I reaffirm my opposition to the death penalty in all circumstances. And I invite all those states that have abolished the death penalty to support our call on the leaders of those that retain it to establish an official moratorium with a view to abolition as soon as possible. I wish you a successful and thought-provoking discussion, and I thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary General. I give the floor to the Ambassador of France.
Merci Andrew. Monsieur le Secrétaire Général, Madame et Messieurs les ambassadeurs, mes chers amis, I'd like to start by thanking the Secretary General for his presence among us and his inspiring intervention on an issue which is dear to my country, which is really dear to France. Universal abolition of the death penalty, whatever the circumstances, has become a pillar of our diplomacy. It is very much part of our DNA. It is also, should I say, a marque de fabrique, a trademark, a specificity of the European Union in which no one can access or remain if it has not abolished this inhuman punishment. We are honored to have strong and reliable partners from all the continents who share our goals and efforts towards abolition. I want to thank all participants present here this morning. Together, we have come a long way since 2007, and we have made important achievements within the UN. 10 years ago, the General Assembly adopted its first resolution calling upon the establishment of a moratorium on executions with a view to abolishing the death penalty. 3 days were necessary to vote on all amendments and motions presented to defeat this text. Since then, the resolutions has benefited from growing support, always with more votes in favor and less votes opposed to it. The UN now has a policy that excludes cooperation with member states when there is a risk that the death penalty could be used. Since the establishment of the International Tribunal for Yugoslavia in 1993, all international tribunals have excluded death penalty from their statutes. All this reflects, I would say, an emerging consensus towards the end of death penalty. Beyond the UN, the opposition to death penalty has gained ground in a large part of the world, with number of countries shifting to abolition. We
It never
welcome
fucking works,
the decision
bro.
taken in this regard by Mongolia, Congratulations, dear Saki, Gambia, Benin, Nauru, and Guinea. Still, our progress should not be taken for granted, and we have to be extremely vigilant. These achievements indeed are not irreversible. In an uncertain world, temptations to re-establish the death penalty, to give confidence to public opinions worried by their safety, does exist. All our societies are concerned. Some countries are moving a step forward, or backward, should I say, and are considering resuming executions and breaking moratoriums, among them Nigeria, Bahrain, Kuwait, or Jordan. Death penalty is still used in significant parts of the world, notably in China, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Iraq, and the United States. Thanks to the discussions that are taking place on this symbolic day all over the world, we can keep the momentum. Transparency is the theme of our discussion today. Why is it so important? Because our societies need to have informed debates to decide what is desirable with regard to abolition of the death penalty, based on values, but also based on facts. In some countries, it is impossible to even know the number of executions or condemnations of the crimes people have been convicted for. How can one challenge the so-called deterrent effect of capital punishment without this basic information? We also owe transparency to the convicted, whose basic rights cannot be guaranteed in secrecy, and their family. The reasoning behind the death sentence, the procedure for appeal, pardon, or commutation are important safeguards in fair proceedings. For those waiting years on death row, doesn't this amount to a form of cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment? The release of information is, of course, the primary responsibility of the states that apply the death penalty. But when this data is not provided, then the international human rights system, including the United Nations and regional mechanisms, may have a role to play in gathering and sharing information. We must maintain a united front together with the NGOs, such as Amnesty International or Ensemble contre la peine de mort, who do great advocacy work throughout the world, as borne out by the evidence and information gathered on the ground. You know, my friends, I don't want to lecture anybody here. If you think about it, it took France two centuries to get rid of the death penalty before it was first abolished in 1795. When it was eventually abolished for good in October 1981, 36 years ago, death penalty has been sentenced 8 times during that year. Death penalty was, as you can see, deeply rooted. Our European partners were key in convincing our leaders, our population, our media, our judiciary, that this sentence could not be right. That is why France strongly believes in the value of international efforts and partnerships. We have to work hand in hand to fill in the information gaps and to fuel the debate, keeping in mind one single goal: to put an end to this irreversible, inefficient, and inhumane punishment in the world. I thank you.
Thank you for those powerful words. I know you now have to preside over the Security Council, but thank you so much for coming. The Ambassador of Australia.
Thank you very much, Andrew, and thank you to OHCHR for organising this event, and thank you very much, Secretary General, for attending and speaking out on this issue. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, this year marks 50 years since Australia carried out its last execution. Australia is committed to abolition and welcomes the growing trend towards a death penalty-free world. However, it is an unfortunate fact that the death penalty is alive and well around the world, including in our region, the Asia-Pacific. While all but 2 states in the Pacific region have abolished capital punishment, most of our neighbours in Asia retain the death penalty, either in law or practice. Mongolia is a recent welcome exception to this trend, and too many of these states are active executors. A lack of transparency in states' use of the death penalty is a particular problem in our region, where the vast majority of executions are conducted behind a thick veil of secrecy. This secrecy has profound effects at many levels. When an accused has no or little notice of their execution, the crushing weight of anticipation and uncertainty can be torturous. When a family does not receive notice or adequate notice of a relative's execution, the harm can irreversibly affect parents, children, partners, friends, and colleagues. These people are entirely innocent and do not deserve such treatment. When a community is not aware of the scale and nature of the deaths imposed in its name, it is so much more difficult to gauge and reflect public attitudes. When a state seeks to obscure or conceal the number and means of executions, it risks very grave breaches of the human rights of those facing the death penalty. By casting a light on the practice, transparency can prevent wrongful executions, decrease discriminatory application of the death penalty, and stop cruel methods of execution. Ultimately, it can help a state to realize that the death penalty is not a solution to crime. We seek the global abolition of the death penalty sooner rather than later. However, for some states, the path to abolition will be long and difficult, and Australia encourages any steps that protect the human rights of those facing the death penalty. Transparency is a welcome first step.
Thank you for underlining the human costs of the lack of transparency. Ambassador of Argentina.
Thank you so much, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin expressing our deep appreciation to the Secretary General for his presence today as a way of showing the continuous commitment of his office to this important, very important human rights issue. I would also like to acknowledge the message of the President of the International Commission against the death penalty and express our gratitude for the work that the Commission is carrying out in raising awareness of the appalling consequences of the use of the death penalty and on the need to make steps towards its abolition. For Argentina, it's an honor to co-sponsor this side event in order to discuss the importance of increasing transparency in the use of the death penalty, including by making publicly available information on scheduled executions and by following fair and transparent clemency procedures. Last year, we had the honor of co-facilitating together with Mongolia General Assembly Resolution 71/187, which focuses on encouraging and supporting moratoriums on executions in countries across the globe. In the said resolution, the General Assembly acknowledged the importance of the moratorium as a tool for allowing retentionist countries and to hold domestic and regional discussions and debates on its use. The access to reliable and appropriate data is essential for the people directly affected, but also for policymakers, civil society, and the public in general in order to hold informed debates and decisions. We are glad that Resolution 71/187 made a strong call for governments to make available relevant disaggregated data, as well as information on the number of persons sentenced to death, the number of persons on death row, and the number of executions carried out, the number of death sentences reversed or commuted on appeal, and information on any scheduled execution. We hope that in the near future this call is properly heard by all concerned states. From our point of view, it is evident that the guarantee of due process and the right to defense, among other safeguards linked to transparency and access to information, should be the cornerstone of any criminal system. Those of us committed to the abolition of the death penalty must continue working on creating consensus on minimum standards to ensure the protection and respect of human rights of all. Therefore, I'm glad to mention that during the high-level week, together with Mongolia, and the European Union
Talking
will
about
present
torture.
a global alliance to end trading goods used for capital punishment and torture, which has been joined already by 59 member states. Argentina is convinced that ending trade of products used for death penalty or torture is a very powerful tool to eradicate torture and to achieve a global moratorium on the use of the death penalty. Torture and capital punishment have proven to be no deterrent for crime. Immediate and concrete action is needed, and this global alliance is a first step in the right direction. To finalize, please let me thank the Office of the High Commissioner for giving us the opportunity of discussing in the context of the United Nations the issue of transparency and death penalty, allowing us to bring different perspectives to complement the language of the General Assembly resolution. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for referring to the Global Alliance and that meeting you co-organized. I was honored to speak at it. It's a grotesque, the idea that people are commercially selling and with mail order catalogs for weapons of torture and execution. Thank you. Ambassador of Mongolia.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General, for your presence today here, and it's also my pleasure to welcome all of you to today's panel discussion. Today we are witnessing the global trend away from capital punishment as more and more member states from across all parts of the world acknowledge that the use of the penalty undermines human dignity and that abolish or at least a moratorium on its use of a moratorium contributes to the enhancement and progressive development of human rights. Mongolia is firmly committed to protecting human rights, the abolition of death penalty and fight against torture and inhuman degrading treatment. My country abolished the death penalty in 2015 by adopting a new criminal code without any reference to capital punishment and ratified the second optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights in 2012. Today's discussion is an important event in making available relevant information disaggregated by sex, age and race as applicable and other applicable criteria with regards to the use of death penalty. Transparency in death penalty in all countries is a crucial step towards total abolishment of death penalty worldwide. Death penalty should not be hiding at all.
Thank you, Ambassador. We are really happy to have Mongolia with us today. We're also very grateful for the consistent support that Italy has always given to OECHR on our death penalty activities.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are very pleased today to co-host this important panel discussion on transparency and the death penalty. For many years, Italy has proudly been at the forefront of several initiatives concerning the death penalty, being firmly convinced that capital punishment is not a deterrent for crime. The international campaign on the universal moratorium of the death penalty has been a top priority of our foreign policies since the 1990s, and it is deeply felt also among our civil society. Moreover, during the last years, Italy has been at the side of the Secretary General and of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights in supporting their work on the death penalty, including important awareness-raising and discussion events like this one on the most crucial aspects of the issue. Transparency deficits are undoubtedly among them. While welcoming clear progress and many encouraging signs, including a higher number of abolitionist countries, the lack of transparency on the use of the death penalty worldwide continues to be of great concern. First of all, the lack of transparency in some criminal justice systems and on data concerning death sentences makes it impossible to confirm any credible figures. Second, transparency also plays a critical role in relation to the implementation of the safeguards, guaranteeing protection of the human rights of those facing capital punishment. As also just highlighted by the Secretary General, the implementation of the death penalty without the requisite of transparency makes it difficult, if not impossible, to assess whether it is being carried out in compliance with international human rights standards. For these reasons, we strongly support the Secretary General's call on all states to maintain the death penalty to systematically provide full and accurate information on death sentences, including disaggregated data on gender, age, nationality, ethnic origin, and other relevant demographics of the persons affected. The last resolution of the moratorium of the use of the death penalty adopted by the General Assembly last December with a strong cross-regional support is a particularly important instrument in this regard. Not only does it unequivocally frames the death penalty as a global human rights concern, but it also strongly calls on all states to increase the transparency in the use of the death penalty, including by making publicly available information on any scheduled executions. While continuing to strongly advocate for the universal moratorium of the capital punishment, since the very outset of the launch of the international campaign, we have been deeply convinced that this objective can only be achieved through dialogue and mutual understanding among all member states, in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations. In this spirit, we firmly believe that increased transparency surrounding numbers and procedures would allow a considerable enhancement of the debate around capital punishment. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, assuming that it works, thank you, Jessica. Assuming that it works, we will now have a statement from Federico Mayor, who is president of the International Commission Against the Death Penalty. We'll cut that. We'll send out the statement. It's very bad. Maybe silver linings that the Secretary General left just before that happened. Anyway, so we now have. We will send, because that's obviously very bad treatment for him. We will ensure that his statement is transcribed and posted. James Connell. We'd like to start with our panelists. Defense counsel in the case of the United States versus Ammar al-Baluchi in Guantanamo, and who's been held in Guantanamo for 10 years, charged with war crimes, which carries the death penalty. I'd like to hear first from you, sir. And then I will ask, what we'll do, I will introduce the four panelists by name, and then have 2 or 3 questions to each.
Thank you.
Sorry, could we cut the photograph now?
Thank you to the Secretary General and Excellencies commitment to due process and to the abolition of the death penalty. My name is James Connell from the United States Department of Defense Military Commissions Defense Organization. The existence and funding of such an organization is a testament to commitment to the right to counsel and to the equality of arms. But today I speak not for the United States Military Agency, but only for my client, Ammar al-Baluchi, who was abducted into a secret CIA prison in 2003 and has been imprisoned at Guantanamo since 2006. These black sites and the torture that was inflicted there have driven U.S. policy regarding transparency ever since. The United States has unfortunately abandoned first principles of transparency in its prisons at Guantanamo Bay. Hard experience has shown that secrecy and confinement is a gateway to the worst abuses, including torture and other forms of cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment. Despite the consistent requests of the Special Rapporteur on Torture and others, the United States has refused any independent inspection of its prisons at Guantanamo. 6 Muslim men faced death by secretive military commission at Guantanamo, a forum not considered sufficiently fair to try any U.S. citizen. These military commissions are held on a secure military base intentionally located on Cuban soil rather than U.S. soil in an effort to deny these men the protections of the due process of law, including the right to a public trial. The public can only observe trials at the military commissions by a viewing site on one military base, which incidentally also houses the U.S. National Security Agency. Otherwise, the only way to obtain information about what is going on in the Guantanamo Bay military commissions is by Twitter feeds like those of Gitmo Watch or Carl Rosenberg of the Miami Herald. The United States has made extraordinary efforts to hide evidence of the torture of these and other men that it now seeks to execute, even from defense counsel, with security clearances at the highest levels granted by the United States government. Although the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence reviewed 6.2 million
Now the
pages
only hard
of
shit
relevant
is
information for its
Ishin
torture report,
and
the defense in these cases is allowed
Demon of
access to
Hatred.
less than
Is the Demon of
15,000 of
Hatred
those
even
pages.
hard on
The
Sekiro
United States has
Resurrection?
stripped this 1/4 of 1% of relevant information of all dates, locations,
Always
witness
hated
names,
the Demon of
and other
Hatred,
critical
bro.
details. In doing so, the United States has abandoned its responsibilities to transparency and accountability under the Convention Against Torture and the customary international law that it reflects. One recent example illustrates the abuse of transparency, the abuses that lack of transparency brings. The United States, through its prosecution, sought to destroy a site where torture had been used. Attorneys for the tortured men objected and obtained from the military commission a public order to preserve evidence of torture, including that black site. While that public order for preservation remained in place, the United States, through its Office of Prosecution, obtained a secret order to secretly destroy the black site, informing attorneys for the defense for the tortured men only after it had gotten rid of the evidence. Critical evidence in this situation was lost forever due to the intentional exploitation of secret processes, demonstrating the critical importance of transparency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James, and also for coming. Why, in your view, has the US government been so resistant to your right to information? And how do you say this impacted on the ability to have a fair trial?
The original sin of Guantanamo Bay is the use of torture between the years of 2002 and 2006. Many of the policies which are established at Guantanamo Bay around its lack of transparency, its secretiveness, are essentially, or at their core, an effort to cover up evidence of torture and protect the torturers themselves. That has had an impact on the fairness of criminal trials, which requires, within reasonable limits, both sides to have access to evidence of what happened in the case and the treatment of the defendants and obtaining statements from them.
Would you say that from an international law perspective that the US government has met its obligations under the Convention Against Torture?
The United States has recognized in 2014 the applicability of all Convention Against Torture provisions to all territories under its control, including Guantanamo Bay. But in practice, even after that time, it has enacted the opposite of transparency and accountability. Rather, it has operated with secrecy and impunity for the torturers themselves.
Thank you so much. We actually have a colleague of mine in Bangkok, but I'm so demoralized about the sound system. I'm going to hold it until I'm a little bit more optimistic about what we can do. So I'm going to jump to the next speaker, who's Trina Gerlon, the Africa Desk Director of FEDH.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to also thank the Secretary General for his presence and statement, and also the OHCHR for inviting FIDH to participate in that debate. I will obviously focus my intervention on the challenges related to transparency and death penalty in Africa. On April 1st, 2006, Mr. Ping was executed in complete secrecy in Botswana. Nor Mr. Ping's family members nor his lawyer had been officially informed of the date and time of his execution. Instead, they received the information from the radio after the execution was carried out. Mr. Ping's mother had tried to visit her son the day before his execution. Prison officials advised her to come back a couple of days later, while they were actually perfectly aware of the fact that he was going to be executed the day after. After his execution, Mr. Ping's family did not have access to his body. They were not afforded an opportunity to ensure that he received a decent burial, and they did not have the opportunity to visit his grave. Last year, so almost 10 years after Mr. Ping's execution, Mr. Gabakanye was also executed under the same circumstances in Botswana. Those two cases are examples among many others in Botswana and are very illustrative of the secrecy climate that has been surrounding the execution process in the country. Pursuant to Section 18 of the Prison Act, the condemned prisoner is given notice of his execution at least 24 hours before the hanging. But in practice, the secrecy of the post-conviction procedure does not allow for any public knowledge of the exact date of this notice to the prisoner. It is actually generally assumed that the death warrant is transmitted to the death row prisoner only a few hours before his or her execution, and that this information is not provided to the lawyer or to the family. And there is also a complete opaqueness and arbitrariness that surrounds the clemency procedure, which remains really a discretionary power of the executive in this country. When we relocate the situation in Botswana in the broader context of the use and application of the death penalty on the African continent, it becomes very clear that the problematic related to transparency and death penalty is first and foremost politically motivated. More than 70% of African countries have abolished the death penalty in practice or in law, with 10 out of the 55 member states of the African Union executing within the past decade. Congo and Madagascar abolished the death penalty in 2015 and Guinea in 2016. So there is clearly a trend on the African continent toward the abolition of the death penalty. Yet the debate around transparency remains very key and highly contentious. And again, it is usually based on political considerations. If we take the example of Sudan, for instance, the threat of the death penalty really serves as a tool to intimidate or silence political opponents, silence activists, silence harm groups. Authorities regularly use different charges of crimes against the state, waging war against the state, to neutralize their opponents. But this threat does not actually suffer from any lack of transparency. On the contrary, it is claimed as such, it is widely disseminated, and it is used as an affirmation of the state's authority and power over its real or perceived opponents. You might also remember the
On it
example
you
in
shall suck.
2012 of the Gambia when the then President Yahya Jammeh made a statement on TV saying that a couple of weeks later all death row prisoners would be executed. These statements generated a lot of criticism from the international community, yet a couple of days later 9 death row prisoners were executed, and it was also seen as a way for the president to somehow assert his authority over this process. In most African countries, including in those that did not carry execution, there is an information gap on the number of persons sentenced to death, the number of death sentences reversed or commuted on appeal, the number of instances in which clemency was granted, the number of executions actually carried out. Even in countries that have engaged into the abolition process, there is also a lack of transparency, a lack of public awareness on the same. So generally, we could say that this opaqueness surrounding the application and use of the death penalty in the African continent first reveals authorities' lack of willingness to create space for an informed public debate on the issue of the death penalty. Secondly, it allows states to hold the death penalty process themselves to the exclusion of everyone else. And thirdly, in some instances, it prevents states from admitting their discriminatory use of the death penalty. I just would like to finish by saying that civil society organizations on the continent have attempted to overcome these challenges, and they really play a critical role in breaking the silence. In Botswana, there are a number of organizations, including Ditshwanelo, that have played a major role in trying to generate a public debate on the process in the country. In Sudan as well, you have a couple of organizations working outside the country which have also played a serious role in trying to gather information on the process. So these actions, although they are limited and sometimes very risky for those organizations, would need to be fully supported, and regular and thorough researches are necessary to engage and try to foster the informed debate on this issue.
Thank you very much indeed. Why would you say, what are the reasons for, or rather the avenues for detainees and their lawyers and their families to get greater transparency? And could litigation be any support? And secondly, do you believe that calls for transparency could ever resonate with the public in the region we cover, or is it such a feeling that those on death row deserve it, and therefore there's reasonable appetite?
With regard to litigation, for sure, I think that there is actually a need for perhaps further litigation on those cases, especially on the African continent. If we take again the example I gave of Mr. Ping, who was executed 10 years ago, the case was brought to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, which has a quasi-judicial mandate. The African Commission, since it exists, has rendered almost between 10 and 20 decisions with regard to the death penalty process. But concerning the case of Mr. Ping, it was the first time, and it was due to the work of the litigants, that the Commission had to actually determine whether the secrecy that surrounded the execution of Mr. Ping could amount to acts of torture and cruel and inhuman and degrading treatment. In its decision that it rendered 2 years ago, the Commission took that position that actually Botswana committed acts of torture against Mr. Ping, against his family as well, and ordered the authorities of Botswana to provide compensation to the family and also to revise the legal system. So of course, the litigation action can also create some space for further debate on the issue.
You mentioned the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Do you think there's a role for government
Well, yeah, there is a role for regional mechanisms. Again, it's a question of creating the space for the debate and generating the space for the debate, especially when we talk about the issue of transparency. The African Commission has taken a major role over the years with regard to the issue of death penalty. They have created a working group on the issue. They have conducted a number of researches. They have organized a number of conferences and so on. And they have also rendered a couple of decisions in terms of litigation aspect. So it's important to try to foster a number of alliances and to ensure, especially in cases of country like Botswana, that the debate is also placed outside the frontiers of the country, and organizations such as the African Commission can create that space for civil society especially.
Thank you very much indeed. There will be time for more questions to all of you later. Cynthia Veliko is our colleague in Bangkok. We have a regional OHCHR, has a regional office there, and we're hoping that we can hear from her now.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me, Andrew?
Yes, we can.
Great. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and thank you for this opportunity to present at the Forum on Transparency and the Death Penalty as we collectively commemorate the World Day Against the Death Penalty. My focus for my presentation will be on Southeast Asia. Let me start with the context. In Southeast Asia, Cambodia, Timor-Leste, and the Philippines are fully abolitionist. Of the remaining 8 countries where the death penalty remains in law, Brunei Darussalam, Lao PDR, and Myanmar are abolitionist in practice, and Thailand has not executed anyone since 2009. Although most of the countries in the region have not explicitly supported a moratorium, in 2016, only Malaysia, Singapore, and Brunei Darussalam voted against the General Assembly resolution on the moratorium on the use of the death penalty. In recent years, there have also been some positive developments in the legislation on the death penalty. Singapore removed the mandatory death sentence for certain offenses, while there are ongoing discussions in Malaysia of removing the mandatory death sentence for some drug-related offenses. Thailand has also indicated its intention of conducting a review with the possibility of abolishing the death penalty. Despite this progress, we have also witnessed a number of setbacks in the region with regard to the use of the death penalty. There has been an alarming shift in the Philippines as, despite being a fully abolitionist country since 2006 and also a state party to the Second Optional Protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the lower house of the Philippines passed a bill in March reimposing the death penalty, predominantly for drug offenses, and the fate of the bill is now with the Senate. We have also seen a rise in a number of executions in some retentionist states over the past years, which include Singapore, Vietnam, and Indonesia. Information provided by Vietnam and Malaysia over the past 2 years have highlighted the previously unknown magnitude of the use of the death penalty, either for sentencing or for actual executions. Mandatory death sentences for certain offenses continue to be imposed in Malaysia and Singapore and are considered inconsistent with human rights law as they don't allow the discretion of judges to take into account the personal circumstances of the case or the particular offense. However, even in countries such as Indonesia, where judges do have that discretion, we are seeing a recent and worrisome trend where there appears to be an increased voluntary use of the death sentence by judges. In Vietnam, the revised penal code adopted in May 2017 that will actually enter into force in January of 2018 retains the death penalty for 18 offenses, including some that are related to drug trafficking and others for embezzlement. Now, if I turn to transparency issues, the lack of transparency surrounding the use of the death penalty in the region remains of grave concern. The minimum requirements of transparency from governments with regard to the death penalty are regrettably often not followed by retentionist states. In certain countries, information on imminent executions or executions that have already taken place are not publicly available. There is also little to no information in some countries on clemency, pardons, and the number of individuals on death row. A lack of reliable information about imminent executions makes it impossible to examine the lawfulness of these cases before the individual's death and to advise a state on its obligations under international law. Making such information publicly available is also an important component in the respect for the broader human rights principle of the right to freedom of information. Lack of information on executed persons or on imminent executions has a profound consequence for individuals and their relatives. In Malaysia and in Singapore, death row inmates and their families are often only given a few days advance notice ahead of scheduled executions. In Vietnam, executions are at times carried out without any advance notice to the family. Serious concerns have been raised about transparency with respect to the independence and impartiality of the judiciary in many of these countries. Data in Vietnam related to the death penalty is by law a state secret, and until just this year there has been no reliable information on the number of executions carried out each year or the number of those that are on death row. The lack of transparency related to data on the number of executions that have taken place or individuals on death row is a serious impediment to international and national debates that could ultimately lead to the abolition of capital punishment. It will also be important for the effectiveness and transparency of such debate to ensure that the public has access to balanced information, including accurate statistics on criminality and global best practices in how to effectively fight crime without resorting to capital punishment. Transparency is crucial in ensuring compliance with rights, including obligations to the right to life, to trial, freedom of expression and information. As the world
That
moves
shit is
increasingly
so
towards the
off the
abolition of the death
fucking
penalty,
charts,
it is all the
bro.
more incumbent on retentionist states to exercise the highest standards of transparency and to ensure that they fulfill, protect, and uphold their human rights obligations under international law. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cynthia, for joining us at it's such a late hour where you are. Our fourth and final panelist is Tuanda Mutasa from Amnesty International.
Thank you very much, Thursday, and we also are grateful to His Excellency the Secretary General for his remarks and for the leadership that he is showing on this issue. And we thank OHCHR for convening this event and the sponsoring states, including appreciating the acknowledgement by France of the efforts that we have been engaged with as Amnesty International on an issue that is close to our work and to our hearts. Since 1977, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, Amnesty started campaigning on this issue when only 16 countries had abolished the death penalty at that stage in law or in practice. And to see where we are today shows that the retention of the death penalty of this cruel, inhuman and degrading treatment is untenable, and it shows the progress that we are making. But it's important that we think about the reality of what it means in individual cases when we talk about transparency. So take the case of Abdul Karim Awawaj in Saudi Arabia, who only at 16 at the time of his arrest, he is now facing the death penalty against the international law prohibition on the use of the death penalty for people under 18 at the time of being arrested for the alleged offense. He has had no access to a lawyer during the pre-trial detention period that he has endured and the interrogations that he has endured. He said that he was held incommunicado and in solitary confinement for the first 5 months of his detention. He said that he was tortured, including through beatings, by sticks, by boots, by the prison guards. He was threatened with the death of his family during interrogations by officers of the GDI security to make him sign a confession According to court documents, he was held without charge for over 2 years. He denies participating in any acts that the prosecution attributes to him. If we didn't have information on this case, as indeed we do not have enough information on it beyond what we have been able to cite here, how would we know about the fairness of the death penalty? How would we know that there is compliance with international law on issues, for instance, such as preferring the death penalty on people that are under the age of 18 at the time that they are arrested? So transparency is key. It is central to the safeguard of due process. It encompasses all aspects of the death penalty, from the different stages of each individual case, such as the case of Abdul Karim that I have recited, right through to the way the death penalty is administered, including how executions are carried out, right through to figures on the use of the death penalty. Transparency around executions is the only way that we can prevent the cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment that already is built in to the idea of the death penalty itself. Malaysia, for example, we have seen executions continuing to be carried out in a secretive manner, where families are often told, sometimes 2 days before an execution, that an execution is going to be carried out, and they are asked to go to the prison the following day for the last visit. This is not only cruel, but hardly leaves any time to make pleas for clemency against the execution, which could possibly be the reason why this is being done at such short notice. We have also seen countries, we have said in our 2016 statistics and report that 132 people were executed in 2016, but we have added excluding China. How can we, without transparency, be able to see the scale of the use of the death penalty across the world when those statistics are out of view? Transparency is also important at the level of fair trial standards, at the level of the treatment of accused, right through to how the death penalty is preferred against them. We have also seen situations where sometimes the lack of transparency suggests that states have something to hide. Laws on state secrets in China and Vietnam, for example, make it impossible to have figures on the use of the death penalty. However, whenever insights were gained and the veil of secrecy was partially lifted in one way or another, the picture that we gained has been truly shocking. So, for instance, earlier this year, we were surprised to see the amount of executions carried out in Vietnam since it resumed executions 4 years ago, which is actually putting it in the top positions of the list of global executioners. And of course, without transparency, it is impossible to estimate what it is we are talking about in the public sphere, about the role that the death penalty plays. We have said over and over again and clearly that the death penalty should be abolished in total, because as Amnesty International, we know and we have seen, speaking to victims, speaking to the families of victims, that the death penalty as an irreversible punishment is irrevocable. We have seen since 1973 how 150 prisoners in the US who had been sent to death row have since been exonerated. If we don't have transparency in statistics, how can those conversations be had? How can conversations about the deterrence
We'll hang out for like
and the many other reasons that we oppose it
8 minutes.
in tort
I gotta go wake up
be
the
able to be
Goyle
discussed in the public
friend.
arena?
I shall return. And probably feed cats. now we have returned. And yes, let's see. I've been wanting to try this. Now that the girl's awake, we can give it a shot. Wouldn't you feel it a bit unfair if there's no one there to look after you and your disciples are scared they will make it back to you, but nobody there now means no one to share your last meal with. Your spirit's in disrepair now. You wonder if Siddhartha wished for the Buddha, and was he scared? How can his people make it up to him? His people make it back to him. Was Jesus' Father fair? Was justice done there on that limb? Well, God's hand must have been scared, 'cause the devil's always after him. Yeah, the devil's always after him. Fucking phone stuck on that shit. Oh, Apollo, can we be spared? The wait for impending disaster. Oh, does anything care? Or were they right at Zoroaster? Oh, you even there? Is it life and darkness after? Oh, is it life and darkness after all? You even there? Or is it life and darkness after all? Where have my sisters gone, dear blistering sun? We still don't know, so why do we bother? Yeah, can we just go on loving our brother? Where have my sisters gone, dear blistering sun? Since I first kissed, I've known just how the fist will be undone. sick, sad, poor soul, sorry I finally fall on a fallow field. 'Twas a long and dark December when the banks became cathedrals and the fall became God. And all the priests clutched close a Bible, hollowed out to fit their rifles, and the cross was held aloft. Interesting. Interesting. Well, that's good to know. Well. You done with your food, girl? She's done with her food, guys. Can I let her be free? Are you done with your food, boy? It's close enough. Be free! Matter of fact, I might get out the PlayStation and start playing Dead Cells. Hells. What? Which light? How? Why? Who? Give me that vape, woman. Give it here, woman. Work from home, woman. Yeah, you can though. What do you gotta go there for? Exactly. So you'll get in a little trouble. So what? Yeah, you can. Hang out with me. Hang out with me. Hang out with me.
No, you don't want to hang out with me anyway. You abandoned me for stream.
No vape for you till you agree.
I agree that you need the vape.
Got me. I got tricked. Tricked me. Got me good, bae. Ishin's going down. Basement.
Count Sekiro. Now my blood boils. Face me, Sekiro.
The fuck? What the fuck?
Count Sekiro.
you not see me just dodge straight into that shit?
Now my blood boils. Face me, Sekiro.
Stand the fuck up.
And it is also important to notice that without access to information on the details of not just executions, but on the details of how even the sourcing of the methods of execution is being carried out, about what we have seen, for instance, in the matter of the secrecy around the sourcing of lethal injections by some states within the United States, about the specific situation of information that goes to individuals.
Fuck this United Nations shit.
Good afternoon. I'm Dan Malthrop. I'm the CEO of the City Club of Cleveland. Welcome to all of you here and those of you listening on WCPN and other stations. I'm pleased to be here to moderate our panel today discussing not just the death penalty in Ohio, but really why and how the debate and the discussion of the death penalty in Ohio has shifted so dramatically in recent years and where it might be headed. A 2012 Gallup poll showed that 60% of Americans support the death penalty. That may sound like a lot, and that is a lot of support for any public policy, but it's actually the lowest level of support society has seen for capital punishment in more than 40 years. Right now, there are 18 states in the United States that do not use capital punishment. Here in Ohio, where we currently have 147 inmates on death row, the debate is no longer as clear-cut as it once was. In recent years, some high-profile policymakers have dramatically shifted positions. Supreme Court Justice Paul Pfeiffer, who in 1981, as a young state legislator, actually wrote Ohio's death penalty law, he himself has become an advocate for its repeal. Former Ohio Attorney General Jim Petro, a Republican, also told Plain Dealer columnist Mark Namick, "We are probably safer, better, and smarter to not have a death penalty." And one of our panelists today is a similar kind of public figure. He's sitting right next to me. He has very visibly and vocally switched sides. That's Terry Collins, former director of the Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Correction. And in that role, he oversaw the execution of more than 33 death row inmates over his tenure. Also with us are Judge Nathaniel Jones, who retired from the U.S. Court of Appeals in 2002 after 23 years of service in a career that also included an appointment as Assistant U.S. Attorney, and Tim Young, Director of the Office of the Ohio Public Defender since 2008. Welcome to all of you. Thank you. Thank you. So I'd like to start out, and we're going to talk up here for the first half of the program, and then we'll work our way into the audience Q&A in the second half of the program. But Terry Collins, I'd like to start with you and ask, why is now such a different moment than we've ever seen in Ohio with respect to the death penalty?
Well, I think people are starting to question the application of the death penalty, not only in the state of Ohio, but across the country, from an economic standpoint, from a moral standpoint, to see whether or not the death penalty is actually needed. So, you know, the Gallup poll you referred to, 60% seems high, but those numbers are somewhat encouraging because it's much less than what it was a few years ago. So I think inroads are being made, and people are starting to see and ask the question, why do we really need the death penalty?
Tim Young, how do you see this particular moment in time in this particular state?
I think largely a lot of the perception issue has changed because of the problems that have occurred. There's been so many difficulties in actually performing the execution at the end process. Those became major national stories. We've also had such difficulty with the drugs and being able to obtain the drugs to perform executions. Those have become national stories. Those opened the discussion into, well, what's really going on in the death penalty? Because for so long the question has been, are you in favor of it or are you against it, as an end of the process. Now we're talking about the process, and that has revealed flaw after flaw in terms of geographical disparities, race disparities, numerous other disparities that now keep that conversation going. So I think there's a much deeper focus that has really started to change the nature of the conversation on the death penalty in the last 5 years.
I want to explore those flaws a little bit in a moment, but Judge Jones, you have the longest view on the panel. What do you see now that you haven't seen before in your career, and from your point of view from not the bench now, but from having been on the bench? And what does this look like to you?
Well, I think it's becoming more apparent to segments of the public that innocent people are being killed, and there are reasons for that. I know the cases that I was involved in from the perspective of the petition for habeas corpus, which is that was a vehicle to get a lot of these cases from the state court into the federal system. Some of these studies show that, and the Supreme Court has noticed, and it was true of our court, that upwards of 40% of the petitions for habeas corpus contain claims of constitutional error.
and it was pretty well established that constitutional error did occur.
Error we're talking about?
A whole range of things, starting with the arrest, the charges, the prosecutorial exercise of prosecutorial discretion, prosecutorial misconduct, the way many trial judges, especially if you're in an elective system, these trial judges are often too willing to defer to the prosecutors. Prosecutors sort of take over these cases, and the more salacious and the more egregious the offense has been, the facts appear, the greater the likelihood is that the judges who should control what happens in the courtroom actually defer to the prosecutors. And when you have prosecutors who are ambitious, who seek to become judges or have their eye on some other political goals, they're like cowboys. And the judges who are fearful of countering these ambitious prosecutors, because they too must run for election, they defer. And then when the case goes to appeal, when you look at the record and you find that there's been a series of appeals, the fact that many of the errors that were cited were ignored or found to be harmless, to say that an error in a capital case which could result in a person being executed is harmless error is absurd. And that's what we often saw at the Court of Appeals level.
The first thing you said, Judge Jones, is that innocent people are being executed. Terry Collins, of the 33 executions that you observed and oversaw, do you have questions?
I believe that of the 33 that I observed, that there was anybody innocent, but interesting. I had an hour drive to get from my house to Lucas execution, and I always wondered if you get it right. Of those 33, within 30 minutes of their execution, I spoke to them to get into the area where the team was. I had to walk by the cell and help the inmate, and I talked to each one of them. And I'd always ask myself, I hope we got this right. I assumed that all the court, the numerous judges, the numerous appeals that had looked at it, I had to believe it was right. I don't think we did execute anybody under my watch that was innocent. It really changed my mind about the system, because I've seen people walk off death row. In my time in 32 years at DLC, I've seen people leave death row who were later found to be executed.
Towler is an important Ohio example. There have been others who have been exonerated. I want to come back to these conversations you would have with the dead men walking, as you know, thanks to Alan P. John's book. Would you ask them? Did we get it right?
No, I never asked them. And surprisingly enough, most generally they were being complimentary to my staff for the way they were handled in the watch period, the 24 hours that they dealt with. The way we allowed their families to come in and have contact visits we've never done before. So I changed that procedure. So typically it was, surprisingly enough, many of them were thanking us for the way we treated them during their life.
But were there moments in those conversations that gave you pause? I wonder if the drive home was more reflective than the drive there.
Usually after I left, if you ask me right now to name 5 people of the 33, I couldn't tell you their names before that. I basically tried to wipe it out of my mind. I mean, I was asked hundreds of times after every execution, what's your position on death penalty? My position at that time was my position in the state of Ohio, the law required I carry out the death penalty. And so that was my response. But deep down inside, I still had to respond to questions about did you get this right? And then I heard people talk about worse for worse. And I've worked in maximum security prison. I was a warden at Lucasville after the riot. So I've seen people who were a lot worse than those people who were on death row.
I'm going to stick with you for a second because there's some interesting things that you're saying, and then broaden the conversation back out. But what made you change your mind, and what made you decide to be a public voice in favor of the abolition of the death penalty?
Well, I think Ohio has an alternative to the death penalty, life without parole, which means you're never going to get out of prison. And if you look at the numbers since life without parole came on the books and became law, I don't exactly remember the year, Tim may remember the year, but the numbers have skyrocketed of people coming to prison going life without parole, and the number of people coming to death row has dramatically decreased. Even though we still got way too many people on death row. So it was that option, and then every time I did an execution, that question remained, did we get this right? And knowing that we may have the greatest justice system in the world, but it can still make mistakes. And if you make a mistake and you execute someone, that's it. Whereas if it's life without parole, there's doing it. And I have walked people out of prison who were doing life. I've walked them out the front door after 15, 20 years that were later not guilty. So I think it was those things as a whole, and understand the economic impact of that, the social impact of the death sentence, unfair application, seeing other people who walk in the halls of prison, who are working, the people who execute, all those things combined made me feel like, why are we doing this? Why do we need to do this?
One of the things, Terry Collins, that you're speaking about is the emotional cost to those who are involved. Judge Jones, from the point of view of the bench, it would seem to me that there is an emotional cost, that those who are involved either in prosecuting or serving as judge during these trials, that's an irrevocable decision that gets made at this point.
Absolutely. There is the last death penalty case that I participated in before I left the court was involved a man named John Bird. The case was Bird versus Collins. That is a case where an innocent man was executed. I am as convinced as I am sitting here that the act he committed and participated in this robbery was not a death qualifying act. But it was the Ohio Supreme Court upheld the conviction by a vote of 4-3, with Justice Moyer's troubled, Justice Pfeiffer dissented. And anytime you have a decision of a person about to be killed, and there's that much of a division, 4-3, the odds are you should let him win. And that's where the governor comes in, where the sentence can be commuted. That was a case in which there were all kinds of abuses by the county prosecutor. This was a Hamilton County case, Cincinnati. And even and one of the errors that was certainly troublesome to me was the way in which the prosecutor vouched for a snitch whose testimony was central to the conviction of John Bird. Now, John Bird was not a nice man. He had a terrible life. But that is not the basis on which we execute people. And he about in there was a question of credibility of this snitch. He was asked by the public defender who was representing Mr. Byrd, whether he had any cases pending. In the courts of Ohio, he said, no, there's nothing pending, nothing involving me. And in fact, he was on hold in the county jail because of an infraction that the parole board was considering, and it could have resulted in him going back to prison. And that was established. So he lied. And the jury should have been allowed to know that this man lied. Was lying when he said what he did about what John Byrd had said to him in conversation in jail. The jury never knew that. And so the jury convicted, and his conviction was affirmed. The Ohio Supreme Court upheld it 4-3. These are all things that get involved in these cases. And because the number of appellate judges who had reviewed this case over a period of some 15, 17 years, totaled 70, the newspapers kept running with that. 70 judges have reviewed this case. 70 judges, as though this is an accounting problem. It's far from that. And the issue that should have concerned the judges was the constitutional errors that were asserted. Was there error? And they glossed over that because 70 judges had reviewed it, but the review did not go to the record. The review was just a gloss over. And they didn't get to the original record. They didn't get to the documents. They didn't review the evidence. And that evidence was not subject to review until it came to the habeas corpus process in the federal court. And that's when I became involved, and I was very troubled, and I thought that this case, that the prosecutors were bloodthirsty. He was to have been executed on September the 12th. That's a day after 9/11. And when I urged our chief judge to issue a stay of the execution scheduled for 9/12, and he told the court, and under our rules, the judges who are polled are all judges in active service. And when a majority of all the judges in active service, and when the poll showed that a majority of the active judges favored the stay, the chief judge issued a stay so that the execution wouldn't take place on September the 12th. Well, the Attorney General of Ohio and the prosecuting attorney rushed to Washington on the morning of the 11th to try to find our circuit justice, who is Justice Stevens. And before they could find Justice Stevens, the reports came in as to what happened in New York and in Washington, and the planes hitting the World Trade Center. And so all the federal buildings were vacated, including the Supreme Court. But yet the Attorney General of Ohio and the prosecuting attorney were pressing, trying to get Justice Stevens to reverse the stay granted. And in an offhand comment, the Supreme Court, the justice could not understand the urgency when thousands of people have been killed in New York. Why is there this urgency to kill this one man on the 12th? So they would not disturb the stay, and it went forward, and the matter was remanded, and there were further hearings by a magistrate judge, and he ultimately was executed. But I think that came about because of weariness. I think the courts, the judges were just tired of the case. It had been in the pipeline for some 17 years, and they were just tired of it.
Judge Jones, the story that you tell really, in addition to highlighting constitutional issues, highlights the immense cost of death penalty in capital cases. Tim Young, your office spends an awful lot of time, energy, resources defending capital crimes. What are we spending that we wouldn't have to spend?
I think the costs are enormous, and I mean, the unfortunate reality in Ohio being a home rule state, we don't have a number. but it's tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. It's tens of millions of dollars annually on this system. That from a certainty rate, I unfortunately have to agree with the judge. Statistically, we've executed somebody who's innocent. The most stunning failure rates exist in death penalty cases. To date, in the United States, for every 10 people that we execute, we let one go as completely free, exonerated, innocent. Not they shouldn't have gotten the death penalty, but some lesser, but 1 out of 11. That's a horrifically bad number. That means we know 9% of the time a judge and jury thought there was enough to say beyond a reasonable doubt this person should die, only later to find out they were absolutely innocent. That kind of statistics says when we've hit 40 people in Ohio, we've executed 4 who were potentially innocent. And by the way, in Ohio, we do have that same rate. We have exonerated 4 people off death row to date, and we have executed just around 40. So we are right at that 1 for 10 number, 10 for 1.
So not only are we spending an awful lot of, it's as if we're spending an awful lot of money on a product that isn't reliable.
With that, you have a what is that, a 9% failure rate, and death is the outcome? You should stop.
We should talk for a moment. I want to sort of also set the stage a little bit and acknowledge we don't have a death penalty advocate on this panel, and there's a reason for that, because we're talking about how the conversation has shifted, not whether it's right or wrong. And that's why we assembled the panel that we have today. But talk a little bit about why it's so expensive. I think people who aren't lawyers and aren't involved in the criminal justice system in any fashion, or haven't educated themselves about this, may not understand why a capital crime and a capital case gets so expensive.
But large costs are the litigation time and expense. You want to make sure you've got this right, and despite all of the efforts, there's a huge amount of evidence that we're not getting it right. But the reality is you have a trial that is largely weeks long, and the person has 2 lawyers assigned to them. The prosecutor holds no bars in terms of what they're spending. The police department that's investigating spends hundreds of hours or thousands of hours on these cases. That's just the trial.
More when it's a death penalty case than they would if it was life without parole?
Absolutely. You've got to remember, we're talking about, and I think it cycles back, we're talking about elected officials being involved in large parts of this process. The day after a horrible murder, they are standing in front of microphones answering questions, are you going to charge this person with the death penalty? And there's that political instinct to say, yes, I'm tough on crime. Made in the heat of the moment, the day after the crime occurs, or within days, without any time to really review the nature and circumstances of what really happened in this case and the background of the person who committed the crime. But you go through this process, and then you have the direct appeal of a transcript that's thousands of pages long, again by elected officials, and then you have the federal review. And that federal review is the first time you're seeing judges who are at least appointed to the process and not elected to the process. And I think that may well have some impact on why we see such high correlation rates between reversal rates in federal court versus state court. The federal courts aren't any more liberal than the state courts. They simply are allowed more freedom to make decisions that are unpopular. And saying that somebody who committed a heinous crime shouldn't get the death penalty is largely not a popular decision when you're still polling at 60%.
Inside the prison, Terry Collins, how much more expensive is it to operate a death row than to operate a unit of prisoners who are there on life without parole?
Well, much more expensive, because death row is a specific population that in this state is kept isolated from the rest of the population. So you have a specific area of the prison. The staffing component of that area is much higher than your normal prison population. So you've increased your cost just for staffing. You still have your marginal costs, your clothing, your food, those type of things, but the majority of costs in operation of prisons is how many people you have watching the people, and that number is exorbitant. Plus, we had to set up special rooms for attorneys, because we've got attorney visits coming in and out, and you're talking appeals go on for 15, 20, 25 years. I mean, it's not like it happens today and it's over tomorrow. So look at the Attorney General's office, a complete section for capital crimes. That's all those attorneys do, is deal with cases in the court. So from a prison standpoint, because you had to isolate these individuals into a specific area of the prison and staff that. Typically, your staffing pattern was about double there versus what it would be in a normal area. And the people with life without parole, the majority of them are not in the maximum security prisons in Ohio. They're in what we call close security, which is a level below. They're still very secure prisons, but they typically do very well in the prison population. And
they take a long view.
They know that that's where they're going to be for the rest of their life. They make it their home.
Litigation expenses go down significantly. As soon as you have life without parole, there's one appeal, maybe. In many of the cases, there are no appeals if it was a plea agreement, and there's nothing to relitigate. So you've reduced litigation costs, and finality for the victim's family, and finality for the system stops with life without parole.
But I think I think Tim makes a very important point, finality for victims. I mean, I talk to the victims' families right before I would go over to the execution chamber. In talking with people that they're reliving, have relived this moment from 20 years ago, have relived it 15, 20 times through the appeal process, and now we're down to the final day, and I'm explaining to them, you know, everything might not go just exactly right here. You know, if it doesn't happen as quick as you think it was going to happen, you know, there are processes and procedures we have to go through with the team and all those things.
There could be a last-minute stay.
And there could be a last-minute stay. I mean, typically we didn't start the process until we had word from the United States Supreme Court and from the governor's office that everything was a go. But there was problems with getting the needle, getting the IV started. There were those problems. But to see these people after 17, 18, 19 years and to think about what they've been through, whereas the life without parole case, I'm not going to say it's ever over. I don't know if there's ever closure for a victim. I've never had anybody murdered in my family. So I don't know if there's ever closure, but you can't tell me it's healthy that every couple of years it's opened up again and we got to think about this whole thing over again.
Yeah. Terry Collins, thank you for that. Judge Jones, you were leaning in.
I'd like to make 2 points. When there was a moratorium declared on capital punishment cases by the Supreme Court, and that moratorium extended for a number of years. And then when it was about to reintroduce the death penalty, the Judicial Conference of the United States, which is a supervisory body of all federal courts, was very concerned because even though there had been the moratorium, states were continuing to prosecute and convict persons for capital offenses. Ohio had almost 100 persons.
You were leaning in.
I'd like to make 2 points. When there was a moratorium declared on capital punishment cases by the Supreme Court, and that moratorium extended for a number of years. And then when it was about to reintroduce the death penalty, the Judicial Conference of the United States, which is a supervisory body of all federal courts, was very concerned because even though there had been the moratorium, states were continuing to prosecute and convict persons for capital offenses. Ohio had almost 100 persons on death row by the time death penalty was reestablished, and other states had the same thing. What my court did, our chief judge, at the suggestion of the Supreme Court, established task forces. Task forces, these are capital punishment task forces that would be presided over by a judge on the court, would be made up of a number of members of the profession. The task forces would provide
So you're staying home?
training for lawyers.
Yeah,
Many lawyers
babe, why
who
you
were
look so
taking these cases
depressed?
were not equipped, were not trained, were not prepared to handle capital cases. Capital cases are much different than the ordinary criminal case. And when you get to the habeas stage, it's much different. And so these capital task forces were supposed to train civil lawyers, get the whole bar community involved so that they would know how to conduct the habeas corpus proceeding. We organized, I was chairman of the Sixth Circuit task force, and we were organized in the 3 states that have the death penalty. Michigan does not have one, but Ohio, Tennessee, and Kentucky have the death penalty. We were all staffed up, ready to go when Congress defunded these task forces. We couldn't spend any money carry out these programs. So we were back to home base with the death penalty, and consequently these executions started going off 1, 2, 3 all over the country. One other point I made: I represented the last living Scottsboro boy. I don't know whether, I don't know whether you remember the Scottsboro cases, but the last living, he died just a couple of years ago, was living in New York. He was a fugitive, and he wanted to go back to Alabama. He was tired of being a fugitive. He had married and had a family, and so George Wallace was the governor at that time, and we didn't know what fate would befall him if he went back to Alabama under George Wallace. And we tried to get Nelson Rockefeller, who was governor of New York at that time, to allow him to stay in New York under supervision of the New York authorities. But there's a statute that doesn't permit that to happen. So we got busy. We represented Clarence Norris was his name, and we negotiated with the Attorney General of Alabama and the Governor of Alabama, and reached an agreement whereas we would take him back to Alabama, and the Pardon and Parole Board would recommend to Governor Wallace that he be given a pardon. And we flew down to Montgomery and with Clarence Norris and his wife, and we met with the authorities there, including George Wallace, and he was given a pardon, and we flew back to New York. He was a free man. But that's a case that started in 1931. And he was on death row 4 different times. And just 2 weeks ago, the Alabama legislature pardoned all of the Scottsboro boys. There were 8 of them, pardoned all of them, because it was established that they were all innocent, even though they had been on death row various times, and Clarence had been on death row 4 different times within hours of being taken to the execution.
So I thought up a decent, because there's a rebuttal portion. I thought of a question that I could ask. For the sake of a hypothetical, who's your favorite family member? And if they were murdered, would you want the death penalty for their murderer? And if they murdered somebody or were framed for murder, would you want the death penalty for them? Do you think that the most avid supporters of the death penalty would hold true to their convictions if they or their favorite family member were on death row? Or do you think that they would seek to exonerate them? Yep. No, I got a decent bunch here also. I did a bunch of notes yesterday.
Notes, oh, damn, B. And you've got links
Mm-hmm.
to put in the chat.
Yep. Biden was the first president elected on anti-death penalty platform. And CNN said he pledged on his 2020 campaign website to work to pass legislation to eliminate the death penalty federal level.
It'd be cool if you had that link.
I do, right here.
Okay, cool.
Reverend Sharon Risher of Mother Emanuel African Methodist Episcopal Church in Charleston, South Carolina, says despite her wholehearted support for Biden as a politician, his lack of concrete steps to fill his campaign promise since his inauguration leads Risher to feel like maybe he was saying what he knows people like her wanted to hear. Reverend Risher's mother and 2 cousins were among those murdered by Dylann Roof in 2015. She supports the movement to abolish nonetheless. Yeah. And she supports the movement to abolish despite that. Also, a Columbia University study released just last month based on 4 experiments with 1,400 volunteers suggests that not only are black defendants and defendants with more stereotypically African American features, even white people with stereotypically African American features, and also larger, more pronounced lips and noses and stuff like that, but also more likely to be sentenced to death in hypothetical trial situations, but even more simply, possession of stereotypically untrustworthy features such as a pronounced brow or downturned lips, see the meme resting bitch face, lead to more hypothetical capital convictions. And I have the link for that. And then considering the modern era high of 98 executions in 1999, more recently there were 17 in 2020, 11 in 21, 18 in 22, 23 in 23, and that gives us a rounded average of 17 and over 80% reduction from the death party of 1999. As of this debate, only a single execution has occurred in 2024, one Kenneth Eugene Smith. Smith's death came about slowly, his body desperately gasping for breath as he expired at the hands of the new experimental and horrifying method simply listed on deathpenaltyinfo.org as nitrogen hypoxia. This is because American and international drug companies refuse to supply our nation and its individual states with the drugs most commonly used in lethal injection. When the companies whose ranks include those who spurred and extended the opioid crisis of the 2000 and 2010s refuse to do business with you out of principle, you know you fucked up. Yeah, this is the outline, but yeah. In the 1960s, only 24 countries had abolished. As of 2021, over half the world's countries have abolished. Over 2/3 have abolished in practice, as in they either have abolished in law or have not carried out executions in over a decade and no longer plan to do so. The countries that maintain the death penalty: China, Iran, Iraq, and Pakistan. These are not our peer countries. And yeah. So that's what I did yesterday on the treadmill. Yep. 10 p.m. tonight, yeah. Yeah, you check it out on the way to work. Let me know if there's anything I should. You can just fill me in. That's with the notification. I got a notification from TYT's app that said Anna and Jake have important news to share on tonight's broadcast.
Count Sekiro.
chamber. So that's why I've taken such a strong position against the death penalty.
Judge Nathaniel Jones, thank you very much for that. So we've talked about the moral argument, the economic argument, and the exoneration issue. We haven't really explained the drug problem, the execution drug problem, but perhaps that will come up in the Q&A along with maybe the research that suggests the death penalty actually does have a deterrent effect. There's some dispute on that, but it'd be interesting to talk about that. We're going to pause for a little bit of housekeeping here. I am, as I said at the beginning, Dan Moulthrop. We're at the City Club of Cleveland in a Friday Forum panel discussion on the death penalty in Ohio, talking with, as I said, Judge Nathaniel Jones, who retired from the U.S. Court of Appeals. Also with us is Terry Collins, retired director of Ohio's Department of Rehabilitation and Correction, and Tim Young, the director of the Ohio Office of Public Defender, or the Office of the Ohio Public Defender, depending on how you'd like to say that. Our question and answer session is ahead. We encourage you to formulate all of your questions now, and we do just simply remind you and gently remind you that your questions should be brief and to the point, but all are welcome to ask questions. If you're watching on the web, feel free to submit questions via Twitter. We are at the City Club. We welcome all of you here and those joining us via our primary media partner, IdeaStream, where you hear us on 90.3 WCPN and 104.9 WCLV, and watch us on WVIZ, PBS, and the Ohio channel. You can also hear us on WTAM or one of our many broadcast partners across the country. Broadcasts of the City Club of Cleveland are made possible by Cleveland State University and PNC, and our live webcast is supported by the University of Akron. The City Club will not be hosting a forum next Friday, and we wish all of you joy in celebrating a happy holiday season. We will return on January 10th with Steve Phillips, co-founder and board chair of PowerPack.org. For information and reservations about all of our upcoming programs, please visit us online at cityclub.org. You can also find our archives there and order a CD or DVD of one of our many past programs. We welcome guests today at tables hosted by Baker Hostetler and Ohioans to Stop Executions. Thank you very much for your support. Today's forum, along with all of our conversations on politics and policy, is sponsored by the Northeast Ohio Media Group, providing content, sales, and marketing for The Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com, and Sun News, serving collectively 1.3 million readers in print and online. We welcome students to today's program. Student participation is made possible by a generous gift from the Jeffrey David Epstein Memorial Fund. We welcome students from Gilmore Academy, Cleveland Heights High School, and the Cleveland School of the Arts. All students, please stand to be recognized. Now let's jump into our traditional City Club question and answer period. As I said before, we do welcome questions from all, including guests, and holding the microphone today is our program director, Carrie Miller.
Thank you, Dan. Great panel. I have a right to life and a right to death question. The right to life question, do any of your panel members, are any of your panel members aware of any significant involvement by right to life communities or organizations in the effort to stop the death penalty? The right to death penalty, or the right to die question, which might be directed to Mr. Collins. Presuming we continue to have a death penalty, do you think that a person voluntarily, presuming competence, should have the right to take his own life in perhaps more private and less public spectacle manner?
Who wants to take the right to life question? I'm pretty sure I know the answer. It's pretty clever, Tom.
Very good question. I don't know of any right to life groups or individuals who have said anything about death penalty. Your second question is a very difficult. I mean, suicide in prison. Here recently, Felix Legal was on death row, and a couple hours before he would have went on watch and went on suicide, there was some discussion that maybe his attorney had information that would have gotten a stay. So it was a huge issue, and suicide in prison is always an issue. You probably remember back to the Wilford Berry, the volunteers, in 97 and 98, was a huge question about whether or not he should be allowed to do that. I would question someone's mental faculty. I mean, I enjoy life, so to say I want to take my own life, there has to be some serious issues with mental illness and health, in my opinion. And I'm not a mental health clinician, but our prisons are full of mental health people, so I've dealt with a lot of those people. So I'd have to question someone who wanted to take their own life. But being in prison is a very lonely, rigid, controlled environment that some people can't learn to cope with that and will act out. Death row, you might be surprised to know that death row is a place when I was a warden I would go to because it was always very clean, very quiet, and most people on death row were typing on the typewriters and saying yes sir, no sir. So it was a very solemn, quiet place, unlike some of the other cell blocks that I dealt with. So death row was completely different. And most people were working on their appeals and looking forward to hopefully getting a favorable decision out of court, but oftentimes that did not occur.
Judge Jones, Tim Young, either of you have any thoughts or know of any right-to-life groups that are advocating an abolition of the death penalty?
Not that it's specifically right to life. You have primarily religious organizations who are working on abolition issues. I don't think I define them strictly as right to life. It may be one of the planks of the belief system. It's not that they are a pro-life group organized as they organized for abortion issues.
This issue of a right to die also brings to mind the wishes of one death row inmate to donate his organs. Tim Young, can you explain that a little bit, the issues involved there?
Well, I mean, actually our client, Mr. Phillips, offered to donate his organs. His mother needs a kidney. And we're talking, just as a caveat, we're talking about living donation, organs that you can remove, which the patient will survive. Nobody is talking about taking his heart out in the way of surgical suite. But we are talking about like lobe of a liver or kidney donation. Issues that arise there are that have been raised. You've got security issues. You've got the cost issues of the surgery. You've got the moral stigma of receiving, as I've heard it described. Of receiving an organ from somebody who's committed a heinous crime. Although anecdotally, it seems that there are plenty of people on those wait lists who would be more than happy to accept a kidney after years and years of dialysis. So the questions that have come up are, if we're going to go down this road, and I think Governor Kasich is looking at it seriously, is are we talking about family donation only, or are we actually talking about donation outside of that? I think the security issue and cost issue, the Department of Corrections runs a medical wing full-time in OSU Hospital. So we have surgical suites where there's security already in place. All that's taken care of. Most of this would be covered either by the donation services or by Medicaid. So I think largely it's more public policy about whether we're doing it. Obviously, I would support this, but do something beneficial. That's the problem.
I can't tell you the name, but he donated his body to Science Life State University after this.
Let's get another question.
You alluded to the variance in what happens whether a case is prosecuted as a death penalty case or not. That decision, at least in Ohio, is up to the county prosecutor, a single individual. Are you aware of anywhere else in the country, or would you be in favor of the establishment of at least a semi-independent panel or a review board that would bring some uniformity to the criteria under which the death penalty is sought?
That, I believe, was part of the original legislation. And one of the reasons Justice Piper has switched sides. But Tim Young, go ahead. Judge Jones,
there was recently a task force that has largely completed its work, although the report is not done. I was a member of that task force. One of the recommendations was, although it was a very contested vote, was to create a charging panel at the Attorney General's office that would be made up of Attorney General employees as well as retired prosecutors who would bring consistency to charging decisions, that prosecutors would seek the death penalty but need approval from this panel to bring consistency, because we have just horrific disparities in the death penalty in terms of charging decisions. The question said, it is the decision of one person, and I think that is exemplified nowhere more than Cuyahoga County, where you had a prior prosecutor who indicted quite a few cases. When I say quite a few, let me let you know that Cuyahoga County indicted in 1 year 60% of all death penalty cases in the entire state of Ohio. When the former prosecutor retired, the indictment literally was cut in half. Compared to your present prosecutor, who, as far as I know, has brought one death penalty indictment since he took office. So when I hear the argument that the charging decision represents the will of the people, I represent the will of the people, my answer is no. It represents the will of the single individual in charge of that office at that time. And you end up with horrible disparities geographically in Cuyahoga and Hamilton County, bringing in the lion's share of people on death row. You end up with horrible racial disparity, where we have a horrible value of life problem. We seem to value white life far more than black life. So if you're going to bring any consistency to this, you've got to take it out of the hands of 88 well-intentioned people, but 88 people who are going to have 88 different views of what is and isn't a death penalty.
Judge Jones.
Well, I agree with that. And I would just contrast that to the federal system. The Justice Department will not, or the federal government will not sanction or authorize a charge that would contain the death penalty without the approval of the Attorney General. So no matter what a U.S. attorney in some jurisdiction may wish, that U.S. attorney must submit the case to the Justice Department, and it works its way up through the criminal division, up to the really up to the Attorney General himself or herself. And I think there has to be that type of deliberation when you're dealing with something as horrendous as a death penalty, and to bring some uniformity to it. As a result, you find seldom do you find persons being convicted on a death penalty classification. It has to have the specific approval of the Attorney General.
This question is for the members of the panel. To what extent do you think that the retention of the death penalty in most of the states of the United States, particularly the southern states, represents really racial prejudice?
I mentioned earlier, we value white life more than we value black life, and if you look at the statistics of the number of people on death row, most people would say to me, well, it's about 50-50. Well, but look at the population of the state of Ohio in reference to racial breakdown. So I think certainly there's some deep-rooted issues there. The problem with the death penalty is so many people have their own personal opinion, and so many people really aren't educated about death penalty and the criminal justice system as a whole, and not seeing those people and that it's still human life. I mean, people used to say to me, why do you treat people so humanely when you're about ready to execute them? And I'm saying I'm still dealing with a human being, and that we're trying to do this in a professional, dignified way as possible. So I think there's probably some deep rooted things there.
Tim Young. The death penalty is clearly racist. Is that its purpose?
Sekiro.
No. I think vengeance is its purpose. I don't think justice is its purpose. I think vengeance is honestly the purpose of the death penalty. And in fact, we've created this term called retributive justice. Because we've said forever, policy-wise, revenge is not a place in our justice system. That is not what society views as justice, as revenge. We don't do that. Justice is about public safety. Justice is about rehabilitation. Justice is about fair punishment for crimes. It's not about revenge. But we've created this term called retributive justice. And what does retributive mean other than vengeance? But I don't think the purpose is racism, although the outcome is clearly, obviously racist. And fundamentally one of the most important reasons that we stopped doing this. Because for years, and it's not just Ohio. Ohio's had 3 separate studies that says the death penalty has racial overtones that are significant. And that study's done in every state in this country. There's not a death penalty system in the United States that doesn't have a race problem. Words of famous justice, we should stop tinkering with the machinery of death. We cannot seem to get that out of our system. If you can't, you need to stop.
Judge Jones?
I agree, absolutely. I was always impressed by the fact that there were 2 Supreme Court justices who, as a matter of principle, always opposed capital punishment. Justice William Brennan and Justice Thurgood Marshall. They automatically just voted against death penalty. When I was involved with the Bird case in Cincinnati, I was focusing on and that was a case that puzzled some people because John Bird was white. And they were wondering, well, why are you, a black guy, going to the mat this white, as one person said, this white dude. And I said, because we have a Constitution, and he didn't get a fair trial. And his rights were violated, and you put the race aside, the system did not work. And if it's not working for this white dude, it's not going to work for a brother. So that's the reality.
Somebody tweet that, please.
I had the same thought. I got to write that down. I sat next to Judge.
If it's not working for this white dude, it's not going to work for the brother. If you have questions on this side of the room, just please raise your hand. We've got only a single mic holder today.
Does the governor have the power to commute any death sentence, and what are the factors that he has to consider in doing so?
Tim Young, I think that's, or Terry Collins.
The governor, there's an argument. No, the answer today, reading strictly the statutes, the governor cannot commute a sentence unless and until the parole board makes a recommendation. Now, they don't have to make a positive recommendation, but they have to have heard a clemency case before he can say, I commute this case. So there's a precursor step. It doesn't matter what they recommend. They could unanimously recommend clemency, and he can still grant it.
Commutation would be change the death sentence to life without parole.
Yes, normally life, occasionally life. Possibility.
Our next question.
Hello, I have a question for Mr. Tim Young. It says here that you started the Ohio Wrongful Conviction Project. I was wondering what methods you use to prove these convicts innocent, be it not DNA testing?
We started the Wrongful Conviction Project because Ohio already has a very outstanding innocence project that's DNA-based, so at the University of Cincinnati. But it struck us that if you have all of these problems in DNA cases where we know a person was misidentified, or we know there was junk science, like hair examples or bite mark evidence, well, those exist in cases where there was non-DNA. So we started the project looking for those same issues that led to DNA in generations that we don't have DNA in. So we focus on junk science issues. We focus on cases that are on bad arson evidence. The arson science has changed significantly in 20 years. What we used to call arson largely look like accidental fires today. Bite mark evidence, complete junk. If somebody says they can match a bite mark, just walk away. Hair follicles, unless you've got DNA on the tip, the best you can say is it's similar. What we see all the time in cases where, it matches. Well, you know what matches mean? It's brown. They have brown hair, he has brown hair. That's what they're calling a match. Without DNA, mitochondrial DNA. But DNA is about the only science that I would presently tell you that there's really good testing on, that you can get really identifiable characteristics, but there are all kinds of things that we know have led to bad convictions. Those are the things we look for.
In that vein, are you also over the last couple of weeks, there's been some coverage, and listeners of NPR will have heard an interview on Fresh Air, or if you read The New Yorker, there was a piece about coerced confessions. Is that something that you're finding here in Ohio as well?
Absolutely. Those are the types of cases that we look for. There's this common belief you wouldn't confess to it if you didn't do it, and it is amazing how often just with a couple of hours of interrogation and the right questioning techniques that somebody will say, if I can leave, I will tell you anything. What do you want to know? Without physical abuse, but just with gentle, coercive questioning techniques.
But even in a broader sense in the criminal justice system, confessions versus plea bargaining, I mean, the majority of people come to prison now come as a result of plea bargaining. Roughly 95 to 98% of people come to prison because of plea bargaining. I mean, I've talked to guys.
Meaning they never go to trial.
Right.
There's never been evidence presented.
Right. Well, I've talked to guys who said, well, they had me charged with 35 crimes, and they kept telling me that if I go to trial, I'm going to be facing 60, 70 years, and they offered me a 2-year sentence. I mean, I'm plumb, and just not plumb dumb. That I'm going to, I'll do the 2 years. I'm not going to take my chance. You see that every day.
And yet, in many cases, it's still a life sentence in terms of the decision of pleading to that changes everything that comes afterwards.
It's a life sentence if you plead to a probation violation or probation, because then you're stigmatized for the rest of your life. Jobs, housing. I could list a multitude of things that a conviction on your record will cause you problems for the rest of your life.
Let's have another question, please.
My question is both for Mr. Young and Mr. Collins. Mr. Young, you pointed out that our system is not retributive, but it's looking for a fair punishment for a crime. And so I'm wondering what the difference is between those two things. And the second thing is, one of the arguments against getting rid of the death penalty that I've heard is that life in prison isn't so bad, and some people have it a lot worse than someone who's in prison. Because they can get an education and they can watch TV and there's all kinds of other things. So I'm wondering if, Mr. Collins, you could give us some idea of what a day in the life of a person who's in prison without parole is like. Thank you.
Tim Young first.
As to the first question, in terms of punishment for a crime, generally you're looking at a number of factors in terms of a policy or a philosophy of what that means. And you're looking at what will compensate the public, not an individual, but the public for whatever crime. And if you're talking about physical violence against another person, what we've decided on as a policy is to take people's liberty. How long is that liberty then is somewhat correlative to the degree of violence that I think there are a number of other factors, obviously, that go into that in terms of people's prior records, in terms of their amount of remorse. There's a whole laundry list or a matrix, if you will. But revenge is not one of them. As a policy, vengeance is not part of the justice system. Vengeance is an emotion that I completely understand why you would want somebody. You want that person hurt, killed. They took something from you so precious, a family member. But that's exactly who shouldn't be deciding what happens in terms of the outcome of the case in justice.
I've heard people say that, but 32 plus years, I never had anybody come knocking on the door saying let me in. And I never had anybody refuse to leave when we told them they could go. And I had a few people who tried to leave and they shouldn't have tried to leave. Imagine your life for however long it's going to be if you can't leave this room. That you're told when to get up, when to go to bed, what kind of clothes you're going to wear, what you're going to eat today, what you can purchase in the commissary. You're subject yourself to being strip searched multiple times in a day if the officer so chooses to do so. If you go on a visit with your loved one, your mother, your father, your wife, your brother, your sister, your aunt, your uncle comes to visit, you're going to get strip searched before you go into visit, and you're going to get strip searched when you come back out, because they're going to make sure you're not doing contraband. We're going to tell you who you can talk to on the telephone. We're going to tell you what property you can control, and you better be able to fit it in a locker box that is what we call 2.4. It's about the New Jersey bag. That's what your life's going to be. Yes, you can get an education. Yes, you can watch TV. TV to me was a babysitter. I'd rather have guys sitting watching TV than out running around dealing with drugs or whatever. And oh yes, there are drugs in prison. Addiction doesn't stop at the front door. So if you want somebody to control everything about your life, then prison's a place for you to be. But it's not a place that I'd want to be, and I worked there for 30-some years. And that's why we see so many people who have health issues in prison, suicides are committed. It's not, I'm not going to say that it's not people who don't, lifers, particularly murder cases and guys who are doing life without parole, some of the best inmates they ever had, because it became their home. They wanted to keep things calm, but they had to learn after a number of years how to do that. So it's not a place that people want to come to.
Thank you very much for that. We've got to wrap up, and we haven't covered every issue that we set out to cover. And something tells me that with the recent legislation that's either been introduced or going to be introduced by some local representatives, including Nikki Antonio of Lakewood, that this may come up for debate, and we will have a chance to be hearing from both sides. Certainly there are more than two sides, actually. But I want to thank all of you. Terry Collins, former director of the Ohio Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. Tim Young from the Office of the Ohio Public Defender. He is the State of Ohio Public Defender. And Judge Nathaniel Jones, thank you very much for your time today. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been listening to a City Club Friday Forum on the death penalty in Ohio. I'm Dan Moulthrop, and our forum's now adjourned.
are people convicted of terrible crimes. They've often inflicted terrible pain on their victims. Why should they be entitled to a painless death?
Well, it's a great question, and certainly, I mean, the people who founded our country decided that we would not have the retributive or retaliation sort of justice system that was actually fairly common at the time our country was formed. The standard that had to be met is the cruel and unusual standard.
6 seconds can feel like an eternity when your life is on the line.
Count Sekiro.
Twice a year, the United States' biggest maximum security prison opens its doors to the public. The convicts become cowboys. They're some of the toughest, meanest men in the country. Armed robbers, rapists, murderers, and they're providing family entertainment. The most popular event is convict poker. The last man sitting wins the prize. Prisoners are often injured, sometimes killed, but the rodeo ring isn't the most dangerous place in the jail. That honour belongs to a small, nondescript room a kilometre away. Lethal injection is the United States' preferred mode of execution. The prisoner is strapped down, the tubes are attached, and the chemicals injected.
They're good citizens in this prison, and good citizens is what it's all about.
The current warden participated in 6 executions.
How y'all doing? One of those inmates asked me, well, will you hold my hand? So I'll be connected to this earth while I'm reaching up to Jesus, you know, and going to heaven. I said, well, sure. So that's how I went up holding 4 of them's hands before they died. And then that's a pretty profound thing to do, so.
Is it personally difficult to be in that room and watch someone die?
No. It was the first time, and I went and talked to the preacher the next day because I realized I just killed that guy, and I didn't say anything to him about his soul. I just carried him in the room and just laid him on the table, strapped him down, and 2 minutes later, I looked there, well, actually about 4.5 minutes later, and there he was dead. And I said, man, you just killed that guy. You didn't say nothing to him, you didn't say anything to him, you just did it.
There are 88 inmates on the prison's death row, waiting for their date with the warden and the executioner.
I just get the warrant in the mail. When I get the warrant, then I do the execution. If I don't get the warrant, I don't do it. And the law of the land is that we do have executions, but then we have to be really, really, really cautious and careful that we really, really, really don't execute innocent persons.
In some parts of the US, prosecutors aren't cautious or careful enough. Ernest Willis spent 17 years on death row, waiting to die for a crime he didn't commit.
Northbound I-15 looks good until you reach around 3300 South. Minor fender bender, perhaps resulting from poor business.
He came within 2 days of being executed.
They ask if you want a black suit or a blue suit. They ask you what you want for your last meal. When you become, I think it's 3 days of your execution, they put you in what they call a death watch cell. They don't want you to commit suicide or something like that to keep them before you quit. That's what it amounts to.
These days, Ernest Willis hauls boats from one side of the country to the other. It's a chance to catch up with the world that passed him by. His journey death row began 22 years ago when he arrived at his cousin's house in West Texas. During the night, the house caught fire. Willis and his cousin got out, but 2 women didn't. The police suspected arson and they charged Ernest Willis with murder. There was no witness, no motive, and no forensic evidence, but the defendant was convicted and sent to death row.
The first 2 years I was there, I was a real angry person. And I knew that if I didn't put that anger out, it would just eat me alive. There ain't no way I could have spent 17 years on Texas death row.
The actual
full of
fuck,
hate,
bro. Full health.
What good does it do to hate? Move on with your life.
He did move on with his life, finding romance in an unlikely place. As Willis waited to die, he met Ferrelyn Harbin, the sister of another man on death row. They fell in love and got married, although they weren't allowed to touch.
I witnessed my brother being executed at 6 o'clock one evening and went back to the prison unit at 8 o'clock the next morning to visit Ernie for 4 more hours. And it was very hard to walk back in that gate.
Another person entered Willis's life and had an equally dramatic impact on him. Jim Blank was a first-year solicitor at a big New York law firm. Even though he had no experience in criminal law, he took on the Willis appeals for free.
Well, it was an unbelievable miscarriage of justice that was the result of a convergence of a lot of bad things happening all at once to a person who was unfortunately in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Blank discovered the prosecution suppressed evidence would have helped the defense, and he found these shocking prison medical records. They reveal Willis was secretly drugged during the trial. He didn't have a mental problem, but was repeatedly given powerful antipsychotic drugs.
He was being given massive doses of these drugs. 2 or 3 times the recommended amount, the recommended daily dosage for someone who would be diagnosed as really psychotic.
And I sat there, I didn't even know what was going on. I couldn't participate and help my attorneys or anything else.
The drugs turned the defendant into a zombie. The prosecutor played up the lack of emotion, telling the jury Willis was a cold-hearted satanic demon, a monster from a horror film, with cold fish eyes and a deadpan, insensitive, expressionless face.
My view is that it was deliberate, and that somebody knew what they were doing, and that there was, on the part of the state, a recognition that they had a weak case.
Blank found arson experts who repudiated the prosecution's theories, and he discovered an axe murderer, David Long, had admitted starting the fire.
David Long had a motive for the fire. He knew Billy Willis, Ernest Willis's cousin. He was one of the inhabitants of the house. He had a grudge out for him. They were doing drug deals together. He knew exactly how to get there. He described how he got there, how he drove there, how long it took him, the exact roads that he took to get there.
Despite all the evidence of innocence, the top Texas court refused to release Ernest Willis. Finally, a federal judge said, enough.
Did you think this day would ever come?
I knew it'd come eventually.
Willis walked free and into the arms of his wife. It was the first time they'd touched.
Angry? Are you bitter? No. No, I'm not bitter. I think what goes around comes around, and the people that knew I was innocent to start with, they'll get theirs.
He got out on our wedding anniversary.
There was a car coming, she ran across the highway, and I was coming down the stairs. And someone said that we embraced for like just 57 seconds or something like that.
Texas executes more people than any other state. Virginia is second. I drove there to get a very different but equally personal perspective on the death penalty. In the Jerry Givens is indulging his love of sport. Like Ernest Willis, he spent 17 years on death row, but not as a prisoner, as an executioner. He killed 62 people.
I have to transform myself from a correctional officer or a churchgoer into becoming an executioner, one of the execution. Sometimes it takes weeks to prepare, and sometimes it takes weeks and months to come down off that. I never put on a hood to disguise myself. I felt that I could do that because that's being a coward. Put on a hood and don't nobody know exactly what it is.
Jerry Givens defies the stereotypes.
The Lord help me to be strong. I call him all night long. Oh, all night.
He's warm and gentle and sings in the church choir on Sundays.
I fell down on my knees. I say, Master, help me please.
He prays he didn't execute someone like Ernest Willis.
If I come to find out that some of the people were in, I don't think I know. And I think they would come back and really, really put a deep calm.
More than 90 wrongly convicted people have been released from death row over the last 2 decades. In some states, exonerations are outnumbering executions, shaking America's confidence in the death penalty.
Oh, healing river, send down your waters.
A small group of protesters is outside the Supreme Court in Washington.
Send down your waters. Send down your waters. And wash the blood.
A former warden says the men he helped kill haunt his dreams.
The death penalty is the dirtiest, filthiest thing that we do in this country today. It's got to be stopped.
Most Americans still support capital punishment.
We're to see the end of the death penalty. Would you like some information? No, I believe in it. Welcome to Washington, D.C.
But the number of death sentences and executions have fallen dramatically.
It's a great research project.
The exonerations aren't the only factor. Serious questions are being raised about the method of execution, and a new group of unlikely activists is emerging. Doctors.
The lethal injection is a charade. It is not humane. It may look civilized, but my feeling is that it's not civilized.
Lethal injection is usually portrayed as being like an operation. Prisoners put to sleep in the same way a patient is anesthetized. Jonathan Groner disputes that. He's a surgeon in Ohio, although his views don't necessarily reflect his hospital's. The doctor thinks some prisoners are being tortured to death.
If the drugs don't go in correctly, it is possible that they can suffer excruciating pain.
These are people convicted of terrible crimes. They've often inflicted terrible pain on their victims. Why should they be entitled to a painless death?
Well, it's a great question, and certainly, the people who founded our country decided that we would not have the retributive or retaliation sort of justice system that was actually fairly common at the time our country was formed. The standard that had to be met is the cruel and unusual standard, and it doesn't matter how heinous the crime committed by the inmate or the defendant is, you still have to meet that standard in terms of punishment.
The states keep the machinery of death secret, but some details are known. Dr. Groner explained the process.
To actually insert this into the vein, and then once the blood fills this, they then slide this in.
Once the needle is inserted, a 3-drug cocktail is used to kill the prisoner.
The first drug is supposed to render the inmate comatose. The second drug paralyzes all muscles, and that includes breathing muscles. And then the third drug, potassium chloride, in a high concentration, causes cardiac arrest, and it's used every day.
The second drug is medically unnecessary, but it stops the prisoner thrashing about and upsetting onlookers. Paralysed prisoners can't show their suffering though, the so-called silent screaming. And if the anaesthetic is too weak or wears off, the suffering is intense.
Someone either suffocates awake because the second drug paralyzes the breathing muscles, or, basically feels the burning sensation of passing going through the veins until the heart stops, which is also extremely painful. So, killing someone turns out to be a fairly painful proposition, unless it's done in some way that instantaneously, severs the nerves to the brain. And, of course, that's in the French Revolution.
Overjoyed now that homicide detectives have charged someone with murder for the shooting death of her son.
We drove south to the place where theory becomes reality. Ohio's death house is an hour and a half from the hospital. At least 2 executions were horribly botched here. The most recent one involved Christopher Newton, who killed a cellmate after a game of chess.
The execution team took so long to get a needle into one of Newton's veins, he was allowed to get up and go to the toilet. A typical execution lasts about 15 minutes. This one took 2 hours. A year earlier, there'd been a similar problem here during the execution of Joseph Clark. Then it took 20 minutes to find a vein. When the chemicals finally started flowing, Clark lifted his head and said, "It don't work. It don't work."
The officials closed the curtain while they reinserted the tubes and re-injected the chemicals.
Then we start hearing moaning and groaning real bad, like somebody's back here, doing something to them that we don't know. This is real bad moaning and groaning. You could tell he was in pain. This happened for a good 20, 25, maybe even 30 minutes.
For Michael Manning, the execution was personal. Joseph Clark murdered his brother. It happened during a petrol station holdup in 1984. Clark took $60 and David Manning's life.
I just pulled the trigger and it shot him and hit him in the chest. And I seen him fall backwards, so that was the last thing I seen. I ran out.
The victim's brother still supports the death penalty. He wanted to see the killer killed, but not like this. It took an hour and a half for Clark to die.
His head would come out, tongue out, back down, tongue back in. Like he was gasping for air.
So what were you thinking and feeling as you watched this happening to the man who killed your brother?
I was thinking, there has to be a better way. There has to be definitely a better way. Because I'm watching this man get tortured, and our eighth amendment says that there's no cruel and unusual.
Well, it's hard to be that cute. No. I do it all the time, actually way cuter.
dragon's blood, then I will kill you as many times as it takes. The glory of Ashina.
I cannot do shit with a mouse.
Face me, Shinobi. I didn't think I'd see you again. The dragon's blood, then I will kill you as many times as it takes.
That lasted longer that time. Oh yeah. Fuck it. Fuck this goddamn mouse shit. It's killing my finger. But I gotta do this the right way. Oh, back to our death of penalty video.
There's punishment, and I'm watching it before me.
This is a copy of the law.
The execution affected Michael Manning so much, he's now helping a local lawyer get compensation for Joseph Clark's family. king's decision outraged his family.
Even my wife, which is not totally against me, but she says, you know, this is what he deserved. And no, a terrible death is not what somebody deserves. I feel strongly on that. I'll take that to my grave.
The debacles aren't limited to Ohio. It's a national problem and an international embarrassment. In Florida, the city of Gainesville is honoring its football team, the Gators. The state's death chamber isn't far from here. Eduardo Arenas witnessed an execution
The
there.
bullshit, you know?
An execution where
Fucks
the
I
prisoner
don't
wouldn't
give.
die.
I gives no fucks, Genichiro.
It was difficult. It still is, you know, it's something that you can carry with you. Just, no getting rid of that moment in your life.
When he's not playing in a band, Eduardo Arenas is an interpreter.
Say again?
He was summoned to the jail to translate the death warrant of Angel Diaz,
What?
a Spanish speaker.
Was smoking his last
What'd you say, babe?
Very calm, very kind of resigned to his fate. Well, I guess one of the things that really struck me is how catered
Okay,
the event,
let me know. I'll walk
event
you to
was.
your car.
As soon as I showed up, there was a conference room full of sandwich platters and shrimp cocktails and sodas and cookies and, you know, general hors d'oeuvres for everyone.
The warden made Eduardo Arenas stay for the execution. He watched in horror as Angel Diaz took more than half an hour to die. The executioners had to inject the drugs twice, and the sedative didn't work.
He was definitely grimacing and gasping for air. First he's calm, looking up, and then he's like, you could hear him say something like, you know, what's happening, what's wrong, and gasping for air.
Did it look like he was in pain?
Yeah. There were several instances there was definitely pain in his expression.
I think this man was pushed.
Dr. Groner obtained the Diaz autopsy results. They revealed large chemical burns on the prisoner's arms.
Well, when you look at this on the right arm, he described 12 by 5 inch area, and it's skin blistering and swelling, and
the execution team inserted the needles incorrectly. The drugs flowed into the prisoner's flesh, not his bloodstream, ensuring a long and probably agonizing death.
Thiopental under the skin is very basic alkaline. Apparently, it's extremely painful. One can only imagine this highly concentrated dose, how much it would burn if the patient wasn't deeply unconscious. So, I mean, the irony is that, you know, we no longer burn people at the stake, and here we are sort of, you know, burning someone at the stake again, you know. And he basically had a, you know, Joan of Arc style execution.
It's no surprise mistakes are made. Even medical professionals sometimes struggle to get needles into veins. Dr. Groner and his team are highly qualified and experienced, but execution teams aren't. They usually don't include a doctor or a nurse, so people with no medical training perform complex procedures.
You know, many of the prison guards are burdened with the responsibility of doing some of these medical things, and it's really not fair to them. I mean, if they were charged with doing execution, they'd probably have a better success rate if they just formed a firing squad.
But there were those people in that room that would push that button, that would kill him and be just like a murderer too.
Those concerns about the efficacy and legality of lethal injection made their way all the way to the Supreme Court. It's preparing to rule on the issue, and all executions are on hold until it does.
I think that it's to our advantage to be as humane as possible, but frankly, as Charlie Bronson said, when you got rats in the cellar, you kill them. And there's just no reason for the American public not to be able to see its worst murderers put down.
Michael Rushford heads a legal lobby group dedicated to victims' rights. He wrote a brief for the Supreme Court case, arguing in favour of lethal injection.
You know, the idea that you get 10 times the amount of pentothal that I got to have my wisdom teeth pulled out, and you're not going to be pain-free for half an hour, is just facetious, and that's what we're giving these murderers. 10 times the pain reliever needed for open heart surgery. They're going to be asleep if the needle goes into the vein.
If it's done properly.
Yeah, that's the real hang-up here, is that it is a quasi-medical procedure, and so maybe we ought to have retired nurses or military medics who put the needles in all day long. Maybe we ought to have them do it.
Executions are usually shrouded in secrecy. The recent court case gave a chilling glimpse of what really goes on behind the curtain.
Missouri's executioner testified anonymously. This is a transcript. It reveals that in Missouri, prison guards and wardens injected deadly chemicals in the dark with by flashlight. It's probably the first time any of them have picked up a syringe, the executioner said. Now, the executioner does have a medical background, but he doesn't follow any written guidelines during execution. He improvises and routinely gives the prisoners a lower than recommended dose of sedatives. He acknowledges having problems with some of the drugs. I'm dyslexic, the executioner says, so it's not unusual for me to make mistakes.
Each state with the death penalty keeps its executioner's identity secret. You could sit next to Jerry Givens at the basketball and never know he was a state-sanctioned killer. Jerry Givens no longer works in a prison and no longer believes in the death penalty, but he doesn't understand the debate over painless executions.
Why are you worrying about whether they're suffering or not? You know, how much pain are they going through? It's irrelevant. The death itself is the issue. They don't have the system no more. They don't use this.
Jerry Givens used both lethal injection and the electric chair to execute inmates.
With that much electricity going through your body, it's going to fry the inside, your body tissues. It should cook.
Sometimes prisoners caught fire. These days, Virginia only uses lethal injection.
What do you think is more humane, the electric chair or lethal injection?
I say the electric chair. It's faster. Right? And just, like I always say, it's just like cutting the light off and on.
Even though people's heads can catch fire and blood can burst from the bodies? And
yeah, but with that amount of electricity going through your body, you're not going to feel nothing.
There's no doubt most of the condemned committed horrible crimes, but are they entitled to a painless death?
About 700 free people.
For Warden Burl Kane, they're not academic questions, they're personal and professional. Louisiana's state penitentiary is nicknamed the Farm. It used to be a plantation, and some vestiges remain.
90% of the inmates here have life sentences. 90% is going to die here. All I have is murderers, rapists, armed robbers, habitual felons. So 1 out of every 2 people you see here has killed somebody.
One of those killers threw a little boy into a boiling bath.
And every time he tried to stick his head up out of that scalding water, he hit him on the head with a screwdriver and he pushed him under that water. And he kept there till he killed him, till he drowned him in the scalding water. And he turned red like he was boiled. And he lay him out, and then and he's an animal. But yet he goes to church and he wants to say, oh, I'm religious, and then don't execute me. And you have to think, if that was your little boy, what do you want to happen to that man? Boy, you made the paper today.
Burl Kane hasn't executed anyone for 6 years. In that time, 3 of his death row
Jesus
inmates
Christ,
have been exonerated and released.
I don't know who's
You old
worse,
devil,
man.
you did good. Man, that's good. This is Bishop Tannehill. He's probably the longest inmate that's been here. He's been over 50 years.
Eugene Tannehill
Machine's
beat a man
going
to death.
down,
He received a life
boys.
sentence and found God. The Louisiana Pardon Board just recommended his release. Bishop, as he's known, is going to New York to work with street kids. Capital punishment is facing its greatest challenge in decades. The exonerations are raising doubts about whether the state should. The doctors are raising doubts about how. Death is on trial. More than 3,000 condemned prisoners have an intimate stake in the verdict.
Oh, bae. Is that you who's... You have what set up? The Kindle? Thanks, babe.
Well, it's a bit like John Donne, Meditation 23, you know, no man is an island unto himself, every man's death diminishes
Oh,
me,
there's another one.
you know, ask for not whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee, which is, again, it's,
What's going on,
anytime
Daisy?
life is taken, diminishes the society. There's no question about it. And the life that is taken with regard, and this is the opponents of the death penalty.
How you doing?
All life is sacred, even those people who do heinous acts. And specifically that there should be no death penalty at all. We saw at the Second World War that you know, that people who were convicted of war crimes were executed. We saw Saddam Hussein executed.
Come on, Ishin.
There are things that probably would suggest that there needs.
I am super glad to hear that. It's a fine morning to be doing great.
There are families and there's a society in general that seems to be satisfied by that. The outcry with the Zhang Ying case is again, to give some context, she was a student who came to the University of Illinois at the largest Chinese population of all the students. There's 1 million students studying abroad, 373,000 in the United States, largest amount in Champaign-Urbana. She goes there, is killed by a graduate
Hell yeah.
school. And the Chinese are outpouring.
What region of the world are you in?
Outpouring for the death penalty there. So I understand what they're
saying. Oh, this game that I'm playing? You don't know about Sekiro?
You know, who had something terrible happen to her. He only got life imprisonment.
I'm just practicing the final boss, but this is a mod of the game.
Like I said, the Innocence Project has found out, at least in the state of Illinois where I came from.
It's a pretty famous game.
There were 18 people on death row that they had found.
Yes, it has a story to it. It's a Souls-like, sort of like an RPG, but more along that formula.
Society, but I also say that there's an order within the society on which how people can behave. The question is who makes the decision.
You know Dark Souls?
So if Saddam Hussein hadn't been executed, I remember looking at the footage, it wasn't particularly pleasant, it wasn't particularly clean. If he had been given life imprisonment...
I played Resident Evil back on the PlayStation 1, Resident Evil 2.
Some of these people who are left in prison for a long period of time would be that he has a platform perhaps in which he can be able to...
Where are you from, Daisy Flynn?
People. I mean, there's David Hansen who has got life imprisonment. He was a federal FBI agent for treason, and he's in Supermax. I mean, he doesn't have the ability to be able to communicate with other people. But like I said, I think that there was some cry for justice, which is almost biblical, you know, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and that's where the death penalty came in. The problem with the federal death penalty since 2003 has been this drug concoction, which caused in the state of Oklahoma,
Dubai. That's dope.
And it took him about 2 hours to die.
What?
Before
it's not supposed to reach that far.
At the time, so it's through lethal injection. And so that Attorney General Barr has addressed
Dubai. So it must be like late in the afternoon for you right now, huh?
So the issue is our 8th Amendment. Is it cruel or unusual to do this? And that's why it's been stuck in limbo for these 16 years.
Okay, well let's look at the 16 years.
Do they have the death penalty in Dubai? I have a debate on the death penalty on Sunday. Abu Dhabi. There you go.
Welcome back. We're talking about America's to reimpose the federal level. I'm joined by Edward Lehman and Yin Guo. Let's go to you, Yin Guo. Why now? Why have they decided right now to reinstate them?
Technically, yeah, but I'm more of like a full-time housekeeper. Yeah, I guess at the moment streaming is what I'm doing, but it's not like I make my money from it. Thanks. Do you stream? Let me see. Hold on.
Even in our country, the popular will is definitely be respected by the government. If the popular will think that, oh, death penalty is very important. Now our society is not so safe and the social order is so bad. We definitely need to apply the, a certain kind of deterrent approach. against the crimes.
Oh, you haven't been
That
streaming?
sits with me very badly because the fact that, I mean, okay, these people have, as far as we know, committed heinous crimes. They've not given a thought to their victims, etc., etc., etc. But these people are going to die now because of politics, because of a policy, because of an election.
Oh, cool.
Is that fair, do you think, Edward?
Where'd you
Well,
get
I
your
mean,
40
the way you
followers
frame the
from
question,
if you don't stream?
It sounds unfair. However, I mean, when you look at the 5 people that they're talking about, so it's due to commence on December 11th and go into January 20th.
It took me a while to get
with
40
these 5
followers.
particular people.
I had to stream
They've exhausted, so they've been convicted
hundreds of
these
hours.
crimes. They've been through the appeal process, and some of them
I play
in
music.
about almost 20 years with regards to the time that the crime has happened until now. There is now
Here,
federal
hold on.
lawsuit that there's 62 people on
I'll
federal.
play you a
death
song
row.
I
There's been
recorded.
a lawsuit instituted to say it is still cruel and unusual with the Drug Administration, and so it has to go through a review process.
Check it out. This is called Not the End.
Trying hard seas again with the rigging to warn to men and the storm just coming in. The tiller it starts to spin overboard. There go the men screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, not the end.
I'm from Florida.
The tiller it starts to spin. There's overboard.
You know where Miami is?
Screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, no, not the end.
Not in Miami,
She tucks you in.
but you could say I'm like within a couple hundred miles of it.
With the luck you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She tucks you in, circle and start to sing. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind. Trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The captain in sick bay, night of dead. No sign of clearer skies ahead. But hold fast, dear lads, this is not her last. This is just the beginning, no, not the end. 'Cause she'll tuck you in and lay your head to rest. With the lock you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She tucks you in, circle and start to sing. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. Began to dream of dry land despite me. She tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear the treasure right out of your chest. She sucks you in.
That's cool.
Circle and start to
What do you think of the song?
Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. Like a bottle size sailboat in a high wind. Trying high seas again with the rigging too worn to mend. And the storm just coming in.
Careful what you say next. Go back and read the channel rules. Getting real close. Yeah, I made the music on the piano. I played the guitar. I sang the song. I wrote the song. Yeah. Nobody else did anything on that song except me.
This began, the review process began under the Obama administration, was 2003, when one of these was botched and went for quite a long time. And so I do believe that this has been looked at for quite a long time over a number of different administrations.
Appreciate that.
Like I said, Timothy McVeigh.
Yeah, here.
2003 was the last one that was administered. The one before that was 2001, was Timothy McVeigh from 1995. So I think that the swing has gone forward. Remember, the United States in 1972 abolished the death penalty. They brought it back in 1988. Then it lay dormant. So it's kind of gone up and down through a number of administrations. 1972 was Richard Nixon.
You can check out a bunch of stuff there.
You've got Ronald Reagan. So this stays
why
with
don't you,
the right side with Mr. Trump.
I think you can link it. Why don't you link where I can see some of your art?
It makes sense for what's being said. However, I do think that there are proponents on both sides of the aisle.
Do you have a website?
That are pro-death penalty, and it depends on which part of the country you're from. I think in the United States, and like I said, what's more complicated.
Yeah,
is
I mean, you see the
Chinese,
guitar back there.
Death penalty cases are all reviewed at the Supreme Court level, on the national level. In the United States, they're both state and on a national.
No, I'll walk you down. Hold on a minute, Daisy. I'm gonna walk my girlfriend to her car. But yeah. Yeah, it is a nice guitar. I'll show you here in a sec. Link some of your art in the chat. I'll be right back. And we're back. But yeah, here. Yeah. So that song that I just played you the recording of. You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The tiller and starts to spin as overboard there go the men, screaming, oh dear Lord, no, not again. But it's just the beginning, no, not the end. She tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She sucks you in, you circle and start to sink. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. Like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The captain in sick bay, nigh to dead. No sign of clearer skies ahead. But hold fast, dear lads, this is not her last. This is just the beginning, no, not the end. She tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. Well, she sucks you in, and you circle and start to sink. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. She came from under my bed to get me. Got it inside my head to get me there. I'd be willing to bet she'd get me. But no, not quite yet, she just met me there. I find the thunder inside so frightening. She'd cry her eyes out at lightning, yeah. I felt her hold on my hand, a tightening, and began to dream of dry land despite me, yeah. She tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. Well, she sucks you in, and you circle and start to sink. Juxtaposition, and 2 rounds and you're in the drink. Like a bottle-sized sailboat in the high, high wind. Trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The tiller it starts to spin, as overboard there go the men, screaming, oh dear Lord, no not again. But it's just the beginning, no not the end. Not bad for an out-of-tune guitar. Daisy, still waiting for your link. Now I'm not afraid to do the Lord's work. They say vengeance is his, but I'ma do it first. I'ma handle my business in the name of the Lord. Now if he made you cry, girl, I gotta know. If he ain't ready to die, he'd best prepare for it. My judgment's divine, I'll tell you who you can call. You better call the police, call the coroner, call up your priest, have 'em warn ya, there won't be no peace until I find that fool. No, who did that to you? Who did that to you, my baby? Who did that to you? Yeah, gotta find that fool. Who did that to you? The John Legend song. Daisy, didn't you want to, you wanted to show me your art, right? Yes, I've been telling you for the last 10 minutes. Shoot me a link. No, just put it in the chat. In the chat? I don't really use Discord too much. What Discord? Don't you need an actual Discord to send it to? Just put it like a link in the chat. You can post links in the chat. put a link in the chat. You have a website somewhere where I can see your work. What? Why do you need YouTube? I posted that link to prove that you can post links. Anyway, I'm gonna play Sekiro now. No, I didn't. I just typed in the chat to prove that you can put links. I don't have hyperlinks banned. So you can put your link in the chat.
National level, now they're instituting this federal more than they had before.
Obviously, a much quoted statistic, Yimbo, is that China executes more of its people than any other nation. But of course, China is a very populous nation, so that's kind of going to be inevitable, isn't it? But do you think then that it's right that politics determines somebody's life?
I think it's entirely wrong, because according to the rule of law, we should apply the same rule to every individual. We have equal equal treatment to every individual criminal suspect or the criminals. I think because it is because Anglo-American politics in the United States, there are 52 different jurisdictions, and different jurisdictions have their own different politics. And of course, you have your own kind of due process to apply the jury to every individual criminal case. And it's this jury who decided whether this guy should be guilty of murder or not. And eventually, it might be he or she to decide whether the execution of death penalty should be applied. Compared to the United States regime, we have a very unified system. Some cases, like Zhang Yi case, wherever it happened, it would definitely be the Chris Tenson would definitely be sentenced to death. Because as far as because I'm a practicing lawyer, in the same time, such kind of cases normally our some famous lawyers will definitely accept, but we'll definitely know what the result will be, because it has no effective defense in terms of this kind of heinous, serious case. But in the United States, it might be different because you have the jury trial. They have a very flexible rule in terms of even substantial law and procedural law as well. So actually, you have a discrepancy. I mean, for example, in the Zhang Yin case, even there are only 2 jurors who are against the death penalty. The death penalty will not be applied.
And just being from Illinois and a practicing Illinois lawyer, so I'm just going to comment on this. Number one, Illinois death penalty is abolished, okay? But again, Zhang Ying was murdered in Illinois. Then they brought it in the federal court in Peoria, Illinois, and they brought this under the federal statute, which is the one we're talking about. William Barr is trying to get going again, specifically to try to get the death penalty. So our state abolished it. They brought it in the federal court in our state. They brought it up on federal. And what has been talked about here is that the jury had to find him. 12 people had to unanimously decide to convict him, which is what happened. And then 12 people have to decide, these are from the local Peoria area, whether that person should get the death penalty. So what, in this particular case, 10 out of the 12 said that he should get the death penalty, and 2
But I mean, whether the justice is so localized, because the juror is local, rather than federal. I mean, it's not. As far as I know, the
jury
jurors are majority local white people.
That's right.
But again, that's the whole problem, isn't it? Because it becomes a case of chance. It becomes a case of, what's the politics of the day? Who's on the jury? What sort of emotion? What sort of zeitgeist is going around at that particular time? And that's the thing that worries me the most. And we haven't even begun to talk about the whole racism side of this.
Sure.
So many examples of black people that have been convicted of crimes they haven't done, etc., etc., etc. But you were talking earlier, Edward, about the 80s, about Reagan and before. Back then, there was 80% in favour of the death penalty in America. Now that's gone down to 56%. So why now, when why do you think it is that fewer and fewer people are exposing the death penalty?
I think there has been a trend downward with regards to convictions on death penalty. I mean, and I think that there's only been, a very small number that's happened. Again, these are in southern
it's
states.
not doing anything.
I think a lot of it has been what's available in the media, what's been available on the internet, what's been available with DNA. That people have seen that there are people wrongly convicted, and the idea that one person wrongly executed, is a complete tragedy, and I think most people agree with that. So I think that there's much more knowledge than they had during the Reagan administration, certainly, and the popular culture can see that there are people on death row that might be innocent and have been proved innocent. There's a Making of a Murderer, which is a very famous case that happened in Manitowoc, Wisconsin, which was a Netflix series that was very popular. And so I think things like that have captured the public's imagination that people are convicted wrongly and that they should go free. So that's why there's a trepidation.
Very briefly, a final word from both of you. You both come from countries that have the death penalty, although yours hasn't been as active recently. I come from a country, the United Kingdom, that doesn't. Yinbo, is my country less safe than yours?
It really depends on which area. I mean, because I was doing PhD in Scotland. I have experience of studying in the UK. I mean, in some area like Luton near London, a little bit unsafe. I mean, to be honest. But in some city like where I'm living, like in Aberdeen, quite safe. Very safe place.
Same to you. I have 30 seconds left. Edward, safer or not as safe?
Safer in the UK? Safer, for sure. No question about it. I come from Chicago. There were more people killed in the city of Chicago last year than were killed in Afghanistan in the war.
So not so much of a deterrent after all.
No, not at all.
Edward Lehman and Yinbo, thank you both very much indeed. And that's it from Dialogue for now. From me, Jeff Moody, and all the team here at Dialogue. Bye-bye. Thank you for your company.
has 62 cases here in Maricopa County where they're seeking capital punishment. And I know for a fact, since I've been involved in this and participating in clemency hearings, and I see who we execute, we don't execute the worst of the worst. We execute the poorest of the worst. We educate the least educated of the worst. We execute those who have poor legal representation.
I don't accept that as a legitimate or objective criticism of the criminal justice system. Those may be factors that resulted in the underlying criminal conduct in the first place, but there certainly is no review of cases where we're looking at any of those circumstances as criteria whether to impose the death penalty. It is solely focused on the nature of the crime, the criminal history of those involved, and other objective metrics that allow us to look at the width and breadth of cases to determine which of those are cases we should seek capital punishment in. You know, we average about, over the last several years, about 300 murders each year in Maricopa County. And out of that each year, we're averaging about 20 cases in which we're seeking the death penalty. And even out of those, if there's additional information that arises over the course of that prosecution that calls into question that original decision, I'm open to reviewing those cases to determine if we should consider, continue to pursue it. So ultimately, I believe that we are seeking capital punishment with the worst of the worst.
The idea, from the first question I asked the county attorney, said that this is a just punishment. Is he wrong?
Oh, I believe he is, and Bill and I have a common, we've discussed that on occasion. But I would like to point out one thing that I do think we agree on, and that is we want you in your position, you're going to fulfill the law. You're going to act to fill out the law. And I don't have any objections to following the law. I just want to change the law. I don't think that we get much bang for our buck in the way of death penalty. I think it does more harm. It does very little good. It does a great deal more harm.
But in terms of just straight punishment, forget deterrent, that debate has come and gone, it seems like, or we can continue forever for that one. But just in straight punishment and as a just response to punish people who commit these heinous crimes, why would the death penalty not make sense? 64% of Americans in a 2010 Gallup poll say it does make sense to them.
And I understand that. But 53% of the countries in the world say it doesn't make sense. If you are known by the company you keep, which is something my mother always told me as a small boy, then I look at what company do we keep? China, Iran, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Yemen. These are the countries that execute. We have been number 5 in executions in the past 4 years. And isn't that the same group of people that President Bush referred to as the axis of evil?
How do you respond to the fact that the most violent countries in the world seem to have a death penalty, and that countries with no death penalty seem to have fewer violent crimes?
Well, I think in trying to lump us in with those other countries, we don't execute people for political reasons. We don't execute people because they steal or they commit adultery either. So that's not a fair characterization to lump us in with those other countries. In terms of some of the other Western countries, first off, they've got their own issues with abortion and euthanasia that's different than the United States as well. So I'm not going to look at them as my moral North Star. But in terms of the violence and what we do see in the United States, we're also a freer country, and we're much more heterogeneous than some of those other countries too. So if you look at the undergirding social context, it's different as well. And so the social norms and patterns of behavior are also unique for some of those countries. But to touch on the point that the death penalty causes greater harm, I don't accept that characterization either. I think the fact that it's the state that does carry out that particular punishment instead of an environment in which people who feel they have been greatly wronged by the taking of a loved one feel that the only route for justice then is for them to take justice into their own hands is something that we're able to forestall by having society then and the state assume that responsibility and that right that an individual otherwise has to carry it out in a way that comports with due process.
Closure for the victims of loved ones. Please respond to that.
Well, there is no closure. I mean, there is no closure with execution or without execution. I mean, it's
yeah,
a very,
that link didn't work, Daisy.
Parents of Murdered Children, national group. will not speak to it, because even within the home, you know, one parent may wish to spare the life of their child's murderer, and the other one would like to, as you said, you know, take it into their own hands. Really, executing someone is revenge, and it's simply revenge, and it's a very sad thing, and it's detrimental to society. Bud Welch, have you ever met Bud? His daughter was blown up in the Oklahoma City bombing. He wanted to kill Timothy McVeigh. I mean, this was his precious child, and if he could have, he would have. And then he came to the realization that it was hate that took the lives of those 163 people in the Murrah building. And he didn't need to have that hate within him. So forgiveness is what we're about, and I think that's what we need to come to as a society. Now, Mr. Montgomery made a statement that we are fair and just in this country, and I think, well, to a degree, and our system of justice is better than anywhere else. But it is nevertheless arbitrary and capricious. What type of punishment you're going to receive is dependent on where you commit the crime.
Respond, please.
Well, and I want to start with a previous point that Mr. Peitzmeier made too, in that, you know, forgiveness for someone who murders is not mutually exclusive than holding them accountable. And I've never argued, and I've never seen a family that's lost a loved one claim that they received closure from the death penalty, either the sentence or the imposition. And I don't think that that's something that anything we do on this earth can bring about true closure, because of the degree of harm and hurt that results. And so I would have to say that the reason why that the death penalty is still an important part of the criminal justice system is that it still recognizes that a life was lost. A life was taken from that immediate family, and society in general has lost too, because we'll never benefit from the contributions that that person might have offered.
If I can interject, nor would we benefit from whatever contributions the killer may contribute if he is not executed.
Well, I would say though on that point, and we could get a degree of deterrence, and we certainly are able to demonstrate that there is a price to be paid for committing homicide that we do executions for, by carrying out that punishment. Just a couple of years ago, we had 6 executions in Arizona, and I witnessed one of them myself. I felt I had an obligation to see what that punishment looked like if I was going to be not just a proponent, but an authorizer of seeking it. And in that year, every time that there is an execution, the facility there in Florence gets shut down. Those inmates know somebody's been executed. And for everybody who I believe was incarcerated during that year when that happened 6 times, that was a message that sunk in.
And the last point, because we got to get out of here, but I want to give you the last word on this.
I just want to go to cost. I think here in Arizona, costs are going to be very, very effective. We are in a terrible budget shortfall, and the money that was spent trying to kill Jodi Arias, you know, 3.5, the last figure I heard from Maricopa County supervisors in the defense. Washington State has shown studies that prosecutorial costs are somewhere between 2.1 and 4.2.
135,000.
Well, when you talk that way, you're not talking you're talking about witnesses or travel costs.
Yeah,
you're not talking about opportunity costs. Juan Martinez could have been more effective doing other things than working that case for the past 5 years.
He did. In fact, he received a conviction in the Brian Holsey case, the murder of a Glendale police officer,
right,
who then received the death penalty too. So he was able to handle more than just one.
Right.
We got to stop it right there. We're running out of time. Great discussion. Good to have you both here. Thank you for joining us. We do appreciate it.
Thank you, Ted.
Thanks.
And thank you.
With chronic pain and post worth.
Expansion, respect.
Medical community to start. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, the research aspect of this is big, because right now.
Well, it's a bit like John Donne, Meditation 23, you know, no man is an island unto himself, every man's death diminishes me, and you know, ask for not whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee, which is, again,
6 seconds can feel like an eternity.
Some of those exonerations might have been
WLPP.
Spiritually prepared to go, and he's ready to die.
Tell you that absolutely no one in America
Support for this program is provided by the Foundation for Excellence in Louisiana Public Broadcasting and from viewers like you.
Good evening and welcome to Louisiana Public Square. I'm Beth Courtney, president of LPB. Joining us to explore the issue of capital punishment in Louisiana is one of our weekly news anchors, Natasha Williams. Welcome, Natasha.
Thank you. It's so good to be here. I appreciate the opportunity. Well, it's been 9 years since Louisiana has carried out the death penalty sentence. While the state's recently been unable to purchase the drugs it uses in lethal injections, a challenge to Louisiana's lethal injection protocol in 2014 put all executions on hold. That stay has extended again last year and will expire in July.
Well, Natasha, this session, two lawmakers, one a Democrat, the other Republican, will push to abolish Louisiana's death penalty. Opponents of capital punishment say it's expensive and morally wrong. Proponents say it's a deterrent and brings justice to crime victims and their families. Tonight, we hear from individuals on both sides of the debate over the penalty of death. On November 19th, 1995, Wayne and Carol Gazzardo's lives took a painful detour.
It's been miserable. I mean, me and my wife, we're not the same anymore.
That Sunday morning, their daughter, Stephanie, was killed while preparing a deposit for the restaurant she managed. Todd Wessinger, a former employee, followed the bartender inside and shot him. Todd then went looking for Stephanie, who, after hearing gunfire, had called 911.
And while she was on 911, she gave him the money. She'd already given him the money and was begging him not to kill her. Please don't kill me. And his exact words were, "You'll tell, shut up, bitch." And he shot her.
Wessinger shot and injured another employee, then attempted to shoot the cook in the head, but his gun misfired. He fled and went clothes shopping.
They caught him in Garland, Texas 9 days later. They brought him back to Baton Rouge, and then we started our ordeal.
Over the next 21 years, Wessinger appealed his conviction, but was rebuffed each time. His last denial was in 2018 by the U.S. Supreme Court in an 8-1 decision. Still, his death sentence, and that of all 66 inmates on Louisiana's death row, is in limbo. A hold was put on executions in 2014 in response to a lawsuit against the state's lethal injection process.
Several years ago, there was a case in another state where that protocol was used and an inmate it wasn't effective. And so groups came in, filed lawsuits there, filed here, and many other states.
Expire.
Basically alleging that it was cruel and unusual punishment.
Wilbur Stiles is Louisiana's Chief Deputy Attorney General. He says rather than postponing the lawsuit, which Louisiana has done 4 times, the state should fight it. He also proposes options to the current injection process and how to secure the needed drugs.
Several states have changed their protocol and moved to a different set of drugs. You know, we have a 3-drug protocol. Some of them have gone to a 2-drug protocol or 1-drug protocol. Most states have also gone through the process of making it the disclosure of that information, the supplier of the drugs and the supply chain of the drugs, making that a non-public record and confidential.
Major pharmaceutical companies will not sell certain drugs to Louisiana if they will be used in lethal injections. Proposed legislation this session will allow companies who provide the drugs to remain anonymous.
Going toward an avenue where we're secreting the identities, we're not subjecting these things to public record. I think we haven't gotten to a place where our system has enough integrity to do that.
Alana Odoms-Hebert is executive director of the ACLU of Louisiana. The group is opposed to the death penalty. and cites the large number of Louisiana death sentences that are reversed or overturned.
Per capita, we have the 4th highest exoneration rate, and our rate of overturning sentences of conviction is about 85%. And we've had 11 exonerees in Louisiana over the last decade.
Hebert says the death sentence is also handed out disproportionately to blacks.
66% of the people on death row today are African American. And of the states around the country with more than 3 people on death row, Louisiana has the highest number of African American people on death row. We really believe that a system that continues to arbitrarily target African American people overwhelmingly to be executed is simply unconscionable.
The sanctity of life is an absolute, whether it's the unborn, the accidentally born, or the thoroughly guilty.
E. King Alexander is a self-described cradle Episcopalian and Republican. An attorney, Alexander is on the National Advisory Board of conservatives concerned about the death penalty. Among the group's issues with capital punishment,
it's not effective, it doesn't deter. It's vastly more expensive than life incarceration, and it takes a very, very long time. It's very unsatisfactory in all aspects.
Alexander says Louisiana has spent $110 million over the last 10 years on death penalty cases, the majority of that on the front end.
You really have to have a double trial for a death penalty trial. You have to have the guilt phase, and then if there's a conviction of a death-eligible offense, then you have the penalty phase. And it's got to the point that only 8 of our district attorneys out of 42 districts are, as a practical matter, using the death penalty anymore. The rest of them have thrown in the towel because of the expense.
This session, State Senator Dan Claytor, a Republican, is joining with Democrat Representative Terry Landry to sponsor legislation with the goal of abolishing the death penalty. Deputy Attorney General Stiles says the public has already spoken, and it's incumbent on the executive branch to carry out jurors' decisions. The number of exonerations, Stiles says, is proof the process works.
Everyone who gets sentenced to death has a full opportunity to have his case vetted by multiple courts, and when he gets to that final judgment and that case is over with, we could honestly say that that person has had one of the fairest, most due processes probably in all of the world.
The Gazzardos, both Catholics,
for
say they would never want to see
convicted.
an innocent person executed.
The facts were there, the witnesses was there, the evidence was there, the ballistics was there. Everything proved him guilty. We want justice. There's never closure. This will never go away. We will take this to our graves with us.
Well, helping us explore capital punishment is our studio audience. It includes representatives from 3 advocacy groups opposed to the death penalty. We'll also have district attorneys, a current and former public defender, a family member whose daughter was murdered by someone who's still on death row, and an individual whose death sentence conviction was overturned. We also have a high school student with the Legislative Youth Advisor. Welcome, everyone. The issue of death penalty has been an ongoing topic in state and national studies. In 2018, the Pew Research Center conducted a national survey asking respondents if they favor or oppose the death penalty for persons convicted of murder. Survey found that 54% of Americans favor the sentence, while 39% are opposed to it. Broken down by gender, about 6 in 10 men, 61% say they're in favor of the death penalty, and 34% are opposed. Women's views are more divided. 46% favor the death penalty, while 45% oppose it. Support for the death penalty varies significantly between races. While 59% of whites favor this type of punishment for those convicted of murder, 47% of Hispanics do, and just 36% of blacks support a sentence of death. While the Louisiana State University Public Policy Research Lab asked Louisiana residents the same question in 2018, 58% of respondents say they favor the death penalty for those convicted of murder. 34% responded that they oppose it. Support for the death penalty based on political party broke down as follows. 74% of Republicans, 61% of independents, and 42% of Democrats support the use of capital punishment for people convicted of murder. So let's start with our own survey. Tell me your perspective or experience. Do you favor or oppose Louisiana's death penalty, and why? Let's start with Rod. Tell me your feeling.
I'm not for it. Oppose.
Tell me why.
Because I was on death row. And I went at the age of 21, and I was falsely convicted.
What happened?
My son, he died of serious pneumonia, and I was charged with it, smothering, and I went to prison for it, and I was 21.
Okay. Now, we have different perspectives, obviously, on this side. Sir, tell me your feeling.
I'm for it 100%. I'd never want to see, like I said, I never want to see an innocent man be executed. But with the amount of appeals we went through, 23 years, all kind of objections and everything, for 23 years, he was found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Went all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court, voted 8-1. And I take it as an insult when someone says that it's too expensive to execute. They're putting a price tag on my daughter's life. I don't appreciate that.
Your daughter's life is already fucking worth nothing,
I am very
bro.
opposed to the death penalty. I practice capital defense.
It's not there.
In Baton Rouge and across the state.
You don't
I'm
pay
opposed to it both
nothing
on a moral
for
level,
something that's not
as
there.
Well as, you know, the evidence that we have shows that Louisiana
Care for the
disproportionately
living.
targets people of color in
fucking
capital charging
break
and
the bank
sentencing.
avenging
it also
the
shows that
dead.
Louisiana has one of the highest rates of exonerations and one of the highest rates of death penalty convictions that are later overturned. There's no evidence that the death penalty is a deterrent, right? It does not. Louisiana consistently has one of the highest rates of homicide. So if it's not serving the purpose of deterring a homicide or murder, if we can't say for sure that we trust the sentences that are handed down, it's my belief that the state of Louisiana, through the district attorney's office, has forfeited its right to make those decisions.
John, could you tell me how you feel about the situation?
Well, as you know, I prosecuted Derek Todd Lee and got the death penalty on him. He raped and murdered, depending on what you believe, between 9 and 12 very beautiful young women. I prosecuted and got the death penalty on Todd Wesker.
Does it matter that they're fucking beautiful, you fucking imbecile?
And I prosecuted the first one executed after a 22-year delay in Louisiana between Furman and Gregg. A life sentence really doesn't exist in Louisiana because of the commutation power. I think these people that rape and murder little girls, little children, they drag them out, kidnap them in shopping centers, they take them out, they rape them, they kill them, and then they dispose of their bodies. I think they should die for doing that as punishment, whether it's a deterrent or not. School shooters, like over in Texas, goes in there and kills 30-something students and then at McDonald's eating a hamburger. Come on, we're gonna send him to Angola and let him ride in rodeo and watch color TV and have free medical care, and free lawyers and family visits and 3 meals a day and supervised recreation? That's too good for them. These people that are trying to help these murderers get out of the death penalty, when the doors close late at night, these psychopathic murderers are laughing at them.
Thank you. Melissa?
Wow, John. Okay. I think I was for the death penalty until one of my very closest friends was brutally murdered. And when Carl Servine was murdered in Shreveport in 1990, I think I desperately wanted Anthony Brown to get the death penalty. But through the process of being, and I feel Mr. Gazzardo's pain, and the legal process, and meeting with Sister Helen Prejean in 1994, you know, it really occurred to me that the death penalty did not serve the function that we wanted. It did not give peace to the families. It would not have given peace to me. So I really have become an advocate for abolishing the death penalty based on that firsthand experience. And so I do believe that life in prison at Angola is certainly not the country club that Mr. Singfield describes, and that this is the right thing to do in Louisiana at this time for so many reasons. And so I just believe that we should have an appropriate conversation about justice, about redemption, but also about how the legal system can work, should work, and oftentimes doesn't work effectively.
Annie, could you tell me how you feel about the issue?
Yes. I am opposed to the death penalty because I believe that human life has intrinsic value and that no crime can take away that value, no matter how horrible it was. And I do believe that life in prison is an adequate punishment that can not only keep Louisiana citizens safe, but also avoid the risk of executing an innocent person while avoiding the costs of legal fees that are often racked up by these prisoners on death row.
Okay. Danielle?
The Catholic Church has advocated for the abolishment of the death penalty for many years now. And that position is based on, as Annie said, there is an intrinsic value that each human being has that we cannot take away, regardless of crimes committed. And also, society can be protected now with modern means of detention. So we are able to protect citizens without enacting the death penalty, and therefore ought not to use the death penalty. And that doesn't mean that we turn a blind eye to justice, but that justice can be given without recourse to the death penalty.
Okay. Carol?
I don't agree at all when they talk about deterrent. Well, who knows what happened with my daughter after 25 years? Nobody knows. That's why it's not a deterrent. Some of these appeals should be cut in half. And I want justice for my daughter. That's what I want. And I don't care. Do you think when we were told that our daughter was killed, that we asked if he was purple or gray or black or green? No. He killed our daughter. We lost one of the most precious things in our life other than our son. So, do I have any sympathy for him? None at all.
Ms. Moran, do you care to respond?
So, I'm against the death penalty. I'm over here from the UK volunteering at the Capital Appeals Project in New Orleans, who worked on Rodriguez's case. So I think the very fact that we've got Rodriguez sitting with us today is kind of evidence that the legal system can get things wrong. He's sitting here as an innocent man who spent time on death row, and that's time that he can't get back, his family can't get back, and that's the kind of absolute risk of maintaining the death penalty in this state.
Nicholas?
In my opinion, the death penalty is really indefensible public policy for a lot of the reasons that have already been stated. Aside from the fact that Louisiana is near the top in death penalty exonerations, that should give everyone pause. The legal system cannot guarantee it will not execute an innocent person. And I mean, if that were to happen, I mean, that would be very much a travesty. And under the current system, there is a near 0% chance that that will not happen. My opinion is that if the legal system cannot guarantee that it will not execute an innocent person, then the death penalty cannot be a viable option.
Scott?
Well, I support capital punishment, and I support it because I believe in the intrinsic value of life too. And after sitting in this job for 22 and a half years, I've looked at families like the Gazzardos and the loss they've incurred, and at the hands of a shocking incident without justification. And our legislature has deemed that capital punishment is only available under certain circumstances. Not all intentional homicides are subject to the death penalty or can be exposed to the death penalty. So we protect our young, we protect our elderly, we protect our law enforcement. They are giving an extra layer of protection in the law, as it should be, I believe. So I believe in the intrinsic value of life too, but I believe in justice for victims, and I believe some acts rise to a level where
Speak the truth, man. You believe in vengeance for victims.
Thank you very much. That's all the time we have for this portion of the show. When we return, we'll be joined by panelists, experts to examine the death penalty in Louisiana. Stay with us. Welcome back to Louisiana Public Square. Tonight we're looking at the death penalty issue in Louisiana. Joining us now is our panel. Richard Burke is director of the Louisiana Capital Assistance Center. His work includes representing indigent individuals charged with capital crimes during trial and on appeal. Burke is licensed in Louisiana, Texas, the federal court, as well as U.S. Supreme Court. Michelle Getty is a deputy solicitor general in the office of Louisiana Attorney General Jeff Landry. Getty has been a professor of law for over 26 years, teaching at Southern University, Georgetown, and American University. Representative Terry Landry is a Democrat from New Iberia, a former head of the Louisiana State Police. Landry is sponsoring legislation this session that would abolish the death penalty. And Don Burkett is a district attorney for the 11th Judicial District in Sabine Parish. He has prosecuted over 100 jury trials, including several capital cases. Before we go to our audience questions, I'd first like to ask each of you very briefly in a sentence or two to please tell me your stance on capital punishment. Starting with Mr. Burke.
I'm opposed to capital punishment. At the end of the day, I think it's wrong to kill people.
Well, speaking for the Attorney General's office, the first thing that we are concerned about are the victims of crime. Death penalty is the law in this state, and it's our job to enforce that law.
Well, these crimes that you're discussing right now, the victims are not concerned with you.
You're sponsoring a bill to abolish, so please explain.
As a policymaker, I've evolved to this position. I'm a proponent. I was a proponent of the death penalty, spending 27 years in law enforcement, seeing the carnage of death and violent crimes. But having served in the legislature and seeing all the factual information, I really am trying to be a practicing Catholic and evolving to pro-life. I believe we have to protect life. Womb to the tomb.
Mr. Burkett?
I support the death penalty. It's not something I like, but I think it's something that's necessary. I think that there are people in our society who commit crimes that they should pay the ultimate price. And I think under our current system, more than ever, it's unlikely that anybody who is truly innocent would be executed. And on the other hand, there is no guarantee that people locked up for life will be there for life.
Let's take some questions from our audience now. Lauren, let's start with your question.
We've heard reasons why there are proponents and opponents, and I think Mr. Burkett said it best. It is the law, and it's our job to enforce the law. And I would just ask the opponents, are there any circumstances? Ideologically, I understand being opposed, but I've heard a lot of other reasons, you know, the procedure, the flaws. Are there any circumstances where the opponents would, any crime heinous enough where they think capital punishment might be the appropriate penalty in this?
Mr. Ranger?
Well, I think violence beget violence. I think death is so finite and so permanent that taking a life is not, it's a form of violence, whether it's the government executing or the violence on the street. If we are really going to practice life in the sanctity of life, I would have to say that we have to protect it. There are some people I believe that should not be among us in society. And I think that they should be put in a proper place. But as I inquire about those individuals that commit some of these crimes that are heinous, many of them are mentally disturbed, have mental problems. So I mean, and there are some fallacies and there are some mistakes. I don't accuse any prosecutor. I work with prosecutors and I respect what they do. They have a tough job. And they have to look at the victims in the eyes and explain to them. But there are mistakes that are made. Overzealous police officers, pressures from the community on heinous crimes, overzealous prosecutors. There are mistakes that's made. How do you go back and tell a person that's been executed, his family, we made a mistake? We live in an imperfect world. And if collateral damage is well enough, Are you accepted that we can execute an innocent man just for the sake of having a death penalty? Well, we're all going to meet our maker one day, and we're going to have to give a test to that.
Mr. Burke?
I think that, Lauren, as you point out, there's reasons that are policymaker reasons. Is it a good criminological or penological policy to have the death penalty? And then there are personal reasons. It's very easy to say of Louisiana's death penalty that the way it works, the way it's structured, it's bad policy, it's not working well, it's not working the way proponents would like it or opponents would like it. We shouldn't have the death penalty that Louisiana has now. But if you've asked me a personal question, for me, I think it's wrong to kill people.
Mr. Alexander, you have a question for the panel.
My question was for the proponents. What is it about the death penalty that you feel outweighs the cost and the error? And is that fiscal conservatism?
I can check that. I don't know about fiscal conservatism. I mean, I think as the family of a daughter that was murdered, the families, the people that are at a loss are not worried about the fiscal part of it. But I think overall, just in general, just to many of the questions that are asked, because I've had to study it, and Representative Landry knows, he'll see me down at the legislature on his bill, I'm sure. I've looked into all these facts that get thrown around, and what I find is in these debates that take place, and even in testimony before the legislature, facts are thrown out that are not accurate, probably by both sides. But when you dig into them, we're talking about generally small numbers. So even in the fiscal part, you know, it has not been proven to me. I think you might have mentioned earlier that the costs are on the front end. And I think our prosecutors here might take issue with the way that that's characterized, because they have a staff of prosecutors. I think they're going to prosecute cases, whether they're prosecuting a death penalty or a life sentence or something else. They're there, they're on a salary, they're in the office. The cost to the prosecution itself, the judge is there, the judge is going to be on the bench. And all of those costs that are put into the numbers, the fiscal numbers, are there anyway, no matter what crime is being tried. So you have to really take those costs out that are going to be there day to day anyway when you go to look at the cost of the death penalty. Now, what you do have that you can look at is the cost of the defense that the states now have to pay for, and how long that takes.
Okay, this is a fallacy.
I don't think the uploaded upfront costs are what's expensive about the death penalty. I think it's the 17, 18 years of appeal.
Yeah, this is a fallacy. Yeah. So, listen up, Void. I'm gonna scream into you. Why is the death penalty so expensive? According to deathpenaltyinfo.org, why is the death penalty so expensive? Legal costs. Almost all people who face the death penalty cannot afford their own attorney. The state must assign public defenders or court-appointed lawyers to represent them. The accepted practice is to assign 2 lawyers and pay for the costs of the prosecution as well. Pretrial costs. Capital cases are far more complicated than non-capital cases and take longer to go to trial. Experts will probably be needed on forensic evidence, mental health, and the background and life history of the defendant. County taxpayers pick up the costs of added security and longer pretrial detention. Jury selection. Because of the need to question jurors in voir dire thoroughly, there's even a show based on it about how many hundreds of thousands of dollars you can spend on jury research firms. Because of the need to question... Yeah, a show called Bull. Because of the need to question jurors thoroughly on their views about the death penalty, jury selection in capital cases is much more time-consuming and expensive. Trial. Death penalty trials can last more than 4 times longer than non-capital trials, requiring juror and attorney compensation, in addition to court personnel and other related costs. Most death rows involve solitary confinement in a special facility. These require more security and other accommodations as the prisoners are kept for 23 hours a day in their cells. Appeals. To minimize mistakes, every prisoner is entitled to a series of appeals. The costs are borne at taxpayers' expense. These appeals are essential because some inmates have come within hours of execution before evidence was uncovered proving their innocence.
and post-conviction and habeas corpus through the federal courts, that's the cost of the death penalty. And there's an irony in that the anti-death penalty people are building the costs up and then complaining because it costs too much. So, I know, but it's the truth. It's the truth. You can't get around that. It's 17 years of appeals, possibly 17 years of appeals that, as maybe Mr. Gazzardo or someone over here said, makes the death penalty ineffective as a deterrent, for example. And we can talk about the deterrent. I believe it is a deterrent, and I believe you can look at a number of things that show that. The studies, the most recent study, says that the facts, what's been done in the studies as to it being a deterrence or not, are just no good on either side. And so that it's really difficult to prove whether it is or whether it isn't a deterrent. But what you can look at, you've had 7 states that have abolished the death penalty since 2007. And if you look at those 7 states, a lot of them are very tiny states. Again, numbers are hard. At least in Maryland, for example, and New Mexico, the rate of murder skyrocketed right after they abolished the death penalty. Now, there have only been 2 or 3 years since those states have abolished it. But that's true. I can show you the statistics from the Death Penalty Information Center, for example, that show that. So I would argue, and that was part of the arguments for whether it works or not, was after it was abolished, did murders go up? Homicide went way up after the death penalty was put aside for a while by the U.S. Supreme Court. So you could argue that way. I'm sorry. I was just going to say more than that personally. I think that it brings justice to the families. It brings closure to some families, maybe not to others. I'm also the family of a murdered victim, and the person who killed the victims in my case was executed a little over a year ago. And I can tell you for myself and my daughter, it has brought great closure to us.
Okay. Let's, Franz, you have a comment?
Yes. What I struggle with as a former public defender that did capital work and as a former prosecutor that prosecuted heinous crimes is a justice system that we can all agree doesn't get it right all the time. And we know historically that we don't get it right all the time, which leads me with the issue of how do we reconcile the use of death penalty with the fact that we're probably going to get it wrong again. And, when we talk about closure and we talk about costs, I'm very much concerned about putting someone to death that is factually innocent. And even if it's a small number, that's a big number. So to the panelists, I pose the question about how do we reconcile that?
I can't sit here and tell you that absolutely no one in America has ever been executed that could have been innocent. I will say this. The number is always brought up 11 exonerations in Louisiana, and then they talk about over half of the convictions have been reversed. Some of those exonerations might have been, or certainly were probably factually innocent. Others, as you know as an attorney prosecuting and defending them, that there are other reasons other than factual innocence involved. One of the things that bothers me, though, do you realize that since 2017 that 53 people convicted of first degree in the state of Louisiana have had their sentences commuted by the pardon board? Did you know that? 53. And as a prosecutor, I know there are times when I took a plea to first or second degree carries a life sentence also. I took the death penalty off the table and I took that plea and I told the family that that person who killed their loved one would be there forever. I can't tell them that anymore because I don't know. Last year also there was a bill filed in the legislature to make parole eligibility for anyone after 30 years. And that's a nationwide movement. There are people I have prosecuted that to me the thought that they would ever walk free terrifies me. The next person up for execution in Louisiana supposedly would be Chris Sepulveda. I convicted him back in the early 90s of scalding to death a 6-year-old little boy. Beat him over the head with a screwdriver, ran a tub full of scalding hot water and placed him in there after he'd basically tortured the child for 3 days. But yet, we can't execute Chris because we can't find a humane way to do it. That's why his execution hadn't been carried out. Do you think Chris Sepulveda should ever walk free again? Do you think he should have parole eligibility? The people who are pushing to do away with the death penalty, are you willing to also go and tell legislators like Mr. Landry, we would go along with this, but we want to take away clemency with the Pardon and Parole Board and the governor? We want to, no way to do it, but we'd like to guarantee that a bill will never be passed to give parole to people like that. I mean, what do you think? I have another person, Gary Barber, who I got a notice recently from the Pardon and Parole Board, and they're going to grant him a hearing. He took a mentally handicapped young man, about 19 years old, who bust tables, acted like he was buddies with him, he and another guy. And they take him from a Shreveport residence down into DeSoto Parish, where I was DA at the time, beat him over the head with a gun, hold his head with their foot on his head in a pond and drowned him. But yet, and I'm not saying it'll be granted, but apparently he's going to have a pardon hearing sometime in the next few months.
But Don,
I can't tolerate those kind of people being on the streets again. But maybe I'm wrong, Richard, but I find so many of the people that say they're opposed to the death penalty, if we did away with it tonight, then next week you would be at the legislature saying, well, you know, really, life's too long too. We really, now we've got rid of the death penalty, now let's get rid of life. And if we cut it back to, okay, you can have parole eligibility after 30, in a year or two you'd be back saying, well, you know, 30 is really too long, let's cut it back to 20. I mean, where does this end?
But where does it start? I mean, you're talking about taking a human life, killing someone, as insurance against the possibility that a life sentence will be commuted. We shouldn't be killing people because we think the law might change. You get to be heard to argue that that person shouldn't get parole. You get to vote for the governor. You get to put people on the Board of Pardons and Paroles. That's how our system works. We don't kill them all to stop some other part of our legal system working the way that it is intended to work. If you don't like that, you go to the legislature, you go to the court, you go to the parole board. The Louisiana Board of Pardons and Paroles is no soft touch. It's guaranteed to have a victim representative on it. This idea, I don't want people to misunderstand that anyone convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to death got clemency. That's not true at all. And you're talking about a small number of people out of the thousands and thousands of increasingly aging prisoners our state has sentenced to life. I just don't think it's morally conscionable to say we're going to kill all of these people in order to ensure that one day a life without parole system won't change through the democratic legislative process. That's not
we don't kill all these people.
Exactly.
We've killed one person in 15 years. You say, is it a deterrent? Well, who knows? It's certainly not in Louisiana because nobody really thinks they're going to be executed. One person in 15 years? And we're killing all these people?
No, but
where are you coming from with that?
Because you're asking the sentiment from yourself and Michelle and from Mr. Sinkfeld, for instance, is that we need to kill more of these people. As the former capital prosecutor of Caddo, Dale Cox, said, we need to kill more people. That is a position that I think people are allowed to have. I don't have a problem with people having a different view to me, but I do have a problem with scare tactics like these people are going to get out, they're going to get out tomorrow, they're all getting clemency, they're watching TV, they're riding in rodeos. I think we have to have a serious fact-based debate, and I think we have to acknowledge that there is a very significant moral component to this, and I say that. I have no doubt that the Gazzados disagree with my perspective and feel strongly that I am wrong.
Yeah,
and I just want to make clear that
let me ask you a question.
He's talking to me, and let me ask you a question. I've been prosecuting Louisiana 44 years.
We need to kill more of these people. As the former capital prosecutor of Caddo, Dale Cox, said, we need to kill more people. That is a position that I think people are allowed to have. I don't have a problem with people having a different view to me, but I do have a problem with scare tactics like these people are going to get out, they're going to get out tomorrow, they're all getting clemency, they're watching TV, they're riding in rodeos. I think we have to have a serious fact-based debate, and I think we have to acknowledge that there is a very significant moral component to this, and I say that. I have no doubt that the Gazzados disagree with my perspective and feel strongly that I am wrong.
Yeah,
and I just want to make clear that
let me ask you
I don't say that out of disrespect.
He's talking to me, and let me ask you a question. I've been prosecuting Louisiana 44 years. How many people do you think I gave life sentences walking around Baton Rouge right now? I had one call me back to the courtroom a couple of years ago to say hello. Last time I saw him, he's being sentenced to life in prison.
So is that why we have the death
life
penalty?
in prison does not exist in Louisiana. It was once a 10-6 rule before you got here. All of them would get commuted to 30 years, and then after they did 10.6, they got out till people got tired of it and said, we don't want that anymore. The victims almost had a revolution in this state. They got tired of seeing their kids
Victims
and
are
their wives
dead.
and their husbands murdered, and these people doing 10.6 years and then walking around the streets of Baton Rouge, where I prosecuted for 28 years, and I prosecuted in New Orleans too. The first death penalty I tried was in New Orleans from a murder on St. Charles Avenue.
But John,
Nobody
if we
asked.
want life to mean life, let's make life mean life.
How?
That doesn't mean
You have
give
governors
death
that come
to a
in
boy.
there, lame duck governors in the last 2 weeks, like up in Illinois, just pardon.
Yeah, we got lame duck
I mean,
presidents
every murder on
executing
death
people,
row.
so
2 weeks
tit for
ago,
tat.
They released a double murderer. Nobody knows. The governor doesn't take the blame. The DOC doesn't take the blame. The parole board doesn't take the blame. The warden doesn't take the blame. Double murderer.
Here in Louisiana,
In
without
Louisiana
notifying
last week.
the
So
victim's
don't tell
family
me
that the hearing was even
about
being
you
held
don't
to
like
give them a
anybody
voice.
dying. You've never been where we were.
Well,
Never
that's-
have been, never will be. I hope you're not.
I appreciate it.
Rodriguez, you sat on death
you
row.
don't know what you're talking about.
Let's talk about what it was like to know that you didn't commit a crime and that your life could be taken.
That was my first time going to prison. It was hell. I'm still traumatized. It ain't no cakewalk. I was on 8th on Death Road in Angola. It's 100 and some degrees plus. When you just laying on the bed, you can't breathe. Everybody lose their mind. I was at 21, so it ain't no cakewalk. And I had a prosecutor just because of the color of my skin, you know. So it ain't no cakewalk. I could have been dead. I could have still been on death row. Who gonna tell my daughter, my mama, you know? So it's crazy we sitting there talking about death and killing somebody, you know? It's way bigger than it. Them people gonna live and they living it every day, that crime. Every day they living it. You killing them, you doing them justice. They living this every day. You kill them, you doing them justice.
That's what we asking for is justice.
But everybody got to die. You gotta die.
Oh, I'm ready.
All right, I'm saying, so what is the justice? What's the justice in it?
What is your question for Representative Landry?
What can we do to stop another innocent man like me from going to get the death penalty?
Well, that's the intent of the legislation that I filed. And look, this is a very, very emotional issue. I mean, it's very emotional.
Like we talk about, like, I was a victim. What the DA that did this to me? We ain't talking to him. I was a victim. They planted stuff, hid all my stuff. Where he at?
You sitting there living. My daughter's dead as a wedge.
But I understand that, sir. I can't take that back.
I understand that. and
I'm
I
just
feel
saying,
for
like,
you.
where's
I really
the
feel
DA?
for
I'm
you,
saying, where's
son.
these
I
people
really
in these
do.
high seats?
But you
He's
weren't.
the DA for the state. Where is he? He resigned after I came home. They lied. The doctor lied. He resigned when I came home. So where's the justice for me? They sent me back out to the world. I've been 5 years in prison when I was 21. Never been to prison.
And I am
get
so sorry.
gone back home. How can I cope with that? I got a daughter that's 11-year-old. I came up see her like that when I came home. She didn't know me.
But
So
you're living.
I lost
son.
all that.
You're living.
Cause the color of my skin. I'm living, but I'm going through it.
Again, there are some people, I believe, that doesn't deserve to walk here with us, should be locked up. But we can handle that legislatively also. And we have had some improvements and some gains in this criminal justice reform. We had a very diverse group. I know that there are people that don't agree with the criminal justice reform, but we cannot continue doing the same thing we've been doing for the past 30 years and getting the same results. I live in a community that feels gun violence, death every single day. Every weekend in the community I live in, somebody's killing somebody. But it's black on black crime. And there ain't no death penalty for killing a black. There is none.
Not true.
Well,
Not
yeah,
true.
well, let me tell you
See,
right
that's
now.
what I'm talking about. You wanted to have a factual argument, and that's simply not true.
Well, you show me where the numbers are. You show me where the numbers
Mr.
are.
Landry, I got a person on death row by the name of Taylor in DeSoto Parish, from DeSoto. He's white. He executed, him and his partner executed an African-American gentleman who had taken a second job selling cars to try to send his eldest daughter to college. Criminals don't come in colors to me. In fact, the three people, and I'm not dealing DeSoto, they split the two parishes in two districts, but the three people left on death row when I ended my tenure as DA, they're all white.
Let's talk about
that. That may be right, but let me say that Louisiana's death row has twice as many African American prisoners on it as make up the population of our state. It is double the rate. There isn't the slightest question that in terms of murder rate of prosecutions for the death penalty, people who will be offered pleas or not, and people who juries will give a death penalty to, that there is a huge increase in the imposition of the death penalty on African American defendants, and especially black defendants charged with killing a white person. Doesn't mean it never happens, Don. I understand that. I know exactly who's on death row, but we can't escape the fact that in Louisiana we have this taint of race, and whether you agree entirely with that perspective on those figures, the fact is that we can't ask our community, we can't ask Rodriguez Crawford and his family to have confidence in our system of government and our death penalty when this taint of racism rests over it.
You just said something. You just said the black person who killed a white person. There's not a black person on death row that killed a white person. There's not.
That's just not true.
That's absolutely true. On death row right now, there is not a black person who killed a white victim. There are black persons who killed black victims, there are white persons that killed white victims, and there are white persons that killed black.
Why don't you ask Mr. Gazzardo about his daughter?
No, that's not
Well, I guess that would be
that's
true.
right.
That would be true.
You know, and I want to say something about the race issue. I was 26 years old when I helped try my first
So you're
capital
wrong,
case.
bitch.
I have never heard a decision made to either prosecute or not prosecute the death penalty made on the basis of the race of either the defendant or the victim.
Because
the
it's a
victim
wink
does
and a
not
nod
get to choose
implied.
the race of the person that murders them. And I think somewhere I would have heard it, because I've been in a lot of discussions. I've been in appellate courts all the way through all the courts of America. Somewhere along the line, somebody would have slipped up and I'd heard it. I would never make a decision like that, and I don't believe anybody should make a decision like that. But we can't control, we don't have a quota system, anything. We can't control who's doing the murders or the race of the victim in these cases. We take them as they are and we prosecute them. And you said I believed in killing more people. That's not true. I've been preaching that the death penalty should be reserved for very special cases where there's absolute proof of guilt in complete due process, with now high standards for criminal defense attorneys, that we should do everything within human possibility to make sure, and I don't think under that system any innocent person can ever be given the death penalty. It comes under multiple layers of courts for years, decades. It's not going to happen.
According to a most recent study, 2016, out of Southern University's Law Center, their journal, there was a longitudinal study from, I believe, 1975 to 2015 of death penalty convictions in Louisiana. Regarding race, a black man had a far greater chance, I don't want to cite the numbers, I don't have the study in front of me, of receiving the death penalty if he killed a white woman than if he killed a white man, a black man, or a black woman. And for white men, the rate of death penalty convictions based on their victim was fairly static. And what I mean by a higher chance, I want to say it was maybe 23% greater chance than if a black male killed a black woman. So the application of the death penalty it's either arbitrary to a very strange extent of sentencing that you can sort of correlate based on what color you are and what color the victim and what gender they were, or the application of it has been racist. And according to that article, for the last white person executed in the state of Louisiana for a crime against a black person was in 1752, when a French soldier attacked 2 black women with a bayonet. Now that predates the French and Indian War, so it has gone that long. So we do have a clear racial legacy.
Again, I I don't say people purposely go out and have biases and present to the prosecutors, but I've been in law enforcement a little bit, and I've heard some pretty heinous things. I've heard some murders, especially when it's black on black, misdemeanor murder. It's a misdemeanor homicide. I've heard that.
I don't think that's happened in a long time. Like
It
hasn't happened in East Baton Rouge Parish for a long time, because here, I want to tell you something. Under 17 years,
but you admit that it has happened.
33 counts of death penalties. When you go to the majority of those, and I don't have the exact number, probably the majority of them were prosecuted by African American prosecutors in front of African American judges who you would think would be sensitive to this issue. And we had death penalty after death penalty. 1 5-count.
That also seems pretty fucking
African prosecutor in front of an African American judge. So we have great diversity now, and I don't think that's happening.
Baton Rouge has the same error rate as the rest of Louisiana. 85% of those death penalties have been reversed, and every single prisoner on death row out of Baton Rouge now is African American.
They weren't reversed. Some of them were pled because of what was considered incompetent or actions on the defense attorneys, not actions of the prosecutors or whatever. And I think that's changed a lot, because now they have extremely, as you know, high standards for defense attorneys, and you have new cases like Atkins and all that, and other cases that protect people that weren't there. What I'm saying, under modern standard, we have a modern death penalty that allows the DA not to even seek the death penalty if he wants to do a first-degree murder, and we're reserving it for these very horrible people that do things like shoot children or rape children.
Melissa, you have something?
Well, I appreciate the comments. One of my questions is about prosecutorial misconduct, because several death penalty have been overturned. Mr. Burke, how many have been overturned because of prosecutorial misconduct?
Well, we've had 85% of the death sentences since '76 that have been fully adjudicated by the courts have been reversed, overturned, or there's been a concession of error by the prosecution that's resulted in the death penalty being removed. Of those, the two biggest causes are prosecutorial misconduct, which can take the form of hiding evidence that would have proved someone was innocent, of relying on race to exclude jurors of color from the process, for instance, of making improper legal arguments, those sorts of things. But also, as John pointed out, the defense side has a significant number of those wrongful convictions and wrongful death sentences on death row as well. So there is a significant problem with prosecutorial misconduct, but also with the defense side is not able to do its job. And it's one of the reasons I'm so glad that Rodriguez is with us today, because people will say, oh, those exonerations are from the bad old days when prosecutors were misbehaving or defense lawyers weren't well trained. Rodriguez was convicted of a crime he didn't commit and sentenced to death only a few years ago under the modern system. There are just some things human beings shouldn't be messing with. We're not good enough for it.
Mr. Burkett, let's talk about the cost. Do you think the cost is precluding moving toward the death penalty for prosecutors?
It's no question that a burglary case costs more than a misdemeanor. A murder case in general costs more than some other felony, and certainly a capital case can be the most expensive. But I don't know how you put a price tag on justice. I mean, I know the people where I live, they expect me to do my job. They expect there to be justice. We had a case about 3 years ago. We had a police officer who kidnapped and murdered a man from Sabine Parish. And because it was such a high-profile case, and we tried it as a capital case, we had to go to Opelousas to pick a jury. We spent 10 days living in a motel. Yes, it was expensive. Yes, it cost a lot of money. Then we took the jury back to Sabine Parish, and we tried him. And we got a first degree. And during the process of the sentencing hearing, after consultation with the victim's family, we decided, we allowed him to plead to first degree life with an agreement that they would not appeal. And, you know, I hope that he spends the rest of his life in prison. But I can't guarantee that anymore, because I don't know what's going to happen. But when you talk about costs, justice is expensive, period. I mean, it costs money to summons jurors. It costs money to pay people. Nearly every felony in our system is defended by public defenders. So the public's paying a prosecutor to prosecute. They're paying a public defender to defend. As John said, you know, all the things today, the DNA, and that's just a small part, but all the safeguards, it costs more money. But you can't put a price tag on justice. And when I say justice, I mean justice for a victim, for a victim's family, or in the case of Mr. Crawford, justice for somebody wrongly accused. So money is important in a rural district. When you start talking the big bucks up front to try a capital case, yes, it can be expensive, and yes, sometimes it may even be prohibitive. The criminal justice system it takes money to operate it, but you can't look at it as a cost-effective like you're running a business, or even the legislature.
And Don, can I say, I've never had a district attorney say to me, we're not seeking the death penalty because it costs too much, and I've never gone to a district attorney and said, don't seek the death penalty in this case because it'll cost too much. But let me tell you, if we're going to have a system that has the sort of guarantees where we avoid the wrongful convictions and wrongful death sentences, then we need to make a commitment to pay for it. As we sit here right now, there are 16 people in Louisiana charged with death penalty offenses who don't have lawyers appointed to them because the public defender system is broke.
Mr. Burke, let's close out. Of course, I know we could talk for a very long time, and I'd like to talk more, but we're running out of time. Closing arguments quickly.
I think that this is a topic upon which people can disagree and have very strong personal feelings one way or the other, based in particular on their personal experiences. And I would never disrespect someone for having a different view than me on this. But I've seen the death penalty system in this state from charge all the way through to the end. And I don't believe that people who say they believe in the death penalty believe in the death penalty we've got in Louisiana. It is a broken system, and we should not be committing ourselves to it. And at the end of the day, again, for me, I just think it's wrong to kill people.
Ms. Getty, briefly.
I would say that all of us here, whatever side we're on, at least the lawyers that I see in this room, have been working for 30 years, 20 years, I don't know how long, to better the system, the whole criminal justice system. I served on the Criminal Justice Reinvestment Task Force. I served on the Indigent Defense Board. You know, so I've been in it, I can say, for 30 years, and we have improved the system. As Mr. Sinkfield said, each year we have improved the system. Is it perfect? There will never be. To my knowledge, there's no perfect system of any kind anywhere, or a perfect human being of any kind anywhere. There will always be a mistake made somewhere, and we're always having to balance the benefits and risks of everything that we talk about. But for me, the death penalty gives a sense of justice to the community. It's not just about the family of the victim, although that's obviously key. It's about the whole community and the ability to give a sense to an entire community. That's why we have jury trials in the community. The sense of
Representative
justice
Landry,
for the
we need to have a
community.
closing comment.
Yeah, again, I come to this debate straightforward that I've evolved. I believe death is, any violent death is wrong, and I think we should be protecting life. Today we voted on a pro-life bill. There were 70 co-authors. I've evolved there, but I also evolved in terms of the death penalty. Justice is not the best, it's not the fairest for those people who believe that they've been wrongfully convicted. I respect everyone's opinion. I respect the district attorneys and the position they're taking. And most of them will come to you one-on-one and says, look, I don't really believe in a death penalty, but it's in my toolbox and I'm gonna use it.
Mr. Burkett?
I respect each and every one of these other panelists and their position, the people in the audience. You know, I took office as a very young 32-year-old district attorney 35 years ago, and I hoped I never faced the issue. I had a death case penalty pending when I took office in 1985. And the first 14 years of my career, that case defined my office to a large extent until he was finally executed. But there are people in this world that are inherently evil. evil all the way to the bone.
No, there's
and
not.
We have an imperfect system, as you said. Maybe criminal justice will never be perfect, and we have improved it greatly. But we never know when one of these monsters is going to be freed on society. And to me, it's something that we just cannot abolish and do away with.
Well, we've run out of time for our question and answer segment. We'd like to thank our panelists, Mr. Burke, Ms. Getty, Representative Landry, and Mr. Burkett for their insight on this month's topic. When we come back, we'll have a few closing comments. Well, that's all the time we have for this edition of Louisiana Public Square. We encourage you to visit our website at the address you see on your screen. You can view additional...
Spiritually prepared to go, and he's...
This is Duke University.
This is part of our Humanities Writ Large Mass Incarceration and the Carceral State Lecture Series. This is the second talk in the series. We're so glad that people have shown up for this. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Jessica Namical. I am an assistant professor of the practice in international comparative studies and women's studies, and along with Matt Witt, who is a postdoctoral teaching fellow in the Thompson Writing Program, have put this program together with a few other organizers, Douglas Campbell, who is here, Robin Kirk, and Juanima Lubiano. So before I introduce our speakers, we're going to get right into it tonight. I want to thank our sponsors, which is the Humanities Writ Large, the Human Rights Center at the Franklin Humanities Institute, International Comparative Studies, the Department of History, the Program in Women's Studies, and the Franklin
Only a
Humanities
woman could do that.
So thank you to all of the sponsors. So kindly joining us from Emory University is Daniel LaChance, who is assistant professor there in history. He is the author of the forthcoming book, Executing Freedom, The Cultural Life of Capital Punishment in the United States, which will be published by the University of Chicago Press in the fall of 2016. So keep your eyes open for that.
So thanks for having me. And so today I'm going to talk a little bit about the cultural life of capital punishment in the United States, focusing predominantly on a period between World War I and World War II.
Okay, Michael
towards the
Cera.
end of the talk, the implications of the arguments that I'm making about that period are for thinking about the death penalty in America today. So let's go back to the 19th century. And over the course of that long century, elites in the United States increasingly sought to make executions into private, efficient, and highly professional affairs. There was a fear that executions had become unwieldy public spectacles, and that drove state actors to move these events into jail yards at first. And then with the advent of new technologies like the electric chair and the gas chamber, into the interior of centralized prisons that were often far away from the county in which the crime that was being punished had occurred. Access to executions was dramatically curtailed for the public, limited in most places to male professionals who would serve as official witnesses for the state. This dramatic transformation of executions reflected and reinforced an emerging image of the state as an abstract entity rather than a set of particular persons like the local sheriff or the local prosecutor who were governing in a more unsystematic way. Stuart Banner, a historian of the death penalty, has argued that by the end of this era of public executions, everyday Americans became distanced from the killing state, right? That's the term that folks in law and society studies use to refer to the state that puts some condemned people to death. The state, Banner argued, began to seem more and more distant and detached. Quote, with executions conducted behind closed doors before a small group of well-connected people out of the public eye, the people were no longer punishing the criminal. Now the government was doing the punishing, and the people were reading about it later. After this period of change, execution ceremonies had so thoroughly changed that by the 1950s, those opposed to the death penalty were beginning to cite their hyper-rationality as evidence of their inhumanity. Reflecting on his years as the death row chaplain at San Quentin Prison in California in a 1962 memoir, Byron Eshelman told his readers, quote, the death penalty is routine, even-tempered, assembly line annihilation. The state has become a legal Murder Incorporated. But while those who oppose the death penalty were arguing that the modes, the protocols, and the settings of state killing were becoming chillingly cold-blooded, they were up against the existence, and with the birth of film, the expansion of popular fictional and non-fictional renderings of the death penalty aimed at maintaining the execution ceremony as a sacred event that took into account the uniqueness of the offender and the uniqueness of the persons who were putting the offender to death. After the public could no longer directly witness executions, these fictional and non-fictional accounts became for most people the sole source of knowledge about what happened when a person was put to death in America. For the public, access to executions was disappearing, but access to representations of executions was expanding. In the 1920s, Broadway stages hosted a number of successful productions with plots that centered on the fate of condemned white men. Those plays were often produced in other cities like Atlanta, Los Angeles, and Chicago. But much more importantly, the birth of film and its development into a storytelling medium led to the production of nationally circulating, wide-reaching stories about capital punishment. Between World War I and World War II, at least 132 films with capital punishment at the center of the plot were produced in the United States. Finally, newspapers across the country took some capital cases, inevitably those of young white men, and lavished attention on their dramatic conclusions in execution chambers. These fictional and non-fictional accounts shared a lot in common. Most importantly, they took a punishment that was most often endured by African Americans and used it to create riveting stories about the souls of white men, how those men coped with the inevitability of death, how they managed the vagaries of fate, how transcendent or ephemeral the ties that they had with their loved ones were. These representations were shaped by the conventions of the melodrama. Melodrama is a popular literary genre of the time, and it expressed the anxieties more generally of the age, the political, psychological, social, and economic upheavals that had occurred for Americans in the period leading up to the turn of the 20th century. More Americans than ever before were living in cities and grappling with the anonymizing nature of urban life. New industrial technology posed threats to the integrity of both the body and the soul. Commercially driven values of the capitalist marketplace were displacing a morality that had traditionally been centered in rural family life. And the life of the wage laborer was one of constant economic insecurity. In the threats faced by the innocent in melodramatic texts, right, you can think of those images that we all have of the woman who's tied to the railroad tracks while a train comes barreling down after her. Stories about people who are destitute and unable to pay the rent, who are being evicted from their homes. Stories of young women who move to the city and are sexually exploited by cunning cosmopolitan Lotharios. These are the standard plots of melodrama, and we can perceive in them modern anxieties about the fate of the pre-modern self in the modern world. But in resolutions where the wicked were punished and the innocent saved, melodramas ultimately reassured audiences that, quote, a higher cosmic moral force still looked down on the world and governed it with an ultimately just hand. So these texts, they reflected the anxiety of the age, but they were also a coping mechanism for handling and managing that anxiety. It's not surprising, given the nature of the melodrama, that playwrights, screenwriters, and journalists were often drawn to stories set in the shadow of the gallows. The emotional devastation of a death sentence, the thrilling suspense and pathos that's generated by preparations for an execution, the thoroughly external threat that execution devices pose to living beings, the guarantee of an outcome of enormous consequence, all of these elements were low-hanging fruit to a melodramatically minded author in search of a plot. But I want to suggest that, like the dangers of the oncoming train or the sheriff approaching the house with an eviction notice, the impending execution was much more than just a vehicle for achieving cheap thrills. Like other melodramas, it was a manifestation of a uniquely modern anxiety, the survival of a unique and spiritual self in the face of modern forms and technologies of governance that threaten to objectify it. And like other melodramas, execution tales work to mitigate those modern anxieties. Fictional and non-fictional narratives of state killing heaped attention onto the soul of the state actors who carried out executions, as well as the men who put them to death. As a result, the modern feeling that was slowly transforming death work in the United States was symbolically countered by a rising cultural construction of capital punishment as a sanction that did not forget the humanity of those who were put to death or of those who were doing the killing. In the popular imagination, the practice of capital punishment became surrounded by a melodramatic buffer that maintained executions as events in which the humanity of the state that killed and the condemned who died was constantly foregrounded, even as the methods of extinguishing life became increasingly efficient, cold-blooded, and machine-like. So I'm going to talk first about newspaper coverage and the way that newspapers depicted melodramatically execution scenes that occurred in actual execution chambers across the country. I worked with undergraduates at Princeton and at Emory, and we've looked at coverage of executions from this period from 6 daily newspapers as well as that of DC. So far, we've amassed about 1,700 stories of execution and analyzed them. And about 15% of them are really long. They're really long and involved and melodramatic. And almost all of those 15% of executions that received lavish front page coverage, they were all of young white men who were put to death.
All right, guys, that's 9 hours. I'm going to take a nap. We're going to do some more note-taking later. But, yeah, appreciate you guys bearing with. And
this is the coverage of the Atlanta Constitution of Mel Gore's execution.
if I don't see you before Sunday, then 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, I will be
to which journalists would sometimes go
streaming my debate.